Good evening, race fans, and welcome to Podium Esports Live flag-to-flag coverage of the 2021 Retro 500, live from iRacing's virtual Darlington Raceway in Darlington, South Carolina. James Plank, the voice of Podium Esports here, alongside Taylor Burris, Terry Radford, Evan Prisoko, and our producer, as always, Ryan Bauer, with cameras provided to us by Tuggy Beard. It is time to go in the Retro 500, and TB, we've been working up to this for a month. 4 qualifying races, each 123 laps in length, to set the grid of almost 40 drivers that will be competing for 367 laps, 500 miles, and $500 to the race winner using the 1987 Ford Thunderbird and Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Should be fun.
It certainly will be, and a lot of drivers have been testing it out all those weeks leading up to this event with the qualifiers, full of exciting storylines, a lot of great drivers who worked their way into tonight's show. And looking at the starting lineup as well as throughout the entire field, this is probably one of the strongest lineups that we've ever seen, and it's going to be exciting, it's going to be intense, and these drivers, they're going to be pushing it to the absolute limit here for the next 400 miles.
It is a test, and I think that's a very appropriate word. And Evan, I think you've seen a lot of these qualifier races, so you know what we're in for, that this has been set up to be as difficult a test of an oval race as you're going to find in the sim. These are arguably the hardest stock cars to drive well in the sim, and it is at one of the hardest tracks to run consistently well at over the course of a 500-mile race. If the Podium 500 is sort of everybody has an equal shot at the beginning sort of set up, the Retro 500 is not that in any way, shape, or form. This is, you need to bring every bit of your A game and your skill. No one is going to back into victory tonight at the Retro 500. They're going to go out and earn it on what is one of the toughest combos you're going to find on an oval in iRacing.
But yeah, that's something that we learned over the course of all 4 of those qualifiers, right? Is that even in those shorter qualifying races, there was still a lot of attrition, right? Mistakes, accidents. That kind of made the story of as we qualified over the course of last month to get us to this point, to get 40 drivers to fight in this Retro 500. And some drivers it took 2, some drivers it took 3 chances, right? Through several different qualifiers just to get to this point. We've been talking about this since the start of August, right? How do you approach a qualifier versus how do you approach this 500? If some drivers struggle to get through those qualifying races, tonight's going to be a challenge. So it'll come down to speed, absolutely, right? We're going to learn very early on in this race kind of the mentality of different segments of this field. But I think at the end of the day, surviving Darlington, surviving these 87 stock cars, going to be at the forefront. Not everybody who takes the green flag going to make it to the end in about 3-4 hours time.
I think there's a valid point there, Terry, that Evan makes, and that you will be racing the track tonight, I think, as much as you'll be racing your competition, if not more so, and especially as we move towards the middle part of the race. You figure you might see a few incidents to start this off, but once we get into a rhythm, this is going to be about making sure that you don't beat yourself, arguably more so than it will be about beating everybody around you.
Well, we talked about it in the second qualifying race, that you don't have to be the prettiest car to finish this race. No fast repairs tonight. There are 0, but there are 15 sets of tires. You want to manage those. You want to live up to that expectation. You got here through 4 qualifying races. And it's like you said, some took 2, some took 3, some only took 1. How many times are you going to have to hit the wall? And how many is too many? Can you win it? We saw Larson last night in the Cup Series. He hit the wall and video gamed it to try to win the race. Is somebody going to do that for $500 tonight? I told Evan, that's beer money. Let's go get it tonight, boys.
That'd be a little bit of beer money, wouldn't it be? Makes sense. But we're going to talk to some of the drivers that are going to participate in this Retro 500 now. And we bring in our first driver who's going to be starting near the front of the field in the number 88 machine, John Theodore, running the Corey Bush for Congress Chevrolet Monte Carlo. And John, you've run these 87s extensively in official racing throughout the sim. What about these cars makes them so fun to drive and so appealing for you?
Just that they're difficult to drive. They're a real challenge. You know, they don't have a ton of aerodynamic grip, which means that you really have to drive them more on fuel and more with the throttle than a lot of the other cars on the service. And I just really, really enjoy that.
That's the fun, but there's also the challenge. You hit on it a little bit, but that's the other half that I think is worth talking about, because we've hit on it already at the top of the broadcast. These are arguably the hardest oval cars to drive in the sim. What makes them so challenging and so difficult, especially when you compare them to maybe your standard Class C, Class B, Class A, or even the next gen cars?
So there are a couple pieces of that. One is just the basic formula of high horsepower, low downforce, which makes it so that these cars can, break free if you give them too much throttle, if you punch it at the wrong points. The other thing with these ones in particular, though, is that because of the way that the suspension and everything is configured on them, they just drive a lot heavier. So actually getting them to rotate through the corner and driving them fast requires a different skill set, and one that you have to learn, and it doesn't come to you naturally if all you've driven are modern stock cars.
Which means that some drivers are going to have more than a little bit of a handful, I think. You took part in the early qualifying races and got the chance to get up close and personal with what we may expect tonight. Having driven in one, having watched the rest, what do you expect to see in tonight's Retro 500?
I would expect to see a whole lot of good racing. I think that we might have a few cautions perhaps early on when you got a high car count at Darlington. It's not uncommon to have a couple cautions early. I hope we don't have that. But I think we're going to get some long green flag runs. You're going to see pit strategy and tire management come into this thing a lot. As we did in the qualifying races, pit strategy played into those. And I think that that's going to be a premium tonight on a long race like this. I guarantee you we're going to see some green flag pit stops.
And how excited are you for this kind of opportunity? Not often that we see 87 races on this big of a stage, this big of a platform, where it's something other than Daytona or Talladega, and yet here we are. So I have to believe, with as much as you run these things weekly, that you're particularly jacked up for this.
For sure. I've ever since I got on the iRacing service, actually, a Southern 500 in the 87, or in this kind of car, was what I always wanted to run, even before the 87 Cup cars came out. And when they did came out, I've just been chomping at the bit for years to run a Southern 500 in these things. So I'm very excited about tonight. I've been looking forward to it for a long time.
Well, John, thanks so much for the time. Looking forward to seeing what you can do this evening. Best of luck to you, and we'll see you out on the racetrack in just a few moments.
Thanks, guys. Going to try to get the Corey Bush for Congress Chevy up front.
John Theodore, who currently has the fastest time in practice with a 30.735. He's got plenty of speed. So should be lots of fun to see what he can do, what so many of these drivers can do. But at this point, we're going to bring in Dylan Connolly, who's also going to be our in-race reporter for the evening. And Dylan, you had a bit of an adventure to get into this race. Take us through your qualifying race experience and how you found yourself into the Retro 500.
Well, you had to finish top 10, of course, each qualifying race. And there was a small field. It was like 15 or 14 cars or so. But I finished I think it was one lap down. I just dodged a lot of cars and stayed out of trouble and brought it home 10th. I only had to finish ahead of 4 cars. So we're excited to be in the field tonight. We're really excited. So we're going to try to take this diamond guzzler machine and make it all 367 laps. So
I was about to ask, because you do have a pretty fun partnership with Martin's Motorsports, soon to be Alpha Prime Racing, and Tommy Joe Martin. So tell us the story of how that partnership came about and how you ended up with gusset jeans on your blue and white 95.
So we were running the Firecracker 400. It was also in these cars, and I started I saw Brandon Brown put out this fun video about how he's selling sponsorship on his car. He had a big for sale sign. He put on a suit, and I was like, I can make this pretty fun. I can make a little extra money and form a partnership if I was so lucky. So I made a video of myself actually hopping into an ice tub, an ice tub. And I said, you need a driver that's cool like me. And then I said, if you want to find someone that's cool, sponsor me. And sure enough, Tommy Joe Martins says on Twitter, said name a price. So we sent a few messages back and forth, and Ryan Pastana painted this great race car, and here we are. We got diamond gusset jeans on the car. It's a throwback to the 5 Levi car back in the 80s. It's a good looking machine, but it's been good to form that partnership with Tommy Joe. He's a big fan of sim racing. He streamed sim racing when the pandemic was going on last year, but it's fun to have someone like that to talk to. I also had a lot of drivers in real life like Raja, Parker Kligerman, Landon Castle shout me out saying, man, this is awesome. Somebody needs to sponsor this guy. And Tommy Joe stepped up, and I'm happy to run this car as many times as I can.
I assume that the mustache is part of the whole get up tonight too, that you specifically got the beard lined up for this Retro 500 night.
What mustache? Oh, this whole thing, yeah. We're going for the retro look. I got the chest hair hanging out. I got my comb from the 80s. We're ready to go. Hopefully, look good, feel good, race good. So that's the goal tonight. We're starting, I believe, P39 or wherever we'll end up. I could see there's more cars ahead of me than there are behind me. So we're trying to stay out of trouble, and we're gonna try to make it to the end. So the whole ensemble I will be wearing for the entire duration of the race. So it's getting a little warm, but I'm plenty hot anyway, so it's no big deal.
Well, we'll look forward to getting back to you in a little bit once the race gets going. We'll talk to you a few times throughout the course of the evening. But for now, thanks as always, Decon, and we'll see you in the race.
Yes, sir. Always a pleasure.
Dylan Connolly is going to be driving the Gusset Jeans G Machine number 95. One more driver to talk to before we get set for Green Flag Racing at Darlington. Cody Dutton is with our Evan Pasoko.
That's right. It was back over a month ago, and Cody Dutton was the first winner in a qualifier for this 2021 Retro 500. And because of that, Cody, you got yourself a real nice starting spot for 500 miles. What has the last month been like for you? You were the first driver to qualify in. Did you kind of scope out any of those other qualifiers, or did you kind of just keep your nose to the pavement and worry about yourself?
I watched the second one. My brother Cole Dutton and teammate Chad Peterson were in that second race, so I spotted those guys. Didn't watch the other two. Had a lot going on outside of sim racing, so getting prepared to get rolling here for 500 miles.
I know we questioned at the end of that qualifier, right, which had a lot of attrition in its own right. What was going to be the difference from that compared to this? Now that you get a sense of the field, the guys are going to be racing around, what's the best strategy for you in that 80 Chevrolet to be up in contention in about 450 miles time for the drop of the green flag to be there at the end?
I'm going to treat the first 450 miles like the last 50. You just got to go, stay up front. If you're out front, you're not having to race people. You're not tearing your car up, so that's my plan.
How much does your qualifying position in this race affect that strategy, or is that just kind of your driving style, win and touch it no matter what?
That's really my style. If I start in the back, I try to go to the front as fast as possible. If I start in the front, I try to stay there as long as I can.
Well, best of luck tonight. We'll be tuning in, Cody.
All right, thank you.
So driver the number 80 machine, James, it was back on August the 4th that he won the first qualifying race. It has been a long road to the Retro 500, but we're getting ready to go racing tonight at Darlington.
Should have a lot of speed, you would think, will Cody Dutton. His brother Cole also racing tonight. As we now take a closer look at this Darlington Raceway, and courtesy of our friends at Google Earth, we'll show you where in the world we are. Not terribly far away from Florence and about an hour to the northeast of Myrtle Beach. But Taylor Burris, this is a grand old facility with so much character to it.
Pretty much the first super speedway of NASCAR, and in fact built 10 years before even the first Daytona 500 was ran. This track is a uniquely shaped track. Of course, just a little bit outside of turn 3 and 4, there was a fish pond just out there that the owner of this land said that they could not build on, so they had to make it this unique egg-shaped corner. Turns 1 and 2 is going to be a little bit more wider, a little bit more areas to run around in, but turn 3 and 4 is a lot tighter, and it provides so much different opportunities for great racing action. This 1.36-mile circuit. Of course, the bankings are about 25 degrees in turn 1 and 2, and then that 23 degrees in turns 3 and 4. So a lot of unique opportunities, but pretty much all throughout the night we'll be seeing drivers right up against that white and red wall. It's going to get a lot more colorful, though, as the night progresses.
There's a reason why it's called the Lady in Black, just off of all the tires that will scrape up against the wall over the course of 500 miles. This is a 367 lap race. Officially, we're, I guess, just a little bit shy of 500 miles, but it's the same length as the real life Southern 500, right around 800 kilometers in length. 15 sets of tires available to drivers in the pits using a custom fixed setup, courtesy of our friends at McConey Setup Shop. Jeff McConey and the staff always making sure that we're set to go with good setups here at Podium Esports, but most importantly, Evan, no fast repairs. That's the one big change from the qualifying races. In the qualifying races, these drivers had one shot to get their car fixed at a button, but tonight, no brakes. You have to keep the car clean.
And they burned a lot of them in those qualifiers as well, right? So that's where I think that mentality is going to change. You heard Cody Dutton say, listen, I'm going to attack this thing from the get-go, but I don't think that's going to be the consensus amongst the other 39 drivers. A Darlington stripe is fine. Ripping the right side of the race car off is not. There has to be a balance, and we'll see. Is it going to be speed or smarts that end up on top by the time this thing's said and done?
Can you go fast and just outdrive everybody, or do you want to play the tortoise game and be there at the very end? Certainly a few ways you can attack this Retro 500, but only one person will find the right way into victory lane at the end of the evening as drivers begin to wrap up practice, and we now get set to turn to the starting grid and tell you where your favorite driver is going to begin their campaign tonight at the 2021 Podium Esports Retro 500. Let's take a look at that starting grid proper, and it's your 4 qualifying race winners that will start first, second, third, and fourth. So it's Cody Dutton, Chad Peterson, Chad Oxendine, and Vicente Salas, who go 1, 2, 3, 4, John Theodore, and TJ Bursky in 5th and 6th. Taylor.
If we go on down to row number 4, you'll find Brandon Sucks in the 43 with Brandon Hawkins in the 8th position. Rounding out your top 10 will be Garrett Maines and Sean Butler. And then down in row number 6, 11th is Anthony Emery, and 12th, Joel Dutton.
To the row number 7, that's Richard Swaverly. David Grantham is going to start on the outside of him. Garrett Conrath, and then Derek Fulton. Caden Rush, and rounding out row 9, Logan Helton.
Andrew Navarro in row number 10 with Chris Watkins, Josh Parent, and Daniel Hendry also in the mix back there. Roswell Harlow, Brian Scrivener, all names that if you run 80s competition, Taylor, you've seen often.
You certainly have. And then if we go on back to row 13, you'll find Jaron Valley along with Colton Zimmer. Row 14 has a couple of familiar names. You got Jake Ham and then Matt Stallneck, who's a big member of the Monday Night Racing. So he's still racing on Monday nights, but just out here for the Retro 500. Row 15 will find Sammy Yaya and Mario Miranda.
You got Zachary Mertes starting out there in row 16. Outside him, Joshua Eshe. Then you got Carlos Ramos, Brandon Zimmerman, Jake Balmain, and Dylan Conley, our in-race reporter, is going to round out row 18.
Josh Bonwell, the 37th and final car in tonight's field. For breaking stories before we take the green flag, let's go quickly to Evan Pasoko.
Well, we talk about the perseverance, guys, of racing 367 laps at the virtual Darlington Raceway. This is also by threefold the largest field any of these drivers have raced against all month long. The qualifiers ranged anywhere from 15 to 20 cars. So navigating traffic, keeping the car in one piece, and of course being there in the night can be critical if you want to be a Retro 500 champion.
You saw the weather come across your screen, the temperature, the setup, just like it would be in real life. So these drivers will have to navigate the toughest of tests as Barney the Flagman waits to unfurl the green flag over this field, and we are underway in the 2021 Retro 500. Looking here at the front 5, front 6, how quickly Taylor Burris, they have all decided to spread out, or maybe not necessarily decided, just naturally done so. You go all the way back to maybe about 9th, 10th, but everybody in the line really quickly. I think that says a lot about how so many people are trying to save tires as best they can.
They certainly are right now, as we do have a pass for position a little further back. You have a battle for the 4th position between Vicente Salas along with John Theodore, who is trying to close up the gap, but not too far behind. Theodore was able to make a nice little bit of move, but up towards 4th position, you see Vicente Salas, TJ Bursky battling for that 4th position. Bursky looks to the inside of that number 13. Can't quite seem to make it stick as Vicente has the outside momentum. He will hold on as they come across the line. A great battle between the two Fords.
Really good stuff here between Salas and Bursky. Salas had a solid run in the Coke Series here last week. I think he would have liked a little bit better finish, but managed to come home with the top 10 critical points in his playoff campaign. He, of course, one of the 10 that's competing for the 2021 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series Championship and showed plenty of speed. He won the last qualifying race of the 4 that were run to set the field for this Retro 500. So no surprise that Salas has found some early speed, but everybody here in this top 10 all largely sorted out. And so you go back to Cole Dutton and Sean Butler, who go door to door for a moment, but Butler's going to give Dutton the spot as you get a good on-board look here with Dylan Connolly back in the field. The concentration, look at the eyebrows on the driver of the number 95. But that's how tough it is to get around here, Jared. You really do have to use every ounce of brain power you've got to make consistently fast laps around this place.
Yeah, and I was surprised when I heard Cole Dutton say that he was going to just stay up front and attack this all the way through the last lap. I mean, 367 laps around this racetrack. You were so physically demanded. And Dylan Conley's going to do it in a full suit. I mean, we're calling the race and it's hot. I imagine what it's like out here on the racetrack running these laps and just trying to be on the ragged edge. You're 1 inch away from making a mistake and hitting the wall. These guys are doing a phenomenal job. Man, I'm just surprised that the top 10 spread out the way they did.
Good look here off the left front of Richard Swavely, who currently finds himself in the 12th spot, and he's part of this pack here that I think officially starts with Sean Butler in the 32 machine. It's Butler, Anthony Emery, Swavely, Garrett Conrath, Logan Helton, Brandon Sox, and David Grantham. Everybody from 10th to 16th running all in a line, and I would think, Evan, at this point, probably just trying to click off laps. It's a long 367 laps that we've got here, so maybe there's value in trying to go to the front like Cody Dutton said, but I think the vast majority of the field, as we've touched on in a few points already, just trying to make sure that they get closer to the end first.
Well, you mentioned, of course, that the first 4 cars on the grid were the 4 different qualifier winners, right? So this 500 didn't have its own qualifying session. The grid was set based on the finishing positions in those qualifiers. So that's important for a couple of reasons, right? You would think that that would give a little bit better of an indication of race pace, right? To set the grid based on qualified races than single car runs. So you may see a little bit less of that kind of feeling out period early in a race where you kind of see who's got a better car on the long run and those kind of things. So it might mean drivers can spread out a little bit more off of the get-go, but you're right. You really don't want to be pushing 2-3 wide early in this one. And as well, for 3 out of the 4 cars around you, you haven't raced against them, right? So a lot of these drivers as well may not be that familiar in a special event like this with the guys that are racing around. So for a good portion of the early amounts of this race, it's going to be a learning process, learning what the guys around you are like, how they drive, and how to best race around them on the racetrack.
Can also note for those of you in the Monday Night Racing camp paying attention to Matt Stallneck, he had an early issue, smacked the fence, tried to bring it down pit road and spun, and is back out on the racetrack. Actually now coming down pit road for a second time, so already a few laps down here, and it could be tough going and tough sledding for the driver of the number 41 already. We'll keep our eyes peeled on Stallneck as this race progresses and provide more updates to you as they come. But for now, we're going to go on board with Chad Oxendine, who rides in the 3rd spot, just behind Cody Dutton, and Chad Peterson, who has passed Dutton for the race lead in our first lead change of the night. Taylor.
He certainly has a great pass indeed for Chad Peterson to get around the number 80 of Cody Dutton as they work their way down into turns 1 and 2. A great opportunity to get them right up against the high line. You're on board with Oxendine right now, as he is the only 4 in the top 3, trying to see if he can make up some ground on Cody Dutton. One thing to keep in mind, though, is tire maintenance and taking care of your equipment is going to be so important. Now, the final race that we saw, the qualifier race a couple of weeks ago with Vicente Salas winning the race, he did a phenomenal job of saving tires right now. He's currently running 5th, but I say give it time. Some of these drivers are going to be saving as much as they can, because the least amount of time you're on pit road and the better you're able to save your tires and take better care of your equipment, that is going to be the most critical factor race long.
I think to that end, it's something that we'll try and keep our eyes on. As you see Stolna coming back on the racetrack there, just in the top part of the screen that you see out of Vicente Salas's windshield. But these cars function and carry themselves very, very differently compared to the modern day counterparts. And they are much more dependent on mechanical grip. There's less aero help that you have with these cars. And that also means that they're a little bit more tire dependent. So you're going to see the change in lap times be massive over the course of a full green flag run. Nearly 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds you're going to lose from the beginning of the run to the end. And in turn, you're going to see a lot more comers and goers depending on how these drivers manage their tires over the course of a green flag run. It will look a lot more like what we saw, back in the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, before the car of tomorrow and this now Gen 6 package where everybody's bunched up. That's not going to be the case here. So don't be surprised to that end if we see somebody make a move and come from 2 or 3 seconds behind another driver to make a pass, maybe some 30, 40 laps into a run, Terry.
Well, these are these type of cars you talked about. Cale Yarborough, Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt had to get up on the wheel, and they had to solve these things for 367 laps. They come around here, ran 500 miles at Darlington, and they came out and they were sweating. They collapsed. They needed IVs. These cars are the cars that made the men of NASCAR the top men that we had. So no surprise when you talk about somebody coming in, whoever wins this race is really, really, really going to have to come out here and just saw that wheel and drive it like they stole it.
Gotta love that retro themed onboard camera, a little bit different placement for what we're used to off the modern day cars. But you go watch races back in the 80s, in the 90s, this is where the onboard camera was, just to driver's right, almost in the center of the cabin, which provides a different look, an interesting angle compared to what we see in our usual day-to-day broadcasts on NBC and Fox Sports. But you saw Matt Stolnick making moves just a bit ago. He's on 10 lap fresher tires than everybody else. He's also right on par with the race leaders. You go all the way through the field, everybody running anywhere in the ballpark about 33.2 to 33.3s. Stolnick is running 32.7. So just that 10 lap stretch, Evan, 1/2 second faster than the rest of this field.
When you talk about the issues that he had off of the get-go, right? Started this race from pit road, had to come down twice. That has him at that 6-lap disadvantage. So the issue for him is going to be, of course, he has a competitive race car, but getting back into a competitive state. But you talk about the tires, right? We mentioned off of the get-go, 15 sets available. Well, if you divide that across the 367-lap run, as you can see Stolnick try to make another move here on that little bit of fresh rubber, you have a set of tires for every 25 laps you're going to do on track. Now, you're not going to pit under green every 25 laps, so they'll have some tires saved up if we can get some green flag runs in here to take them a little bit more frequently down the line. So tires should not be a concern. There's plenty of them to work with.
You're also seeing the track change significantly too in color. You see the rubber starting to get laid down in the corners and the track becoming darker and darker and darker. That's only going to progress further as this race goes on. Here's a battle for P11. Good work with Sean Butler, Anthony Emery, Garrett Conrad, and Logan Helton in a quartet fighting for position. And these 4 drivers, folks that just about everybody knows. You've seen Sean Butler on so many broadcasts. He's here on Podium 2 when we do our broadcasts of the eNASCAR Road Pro Qualifying iRacing Series. He's on the call of race number 2 with Justin Malillo, Kevin McAdams and company. So you can tune into that 2 weeks time from Bristol if you want to see more of Sean in action. But also somebody who I think understands the challenge, knows these 87 cars very well, and generally I think gravitates towards the most difficult challenges you're going to find in iRacing. He's the kind of person that appreciates a car that's hard to drive. So no shocker that he's running up towards the front end of this field as Chad Oxendine is coming to the outside to take the race lead away from Chad Peterson. So Peterson back to second, Oxendine to the point, and the man out of Michigan, our third leader early on in this Retro 500, Taylor.
Yeah, Peterson let him by because he sees Oxendine with a lot faster. Didn't want to push the issue to end up running more on those tires, putting more pressure, more heat, more buildup on it, where it would cause more difficulties later in the run. So Peterson did the smart thing and let Oxendine by, and now he has to hold off TJ Bursky in that third position right behind him. But he's now starting to pull about a gap of him, about a car length, as they now enter turn number 3, right up against the wall again through 3 and 4.
That's honestly one of the things I'm most excited to watch as we go on board with Brandon Sox, currently the 15th spot, is who fades and who charges as we go through, 20 laps, 30 laps, 40 laps, 50 laps, up to, maybe about 60, 65 laps is about the peak I think you're going to see on a green flag run this evening. But you're going to see some drivers that are really quick in the opening 10 to 15 laps of a green flag run fall off. And then you're going to turn around and you're going to see some other drivers that might not be fast until maybe lap, 40 or 45 or so. And then those final 20 laps of the green flag run come on like gangbusters and find all kinds of speed. You look at your biggest mover of the race so far, Josh Bonwell, started 37th, currently 26th, up 11 spots. And Evan, he just about missed this race. Had a very interesting run in his final qualifying race, but I have a feeling, given how much I've seen him run these cars in official competition, he just knew he needed to get in, and if he got in, that's all the opportunity he needed. He started at the back of this field, but he's made the most of a good car early.
Yeah, we heard that sentiment from Dylan Connolly, right? Just get into the show. And it's funny because the first of the qualifiers was probably the most competitive, right? All 10 transfers were separated by about 3 seconds. Then by the time we got to number 2, there was one lapped car who made it in, Jacob Allmain. In Dylan Connolly's case, as we take a look on board with him, up a spot early in this one, was 2 laps down, but still made the show. That qualifier 4 was a mess, right? Bonwell making the show at a +5 on the lap counter. But, talking about green flag runs, that's where drivers really struggled in some of those later qualifiers where there were less cars. You would think that all of that green flag running would have settled things down. It was the opposite. We had plenty of drivers blowing tires and an early caution to flag in this one now at lap 25.
We'll see if we can find out who it was, but first yellow of the evening, and I believe Richard Swavely is at least partially responsible here. He's one of the cars that I saw sideways. We'll see if we can replay it here to figure out what happened, but Swavely goes sideways through the middle of 3 and 4. You'll see contacts here with, I believe, call it Daniel Hendry. Yes, it was. There's the nudge right there. Right there, a little bit of contact, not too much. Also worth noting that all yellows in the Retro 500 will be thrown by the sim. There is race control in place. The caution flags are going to be iRacing's calls. So this may not necessarily have been a yellow, I think, if you would have been, but iRacing throwing the yellow flags, Taylor Bros, they saw enough to throw one out, and we have our first caution of the evening.
Yeah, it certainly was a close call for Richard Swavely, who had a big little send, was able to gather it back up thanks to the 98 of Mario Miranda to give him a little bit of room, along with the 17 of Roswell Harlow. So a big save right there. Thankfully, not too much damage on that 38, but he will probably be coming down to get fresh tires along with everybody else as they make the run to pit road.
And as the field comes down to pit road, we'll turn it down to Evan Paselko to get updates from everybody probably coming in for 4 tires and fuel.
Yeah, we just talked about the number is right. You got a set of 4 tires for each 25 laps. No way near the number they would have wanted under green, but everybody should, with the fall off that we've seen, want to go for 4 tires and a fuel. You can see they're all single file on the right-hand side of the pit lane, except for Vicente Salas. He's already kind of ducked off to the left-hand side. And as you go downhill to turn number 1, all of your race leaders are into the box. We talk about differences between a 1987 NASCAR Cup car and a modern-day one. Well, these pit stops going to be a little bit more than your 13 to 14 second range. It'll be just a 2-tire call. Quick in and out, though, for Chad Peterson, who wins the race off of the pit lane. Theodore with 2. Maines, Dutton, Emery, Helton, Conrath all go for just 2 tires. And how about Chad Oxendine, who led us down onto the pit lane? He's the first driver with 4 tires, and he is off in 11th position. So clearly he wants the tires, but he's going to have to make it up up 4 in track position. 10 drivers beat your race leader off of pit road.
And there is an interesting call for the rest of the field, Terry Radford, because that's not just 1 or 2 drivers that took 2 tires. That's almost a quarter of the field that is out on 2 tires on this stop. So you've got, maybe 30 cars on 4, but your top 10 all on 2 tires. Did you expect that this early on in the race?
I expected it from Chad Peterson. He did it in the qualifying race number 2. Took 2 tires, took off. He was gone by like 8 seconds on the field before the yellow flag came out. This guy knows how to let the tires hang out. I mean, he won the second qualifying race because of his 2-tire strategy. And I think a lot of these drivers, the 9 behind him that took the 2 tires, they finally paid attention. They probably practiced it a bunch. They were like, man, he can do it, I can do it. But now, can the 4 tires of Chad Oxendine come up there and pass all these cars without wearing his stuff down? That's going to be the real question. It's going to be exciting for the next 25, 30 laps.
So let's run through the scenarios here for the 2-tire and the 4-tire drivers. If you're on 2 tires, the ideal scenario is that you would presume the left sides enough on your car that you get the rights, you keep on running, and you're able to go for, maybe another 60 laps or so. And you did a good enough job taking care of the lefts that you'll still have something to compete with, even if you just have fresh rights and you have the track position. If you didn't save your tires well enough, then you're really going to start paying for it, especially as we get to maybe 10, 20 laps into this next green flag run. If it goes that far, that can end up being problematic. So those who manage to manage tires well, yet again, a theme we will talk about all night long in this Retro 500, those cars, those drivers will be in good shape. If you are on 4 tires, you are largely betting that the track position isn't worth it, that those tires are going to fall off hard no matter what, that the drop in time is going to be so great that it doesn't matter, and it's more important to have the fresh rubber to make sure that you've got pace, some 30, 40 laps on. Terry, I'll come back to you on this. If we get a quick yellow to follow this, how does that change your strategy, and what do you do on top of the box?
Everybody's pitting. In my opinion, everybody has to pit. 1 lap on these tires is like taking a cheese grater and just rubbing it across that tire. You can never get enough. And like he said, every 25 laps you could put a set on. A couple people's already used a set of their 4, but Chad's already in the box with 2. I think he'll take 2 again, and he'll be just fine if a caution comes out.
Will be interesting to see if this goes for a little bit, who decides to come on through and who decides to lay back and who rises to the front of this field and falls back in the pack. As we'll go back to green flag racing on lap 30 of 367, and Chad Peterson on 2 tires in the lead, just like he did in his qualifying race to win and get his way into the Retro 500, gets us back racing, Evan.
And single file restart's going to be a very different complexion to these than what you saw in the drop of the initial green flag. As slow on the apron there is Dylan Connolly, cycling to the rear on the inside of turns 1 and 2, but it allows the 37 to Chad Peterson to set the pace, and he wants to run away from that big battle behind. So single file restarts, very different complexion, and that's going to be for the rest of the night.
Watching to see who is where and who is doing what. Battle for second here as Garrett Maines goes to the inside of John Theodore. Looks like Cole Dutton will try and do the same. So Theodore slides back to P4 as Maines and Dutton will try and go after Peterson. Here's an onboard with Anthony Emery in the number 23 machine. Looking out the front windshield, you see Theodore right there. Looks like the 2 drivers, Maines and Dutton, already starting to pull a little bit of a gap on the 88 and company, but no shocker here. Garrett Maines in particular, we know how aggressive he is, and the driver out of Powhatan, Virginia, just outside of Richmond. I'm not surprised at all, Terry, that he is going right after Chad Peterson of the race lead.
Oh, absolutely not. This 2 car has been really hot. He's been coming around this racetrack, slipping and sliding. He's holding it just fine. He's got a pretty line. I mean, he's running the Denny Hamlin scheme from yesterday. Boded well for Denny to get that win. I think Garrett's going to be on the heels of Chad very soon, trying to take a little bit of the air off that spoiler, get him to loop it just a little bit coming off the exit and drop down below and get a run on the bottom and hope that it sticks.
What can orange do for you? I guess. I suppose that works in this case. We'll keep an eye out and see as we go back with Logan Helton, where I'm not seeing too much side-by-side racing yet. We had a little bit there on the opening first 2-3 laps of this green flag run. But again, Taylor, everybody quickly back in line. And also of note here the driver who got 4 tires, who is highest up in the field, should go on board with Chad Oxendine. I believe TJ Bursky is only up to 7th, and then you've got Vicente Salas in 11th. So the tires haven't necessarily paid off just yet. We're not seeing a lot of the 4-tire drivers make up the ground.
No, they certainly have not, but give it time, as TJ Bursky is certainly on the move as he gets around the 9 of Garrett Conrath. One thing, though, to keep in mind is pretty much the entire field, that means from first place all the way to 37, has been single file for the most part here, except for the pass that we just saw. Bursky with Garrett Conrath, and now we have a pass happening right now for second. Cole Dutton took a peek to the inside of Garrett Maines, thought better of it, gets right back behind him as they come off of turn number 2. A great battle amongst your top 3 as they come down the back straightaway heading into turn 3 and 4.
Saw Garrett get a little bit tight out of 2, and that will be a tricky corner if we go on a long green flag run and the rubber fades away and the grip comes off of these tires, because that corner, as Evan pointed out in many a qualifying race, it jumps out at you, it grabs you, and that outside wall comes to your right side of your car much quicker than you would usually think. It's a lot like Dover in turns 2 and 4 there in many respects, and we will see somebody bounce off of that fence. The question is, when they do, how hard is the contact and how much does it hurt not only their car, but maybe potentially some of the cars around the one that bounces off the fence. We can't have incidents that can develop just off that alone, and that's something that these drivers are going to have to be particularly mindful of this evening, even more so than in the qualifying races, because unlike qualifying races, there are no fast repairs available to this field. So any damage that you get tonight, you are going to have to come down on pit road to fix. Caden Rush has got a little bit of damage in the TobyChristie.com Chevy Monte Carlo to the rear end, but he's hanging out the 20th spot and doing a nice job. That's a very Quaker State-inspired scheme back from the days of Brett Bodine and Ricky Rudd in the late 1980s, early 1990s. And just hanging out here with Josh Bodwell, you've got some of the bigger movers early on in this race, Evan, and some of the folks who I think have more speed than their place would indicate. I wonder if they're just sort of waiting for their moment to strike later on.
Yeah, you always wonder, with some of those qualifiers towards the end that were a little bit messy, do those drivers are really indicative of 30-placed running cars, right? So they're going to have ample opportunities to run their way through the field. No shock that Garrett Maines is doing well. No shock that somebody like a Vicente Salas is doing good. He's actually the highest of the runners on the 4-tire stop. Chad Oxendine, who was leading at the pit cycle, is now a net loss off of the restart. He was once upon a time the lead car, right, off of the restart, P11 on 4 tires. He has slid down to what is position 16 at the time, and Vicente Salas, the lead car on the 4 fresh tires. But it's something that Terry pointed out, right? The 2-tire strategy was a viable option in the qualifiers. You got to kind of be, I think, in that sweet spot of 15 to 25 laps of run for it to be an option. Don't think it's a good call after 60. So how these cautions fall over the course of the night, how the strategy develops, is going to determine if we'll see a lot more of what we just saw. But clearly, 2-stop call, the winning call on this early pit cycle.
At least for the moment. We'll see whether or not Bursky, Salas, and company have something to say about that if this goes green a little bit longer. But for the moment, Chad Peterson in control of this, and he and Garrett Maines, Cole Dutton, John Theodore, shoot, just about the whole of the top 5, all just about in the same ballpark. As far as lap times go, they're all within a tenth of one another, as Theodore looks like he's got the 88 warmed up a little bit, tried to go to the inside of Anthony Emery, didn't get the run he needed off the corner, and now here comes Emery to the inside of Theodore, looking potentially for that 4th spot. They'll check back in line, and they'll all continue to chase after Cole Dutton, Taylor.
They certainly will as they continue to work their way off of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. John Theodore, definitely a man on a mission as the caution is out once again. I think this is coming in the middle of turns 1 and 2 as one car is around.
Semi Yaya and the 90 machine for Flying Arrows, one of the cars involved, along with Jake Ham. This was back in the field for about the 30th spot, and just trouble. They bounced up into one another. I think they were both racing really hard, and Ham was trying to complete the slide job and get up in front of Yaya. They make contact, both of them bounce off the fence, and I think Yaya probably came away the worst of the two. More damage to the right front of his machine than I see on the 85 of Ham. He's got a little bit on the right side, but not as much. So those two will have to come back down and regroup. And now, pit strategy thrown for a loop all again. So, Terry Radford, are you taking 2 tires maybe on the left side this time?
if I'm Chad, you're stuck with it. But you notice what just happened right there when it comes to passing. If you mess up on an attempted pass, the guy behind you gets a good run. And that's kind of what happened there. But with the pit strategy, why not? Chad Peterson has it working out for him. He's seen the only person that jumped up was TJ Bursky. He got up to 6th. I mean, why not take that? You've only ran about 15 laps. Go ahead, take 2 tires on that side, come back out and see what it does for you.
So now the question becomes, who does what? Evan Prosoka, you want to take any guesses?
Who knows, right? Because we're in the middle here. Can the drivers who just took 2 tires 14 laps ago, can they double up on that, right? Are they going to mix over to the left side? Do they go for 4 or what? So Chad Peterson, first driver down to the very end of pit road. Right side tires up and no shock there. He has not changed his lefts in all 43 laps that we have raced thus far. He continues to leave the left side tires on the car, but Garrett Maines cycles by on the outside. The 2 tires stop for the 2 car will put him to the race lead. And once again, the popular decision amongst your top 15 cars off of pit road is to go for the 2 tire call.
So 2 tires yet again, and if anything, I think more people took 2 tires this time than they did last time. Looking at the leaderboard, looks like the top 15 all on 2 tires. The first driver that I see that took 4, Logan Helton, all the way back in 15th. So 2 tires king early on. Maybe not quite the expected move in the Retro 500, but certainly one we'll have to watch as it develops over the course of the evening. We're going to take a quick break, but be back with more coverage. You're watching the Retro 500 for the virtual Darlington Raceway on Podium Esports.
This is iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport, virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in endorsed series from NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, the World of Outlaws, Aussie Supercars, and more. Take on legendary circuits like Daytona, Silverstone, and the Nürburgring. Join iRacing's global online racing community and get on track today at iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of the Retro 500. James Pike here alongside Terry Ranford and Taylor Burris as we get set to rock and roll for more action from the Lady in Black. The track Too Tough to Tame Darlington Raceway is our home for the evening. Lights are off on the pace car. We're going to get our second restart of the evening, and your top 14 drivers all on 2 tires. So we're not going to see a lot of 4-tire action at the front yet, but also of note, we're seeing some drivers make moves through the field. Be remiss not to mention that Mario Miranda's started in the 30th position. Right now, he is the hardest charger in this Retro 500 field, all the way up to P12. And that burnt rubber media Chevy Monte Carlo styled after the famed Hardee's machine that was so successful in the 70s and 80s. Garrett Maines, your control car for this restart. Taylor Burris as he gets in the gas battle, and we're back under green with more racing from Darlington.
Certainly was a great restart for the number 2 Chevrolet as he works his way down the front straightaway heading into turns 1 and 2. Chad Peterson could not keep up with him on that restart here. Cole Dutton will be about a car length further back as they work off of turn number 2. Down the back straightaway they go. Your top 3 separate a car length apart as they walk their way down into turn 3 and 4. Anthony Emery sits in that 4th position. Watching and waiting. Let's see who saves their tires the best here.
Trouble a little bit further back of the field for David Grantham. You see the 6 machine that ended up sideways and down off the banking of turn 2. Looks like he might have gotten a little bit loose on corner exit. First time we've seen somebody lose the rear end and have it snap around, but that's exactly what happened to Grantham, Terry.
That's exactly what happened. He got back on the gas just a little bit too quick. And you see here, you have to stay in the lane. You know, you see it nowadays in these Gen 5, Gen 6 cars where you can start against the wall. You can kind of progress your way back down to the bottom and get that straight arch off of the turn. But it didn't work for him. These cars are just a little bit more unstable in the back end. Car gets around you. You get a little bit of air off of them. You're going around. Tough break for him. He did not get the caution, but I expect with the speed that he has, he was in 20th, he can work his way back up there.
There's time. I think that's the biggest thing, Taylor. There's plenty of time to make your way back up to the front. We'll have more yellows. We'll have more opportunities. Any one of the 35, 6 cars that are still running on the racetrack, I think genuinely still have a chance to win this.
They certainly do, and I mean, we're just on lap 48 of the 367 scheduled laps here tonight already. And as we cross the line now, it's going to be 49 laps now. So it's going to be interesting to see who can come out on top, who can just be there at the finish. Because like you said, anyone probably in the top 20, the top 25 has a good shot of winning the Retro 500, one of the most coveted races that we have here underneath the Podium banner, and it's very exciting to see. In fact, we have the winningest driver in Podium Esports, Garrett Maines, leading the way here once again up in front of the field, holding off Chad Peterson, who's get a great run to turn number 4 to battle on as they come across the start-finish line.
Garrett Maines, winner of the Podium Esports Truck Series Gold Division back in 2019, as well as the Stock Car Challenge Series, which took the Gen 6 cars to road courses, and the Truck Class in the Oval Series that ran at the back end of 19. Maines, I believe, the only driver to win 3 Podium Esports championships. So, Garrett Maines in front on Podium Esports. Stop me if you've heard that one before, as we go further back in the field to look at the battle between Sammy Yaya and Jake Ham.
These two are getting awful close here. You see the 47, the 85 tried to get a good run right there on Yaya, and he just couldn't get it. He couldn't make that run happen. Backed his way up, but this battle for the lead really is starting to get hot and heavy. The two's got Chad all over the back bumper of that offer pad Chevy. It's only a matter of time for these boys, either checkers or wreckers for them.
Trying to watch lap times and see who might have the pace, although given how close they're running, it might be more about momentum. You see that Peterson didn't quite get the run he wanted off the corner and had to back up from Maines and lost about a car length and a half in the process. So last time by, Maines was faster by 0.08 of a second. So not much between them, and I have a feeling that Peterson, who's been a little bit quicker the last few laps, will probably reel in that car length and a half that he lost the last time around this time by, and see if he can set up for a better run out of turn 4 and maybe draw even with Maines in the next few laps or so. Taylor?
He certainly might have to try that here once the run starts to get a little bit longer here in this run here. We see currently they're still running single file up against the wall. We see a couple of black stripe marks here at Darlington, especially through turns 1 and 2, and off of turn number 2. The wall kind of juts out a little bit as you see them on board your pole sitter, Cody Dutton, right there. It juts out just a little bit to where if you're not careful, you can easily hit that wall and cause some major damage. We've already seen a couple of drivers do that as Cody Dutton dives to the inside of Garrett Conrad, the Nexus Esports driver. He will complete that pass and move him up one more position up to the 16th spot as he will try to march his way back up towards the front of the field.
Can confirm that we have 2 retirements from this race early on. Jaron Valley in the 111 is out of this race, and Matt Stolnick just pulled at his car behind the wall. So Stolnick and Monday Night Racing out of this event. The only 2 drivers that have retired from this event so far. Jake Balmain is on pit road trying to get his car fixed up. He's about 4 laps down. He may end up being done in a short matter of time as well. But still, 34 cars out on the racetrack and on the lead lap. Everybody that's out there running still on the lead lap. Nobody a lap down yet as we go on board with Chad Oxendine, who's trying to catch Andrew Navarro and Vicente Salas.
I was more surprised with Chad Oxendine on why he wasn't able to drive up to the front as fast as he was. He was the leader, comes down pit road, people take 2, he falls back. Then we get the caution. He comes back down pit road, says, hey, you guys did it, I'm gonna take 2 tires as well. And now he's worked his way back into the top 10, moved him from 15th. He was the biggest loser so far off the first round of pit stops we had. And now in round number 2, he seems to be gaining it and getting his footing in. So I look forward to him taking more 2-tire strategies and hopefully to get his way back to the front and take this lead as the caution does come out.
Caution indeed does come out. Daniel Hendry was slow. I'm not sure if he was the one. I think he was indeed the one, actually, and may have gotten some help, too. We'll take a look at the replay and see how Hendry went around. But you'll see a good look at the Martin Sports, that almost plaid machine. Almost makes me think of a jar of Smucker's jelly, if I could be honest. But I might be a little bit hungrier than I'd let on. But you see, yeah, contact there. I believe that was Logan Helton in the 63 that got into Hendry and sent him sideways. And again, all iRacing controlled cautions here in the Retro 500. No manual cautions in this race. iRacing sees the car sideways in the racing groove and throws the yellow for what I believe is the 4th time, I think, so far this evening.
Certainly a really good save right there. As you're on board with Logan Helton, you'll see the contact here as they work through turns 1 and 2. Slight bit right there, and there he goes to hold on for dear life. That 71 driver. Certainly Daniel Hendry having a great run with trying to just hang on. That's definitely a highlight reel right there.
Big time save, Terry. That was impressive for him to keep it from looping around the way it tends to do with these cars. It's surprising how easily I think you can see these things spin right into the fence, especially at 1 and 2 here.
I don't know what McConey put in that setup, but man, that was a pretty good save right there. He's probably jerking that wheel around, trying to yank it like a bull. He was just having a good time getting it around, hit the bank and come back up, locked her down, slid it. Man, that was beautiful. About made me sweat in here.
A few cars coming down pit road, but not too many. It's about half and half, but Chad Oxendine, the highest running machine of those that has come in for service, and Oxendine looks like he's going to go for all 4 tires, as you see Brandon Sachs and Garrett Conrath come out ahead of Oxendine's Ford Thunderbird.
So this is going to be an interesting situation right here, James, to see how well these drivers with the fresher tires compare to those with the 15-lap-old 2 tires, and of course however long they ran on their other set of tires will be for the most part. So keep an eye on seeing how this goes as they get ready to kick off for the next run.
All right, so we've got a little moment under the yellow. We're going to bring on our in-race reporter in race for the first time. And Deacon, how's that G machine running for you?
Well, we've only got 3 or 4 Darlington stripes already, but it's, I'm just trying to see what I can do, what I can't do, just pushing when I can and just finding out what the limit of the car is. I haven't had any major damage yet, scraped up the right side, but it's just, we got 300 laps to go, 300 and some change, so it's just a battle of attrition. As long as I'm not, hitting the wall every lap, as long as I maintain a decent pace, I think I'm in good shape.
So that suggests to me that you're using the opening portion of this race almost as a test tube to figure out what works, what doesn't, and what you might be able to do later on in this race when you need to start making moves, no?
Yeah, I'd say so. Of course, like to be on the lead lap when the nitty-gritty happens, but we'll just see. I'm just seeing where my tires are at after certain runs, trying different lines, seeing if I could get away with taking 2 tires. I think a lot of dudes in the field are doing that, even early in this race for the sake of track position or to save tires. But I think you can get away with going with just rights for a majority of this race. I don't think you can just do that the whole race. I think there's a certain point where you need to take all 4 tires just for the sake of grip, but sun's back out and it's going to get a little bit slicker. It was cloudy that last green flag stint, so we're going to see what happens here.
How's the racing been around you and where you've been at the field? Has it been wild and crazy a little bit further back, or is everybody just trying to make sure that they make it closer to the end?
It's kind of hard to tell because I've been at the back most of the race. I had a snafu on pit road, so I got out behind the pace car, but I got the lucky dog. You see a lot of guys that are sent to the back for whatever reason. They drove through too many pit stalls or whatever it may be, that you'll see them try to race back to the front. So you have a mix of guys that are conservative and a mix of guys that say, oh gosh, I got to get back up to the front, or they're just trying to move up there. But I stayed out on this last run, so I'm right in the eye of the storm here, but hopefully we keep all 4 wheels on it.
Well, Deacon, we'll let you get back to and best of luck to you, and hopefully we'll be chatting with you a little bit later.
Yes, sir.
Dylan Connolly, our in-race reporter, and he is currently running in the 17th position as the lights are off on the pace truck, and we will get set to go back green flag racing, this time on lap 61 of 367. So just over 300 laps left in what will be a marathon, not a sprint. It is 500 miles after all. Garrett Maines, your control car for the restart, as everybody lines up single file, and we go green flag racing, and they stack up behind. Big trouble on the front straightaway. Cars spinning and crashing everywhere. And this is going to change the complexion towards the front of the field. Somebody missed his shift. I couldn't tell who, but a lot of cars around it. It's a parking lot right by the start-finish line.
Man, that was tough. That's a tough break for all the guys that just come down pit road. Looked like somebody just kind of got in the gas a little bit, went into a gear, felt like it didn't hit. Looks like it started up here. Chain reaction at the front, actually. Two looked like he maybe have kind of played a little bit of the game with Chad Peterson, and everybody else just chain reaction all the way back to the end. Big trouble for a lot of these guys tonight.
Yeah, just trying to dissect this. You see, Peterson had to check up. I think Maines checked up and then had to go, and then Peterson checked up, and the chain reaction stopped right around John Theodore, who couldn't see anything ahead of him, but thought that Navarro and company were all going to take off, and he just ran right into the back of the 23, and that spun out a lot of people. We'll see if we can get a word here with John Theodore and get his perspective on it. John, James in the booth, just take us through what you saw at your windshield and what happened there.
We were going, and then we were stopping, and then everything was just jammed up in front of me. That was about all it was. I really couldn't tell you whose fault it was or why that happened.
Fair. How bad's the damage on the nose, and do you feel like it's going to affect the car that much?
I don't think it's too bad. I don't think I got him too hard. We might pull down and take a look at it. I hate to give up all this track position early, but I think the safe move might be to go ahead and bring it down, get 4 tires, and get the damage assessed, and then take it from there.
Well, John, we'll let you go work on the car. Best of luck to you as you get that 88 fixed up.
Right on. Thanks, guys.
It's John Theodore, who was right in the heart of that storm and right in the middle of that incident. I'm trying to go back myself and just get another look at it, just to get a list of who's involved here. But Anthony Emery, one of the first cars that went around, he was not the only one that went around, as we've now got Dylan Connolly in with us. Dylan, just take us through what you saw out of your front windshield.
So you remember what I said about 30 seconds before that I thought everyone would try to, settle down and not wreck their race car? Well, I was 100% wrong on that. I saw a couple cars spin to the inside. I saw a tire fly into the catch vents. Then I saw some smoke, and I was like, it'd just be better if I just stopped. So I had Chente in front of me. I saw Garrett Maines kind of to the inside. I just saw smoke, and I just stopped, and it's not scratched up any more than it was before, so a lot of good race cars were just wrecked in that, so that just thinned the herd by a whole lot. So it was wild, because everybody was screaming on the radio where they should be, that there's a big wreck. I guess there's a bunch up, but yeah, we made it through.
You made it through your Chevette, and I think most importantly, you have a clean G machine. No scratches on that 95 yet. So do you think with that incident, this changes the way people will race? Are they going to be more aggressive? You think they might try and settle down? Any expectations now that we've seen this happen?
Probably not. I thought it was going to be pretty even keel. We'd have a long green flag run, and then we immediately wreck coming to the green flag. So there's no way to tell. We still got 304 laps to go. So, eventually, if you wreck enough cars, we'll just run out of cars. So, like Tony Stewart said, if we don't wreck at least half the cars, we don't have a show or something, didn't he? So we're trying to take Tony Stewart's advice.
Right after the spring race at Talladega in 2012, that was the famed Figure 8 interview, which I think has been shared on YouTube and made the rounds across race fans' eyeballs and ears many a time. But Decon, go get yourself set up, make sure you survive, and hopefully we'll chat with you a little bit more later.
Yes, sir. Hopefully not the next 5 or 6 laps.
Just trying to see who all was involved in this and who all picked up a good amount of damage. I think Sean Butler got a piece of that. Derek Fulton was sent all the way around. He got damage to the front and rear of his car. You see the damage on the left rear of Vicente Salas' machine. He was caught up in this incident. Colton Zimmer, I think, picked up some damage as well. And think Brandon Hawken. Shame for one of the nicest drivers in sim racing, as David Schildhouse calls him. But big damage to Hawkins' machine, and he is on pit road for extended repairs. It looks like we talk about the Gen 4 cars being twisted sisters. There's a lot of twisted sheet metal strewn about on his car. As the lights are off and we get set to go back green flag racing, we'll see whether or not we get a clean restart this time around. But Garrett Maines, your race leader, ahead of Chad Peterson, Cole Dutton, Andrew Navarro, and TJ Bursky. And whether or not we end up with a clean restart this time around, we'll find out. But I wonder if we're going to see a little bit more breathing space and a little bit more room left by some of these people, as Garrett Maines will take off and go. And we are back to green flag racing at Darlington. Garrett Maines in control of this, but the biggest thing I noticed, look at this gap right around where Dylan Connolly is. There is a huge gap from P12 to P13, which is closing, but you can already tell, Terry, which drivers want to try and race right now and which ones are just trying to save their equipment.
Yeah, there ain't no sense in racing. 66 laps into a 367 lap race. You just saw the big one happen at Darlington, which isn't, normally what happens here. You see that on the plate tracks, but a lot of these guys just want to take it easy. You got some on 2 tires, some on 4 tires, some on no tires. You don't want to tear anything up. You got so much longer to go in this event. And it's just smart right now. Dylan Connolly said it best. Stay out of the eye of the storm. If he just sits there and minds his own business, he'll be just fine in the 15th spot.
You, in theory, are right. The problem, Taylor Paris, is that we know that the eye of the storm is going to move, and we just don't necessarily know where it is going to move as we go on board with Joshua Parent. But that eye of the storm could be in many different places on this racetrack as this race develops. And the key is, I think, to some degree, try and put yourself in the right spot, but I do think there's a little bit of luck involved, too.
It certainly does. Also keeping yourself ahead of the storm, ahead of all the issues that could arise throughout the race. Just focusing. The biggest goal probably all night that the drivers who are racing here, who have a shot of winning, is that they focused on racing the track, not against their competitors. Because let's be honest, the competitors, yeah, they are an important part of this race. But really, racing here at Darlington, the Lady in Black, the Beast of the Southeast, this track is the one that will definitely tear you out and spit you out. No ifs, ands, or buts. You have to be focused 100% of the time. And if you're smart enough and be patient enough and let other people cause mistakes, you can be there to capitalize on their mistakes to take home the win here of the Retro 500.
So you've got a good look there at your top 6 drivers, and then the gap back to 7th, which is Zach Mertzes, who has a little bit of damage to the left front, but more importantly, he's one of the highest running drivers that took 4 tires on that last stop, as we go now on board with, I believe, Logan Helton, yes, in the 15th, trying to work his way around Chris Watkins and get to the outside of the 19, maybe give him a little help and move him out of the way to try and take over the spot.
There ain't nothing wrong with putting a little chrome bumper to somebody. He's got that beautiful Chevy out here. Just giving just a little bit of a love tap. Nothing too crazy. You could kind of upset these cars a tad bit just by getting up and just going right underneath the back bumper. You don't really have to hit them as hard as you want to. You just get under there. They'll move out of your way. They know you're faster. So you see these guys right now, they're flat out flying. You got 2 people back here for the 3rd or the 4th place position. They're side by side trying to make a run at it. Bursky's been doing great. He moved his way up to the 4th place spot in that 4th Thunderbird. Can he capitalize on getting up front? But he's got old Cole Dutton. He's breathing down his neck.
Cole Dutton, Cody Dutton, the Dutton brothers right there in 3rd and 5th. And Bursky is in the middle of the Dutton sandwich, trying to fend both of them off as Cole tries to run down Peterson and Garrett Maines, who have opened up a slight lead. It's officially 0.2 of a second, but realistically, about 3 or 4 car lengths as you get a good look at Sean Butler, who's back in the field, got caught up in that incident just a few laps ago on the restart, currently 25th, but making his charge. And you see a little bit further back here, it definitely is a little bit wilder. We've got more side-by-side racing than we do at the front.
Certainly do. Watching these battles all outside the top 10 right now as we see Sean Butler running in that 24th spot. Just ahead of him, you have the battle for 21st position between Daniel Hindra and Semi Yaya. As they dive it into turns 1 and 2, they'll go up to the top side of the racetrack. Sammy's got a little bit of damage still from some previous incidents along with the 23 right in front of them of Anthony Emery. He was one of the ones who had the heaviest hit from that restart incident that happened where the field got a major checkup. So far still running competitively inside the top 20, and let's see if he can make some more spots up before the end of this race.
This battle here for P3 continues to be very, very tight. These two drivers right on top of one another, and they're allowing Andrew Navarro to claw himself back into this. Navarro was also one of the cars that got caught up in that incident on the restart with the checked up race cars. But here comes Navarro to the outside looking for space around Cole Dutton, and he will ride that high line and potentially get the spot out of turn 4.
Yeah, but look how smart the O2 was right there. He backed off of it, knew that they were faster, knew that he didn't want to tear his tires up more than he had to. He knows this is a game of attrition, and you're going to get there eventually. He knows he's going to get up front. He's going to lead this race eventually if he can get the strategy to play right and the cautions to go right. But looking out the back of Mr. Garrett Maines, Chad Peterson's not letting up. 2 tires, no tires, who cares? They're fast, and they're wanting to win this Retro 500. They got beer money to get.
They got beer money to get. You've got TJ Bursky, who was in the wall in 3 and 4. You saw it at the back of the shot there just a moment ago. So Bursky loses that 4th spot to Cody Dutton, and Bursky slides back to 5th, and our Dutton sandwich resumes at least for a moment. But here comes Cody to the inside of Andrew Navarro to try and get 3rd, and he had to check up. He nearly ran over Navarro and got loose on corner exit, and there goes Bursky to the outside.
Bursky will go to the outside. Now we'll see Cody try to pull the slide job in front of Bursky. Will make it work. Here comes the crossover. Bursky to the inside. Can't make it work. Goes back in line. Cole Dutton watches on in the O2 as his brother Cody is battling on in that 4th position. Bursky tries to take a peek to the inside as they come through 1 and 2. Thinks better of it. Gets a little loose off of corner exit as he gathers it back up, as well as Cody Dutton. Cole Dutton still just taking his time. Navarro pulling away by about 2 car lengths.
As they continue to race for position, one point that I'm noticing, and something that I think is worth discussing a little bit here, Terry, is that we've got some cars with damage that are running towards the front of this field. You see the damage on the rear end of TJ Bursky's car off that onboard shot. Andrew Navarro's got some damage to the front end of his machine. But these cars, in particular, and in comparison to your modern day Class C, Class B, Class A next gens, take damage far better than the modern day counterparts. You bend or crease something on a Gen 6, you may end up in a world of hurt, but these cars, more steel panels, less composite, they can take a bit of a beating, Terry, and you might lose a little bit of speed, but the difference isn't as significant as it would be if we were running the regular Cup cars here.
Yeah, these hogs all eat the same. You take a hog to a swap meet, you're going to get the same amount of bacon you get out of one that looks a little bit better. And these cars up front, the 13's got damage, the O2's got a little bit, 42 has some damage. It doesn't matter. They're still going to eat the same. They're up front, running in the top 5. But the question's going to be, when you talk about the speed, just a little bit of aero in the back isn't going to hurt it. Only the nose damage is really what affects these machines just more than anything. You can tear the right side off, load Days of Thunder, four sticker tires on it, put it in the wall, you're going to take it home. These guys are putting it all on the line tonight. I'm wondering what the 13 is going to do if he is going to fix that damage, because he's much faster than most people around him right now. And I think without that little cave in on the back bumper, he's going to be gone.
Again, back to the theme that we talked about earlier, comers and goers in this race. Who has speed early in a green flag run? Who has speed in the middle of a green flag run? Who has speed late in a green flag run? And do some drivers that were fast early fall off? Do some drivers that were slow early pick up speed as a run progresses? All things we need to watch, and all things we don't really have a great sense of yet because we haven't really had a run longer than about 25, 30 laps or so up to this point. I figure we'll get one here in the not too distant future, but for now, everybody's just sort of benchmarking off the 25-lap runs because we drive cautions that have punctuated this race. So we go on board with Caden Rush in the TobyChristie.com Chevy Monte Carlo. He's running right behind Garrett Conrath for the 9th position, and in this group as well are Brandon Sachs, Roswell Harlow, and Logan Helton.
Yeah, it's a good battle right here for the 9th position. Conrath leading the way, and the next is Esports Chevrolet or Ford Thunderbird. He's got the 27 right there, also in hot pursuit. That's Caden Rush, one of the strong competitors in one of the heat races that we had earlier this season. You're on board with Logan Helton in that 63, as he is trying to find a way around Roswell Harlow in the 17. And that Tide parody paint scheme as he works his way off of turn number 4. Great battle for these 4 drivers right here as they rocket down the front straightaway, completing another lap. 83 up on the board. This battle for 10th still raging on as they continue on. Caden Rush still just minding his own business, trying to hold on to the position. Brandon Sock gets a good run in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Can't quite seem to get enough, though, to get to the inside. He'll have to try again into 3 and 4.
So you've got this group for 3rd, 4th, 5th just ahead of them, and it's this group and the battle that we were just showing you that really represent the 2 best battles in the field at this time. Of course, we'll go to others as we see them develop and keep you abreast of all the action happening throughout the field in this Retro 500. But for now, Navarro is pacing Cody Dutton and TJ Bertsky. Cole Dutton's fallen off just a little bit of this group. He's maybe, call it, about a second back of this group, as now you see Bertsky look to the inside and Dutton responds by driving it in deep into the corner. So can Bertsky run down low, get the momentum he needs to try and make the pass? No, he can't. He'll fall back in line, and it's as you were. But again, I think you can see these drivers working the steering wheels, working their way around this racetrack, and I don't think you have to look all that hard to see just how much they're racing the track as they are the other drivers around them.
Yeah, we're still, it's 100 degrees out here on this racetrack. This surface old and worn out. You see the guys going down to the bottom, kind of touching where you get a little flatter to give themselves a better turn in the center and the exit off. I'm curious to see, we see the 43 and 56, they're side by side. There's a big battle for the 9th place position right now. They're 2 by 2, and you see, and he gets really loose. 43 almost loses it off the end. When the 65 checks up, he gets freight trained. Here comes the 17. On the inside. Now it's the 63 going to tuck in behind him. So these guys are really putting it on the line back here to try to get that track position just in case that yellow flag waves.
I saw Josh Bonwell, the black and orange machine with the neon colored numbers, bounce off the fence down the middle of the front straightaway. That's why he checked up and lost a few positions to some of the other folks in that pack. Brandon Sachs, Roswell Harlow able to take advantage, and Logan Helton tried to get underneath him but just didn't quite have the move. Here's Daniel Hendry. He runs in the 18th position, spun around in turns 1 and 2 earlier, but is now fighting Jake Ham, who also was involved in a yellow flag earlier with Sammy Yapia. But Ham, Hendry, really good fight here for the 17th position.
They certainly are. Hendry gets a great run off turn 2. He's going to try to take a peek to the inside, down the back straightaway, into turn 3 and 4, side by side. He will try to pull the slide job and complete the pass. The answer will be yes. Here comes Ham, though. He may cross over off turn 4. Can't get it done. Move Hendra up a spot.
Nice work there from Hendry to complete the slide job and get the pass done and dusted. You also see right behind them some of the drivers who were running up towards the front before we had that big yellow for the restart gone awry over on the front stretch. Anthony Emery, John Theodore, Chad Oxendine, all in 19th, 20th, 21st after running top 5 earlier. And then there's Vicente Salas, who currently rides in the 24th position with a significant amount of damage both to the front and the rear of his car. Not terribly far off of the leader's pace. That's a testament to the strength of these cars that we talked about earlier. Only about a 2/10 difference between Salas's lap times and Garrett Mains's, but still a lot of work now that Salas has to do as we go back on board with TJ Persky, who currently rides in 5th.
I think you talk about the testament of the steel that they have in these cars, but I talk about the testament of how good the driver is. He was sitting in the 4th place position, roughly around in the top 5 when that accident occurred. And now he finds himself back in the 23rd position. He's very fast. He knows how to get around this racetrack. He did very good. I believe he won his qualifying race. That's why he started in the P4 spot. He's on good pace to potentially win this one. We have a lot of time to go in this race. 90 laps into this 367. If the cautions fall his way, people come down pit road, the cycle kind of goes out. I look for him to be one of the dark horses to come back up front with damage and all to maybe contend for this win tonight.
If we get green flag runs, we're going to see the drivers who really understand how to get around this place quickly come to the front. Might take a while, but they'll find their way there. That much I certainly can tell at this stage. Looking back here, the battle for 9th again. This is Sox, Rush, Mertes, Harlow, Helton, Parent, Watkins. Draw a line all the way back to David Grantlin, who, remember, was around right here on the racetrack coming out of turn 2 earlier on in this race, and he's rebounded back to 16th.
Yeah, certainly a great run for these guys right here as they stay inside the top 10. As you see, Mertes trying to find a way to get back up to the back bumper of the 43 of Brandon Sox. Roswell Harlow, though, having another good run in this section as here we are approaching about 10 laps towards pit stops for some of these drivers who did not hit that last green flag run. Currently, actually, Zachary Mertes, 50 lap old tires right now, and that's just counting if he did a 2-tire stop last time around instead of a 4-tire. So those right side tires could be 50 laps old, or it could be the left sides. It's still a long time.
Nice work there from Logan Helton to slide up and get the spot over Roswell Harlow. That moves Helton into the top 10 for the moment as Cody Dutton comes down pit road, as does Cole Dutton. So the Dutton brothers are in for service. And like Taylor said, we would figure within the next 10 to 15 laps, you're going to see all the folks who did not come in on that last yellow flag, which include your current top 4 drivers, Maines, Peterson, Navarro, and Persky, all on a 50-lap run since they last came down pit road.
I expect to see everybody come down, and what I'm curious to see, you see Garrett Maines, he's taken a commanding lead, 1.5 seconds that he holds on Chad Peterson, but is the 2-tire strategy going to continue to play out for Chad? He's taken 2, he has not changed the left side of that machine since we started this race. So maybe, just maybe, he can pull it out there, get 4 tires, and make this the longest stop of his night. They have a lot of sets left, man.
Certainly are a lot of sets. We're also going to see differences in speed pop up here, and that could make this very intriguing because you're going to have drivers on fresh tires passing drivers on old tires, and the closing rate, the way people get through corners, might get a little bit hairy here for a few laps. So we're just going to have to be eagle-eyed and watch throughout this field to see if anybody ends up in trouble because they were racing a car on either new or old tires. So we continue to watch this battle for 8th. Josh Parent trying to get away from Roswell Harlow, who smacked the fence pretty good over in turn 2 just a moment ago. You saw it on your screens, and we'll see whether or not that hurts the 17. But decent damage now to the 17 machine, but a yellow flag out. Trouble on the racetrack, and one car in the back straightaway completely torn to bits with the front bumper off. We'll see if we can get a replay, but it looks like Joshua Esche in big trouble over in turn 2.
Yeah, the car looks pretty tore up, especially with the new damage model. The 47, here it comes through the middle of turns 1 and 2. I wonder if he just loses it off turn number 2. We haven't seen that a lot here recently. Oh, I think he might have tried to been avoiding these 0-2. That is Cole Dutton, and unfortunately had nowhere to go. Cole Dutton recently just came down pit road not too long ago, so I wonder if the cold tires really messed him up a little bit to where he didn't be able to hold on to the race car as you're on board with Cole Dutton now. Let's see what happens to him.
That was exactly my thought as I watched the replay myself, that cold tires are probably the issue here, and that might be why Dutton went sideways, just lost the rear end. You can see the car start spinning out, and he has it really pretty well saved. I think he was going to be okay, but there was just nowhere for Esche to go, who was running right in the racing line, figured he was going to have a spot to go, and you can get a good look here from Esche. You'll see exactly what happened. You'll see that car twist sideways, the smoke to slow you down, and then all of a sudden, boom, there goes Dutton, and Esche just destroyed the front end of his Ford Thunderbird and hit Dutton, who picked up some damage to the left front of his car, and you would imagine, I think it was either the left rear or the right rear. I think the left rear carburetor, I believe, was the one that SG hit. So there could be some suspension damage around that part of the car as well. As your leaders come down to pit road, Terry Radford, tell us what you expect out of your leaders.
Two tires. And Chad Peterson's already set the standard of what he's going to do this entire race. Garrett Maines has followed along suit. I don't expect to see a lot of the 4-tire stops coming out here because I think it's just too early. You're going to need to take 4 tires at the end, but I might be wrong. Look, Garrett Maines is going to take 4, but they're coming. There a lot of people did take 2, and Chad Peterson's going to come out in 3rd.
There aren't too many people that took 2 tires. That, I think, is the intriguing note to put down in your books on this pit stop. Colton Zimmer drove through his box and is going to have to come back down again. But Chad Peterson took 2 tires, and I believe Peterson should be our control car when we get back to Green Flag Racing, Taylor.
It's certainly going to be interesting indeed to see what happens, but a lot of major issues here on or some of these drivers who come down pit road. As I believe the 70 of Brian Scribner, it just did not miss his pit box. He's going to have to come back down because 36 lap old tires will not cut it on a green flag pit stop. He's made his way down. The high class Ford will come down and get some much needed fuel and tires to continue on his way, along with a couple of other cars, along with Colton Zimmer. But Chad Peterson is definitely in the catbird seat now with this opportunity to lead the field.
This is also a big break for those drivers at the front, the mains quartet that had come in some 50 laps ago and were about maybe 10 to 15 laps away from needing to come in under green flag anyway. So they effectively get to bank the track position on this stop and maintain their places on the racetrack. Remind you that tonight's coverage of the Retro 500 is brought to you by our friends at McConey Setup Shop, your home for iRacing setups and the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports. From Legends to Cup cars, they have you covered, with third setups available for late models, modifieds, and wing sprint cars as well. At McConey Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories. And their newest book, How I Drive, featuring a forward by NASCAR Cup Series driver Anthony Alfredo, is now available. Come learn from the pros how to be the best driver you can be, and visit McConeySetupShop.com for more information. Working our way towards lap 100 in the Retro 500, 367 in total on the docket this evening, as Chad Peterson will cross underneath the flag stand and we will get ready to go. I have a feeling we're going to have a few folks get the wave arounds here as they stayed out on track and managed to stay on the lead lap. As a result, I think Vicente Salas just out beating the pace truck. Looks like he's trying to come down pit road on multiple occasions and just try and get the damage as fixed up as he can, as the caution flag is going to get extended for another lap just to let everyone get sorted and get lined up. But this is how things will set up when we go back to green flag racing. It'll be Peterson, Conrath, Hendry, Theodore, I believe, are the 4 on 2 tires, everybody else on 4 tires. So should be a lot of fun to see how that pans out amongst the field. If you like what you see here on Podium Esports, know that there is plenty more action coming up over the course of the next few weeks. We've got the Operation eMotorsport iRacing League from Road Atlanta tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern on the Atmo YouTube channel. Then the Richmond Raceway Rumble, hosted by McConey Setup Shop. We'll follow that at 9:30 p.m. Eastern on the Podium 2 Twitch channel, as well as the Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter pages of Podium Esports. A special event that will have a little bit more information for you in the next few days, but for now, know that we are going to Hickory Motor Speedway for the very first time on Podium Esports, Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern on the Podium Twitch channel, and then Saturday night, it's the MSRA Premier Series from Richmond Raceway. You'll see that broadcast on the Podium 2 Twitch channel, as well as the Podium YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter pages. Same thing for the Atmo 4 Hours of the Glen, which will be Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Same Podium 2 Twitch channel, same YouTube, Facebook, Twitter pages. And then the Cinemax Cup Series, powered by MPI from Auto Club, coming your way next Sunday night, September 12th at 9:15 p.m. Eastern. And that's on the Podium Esports Twitch channel as well. restart is coming. Lights are off the pace truck. James Pike, the voice of Podium Esports here, alongside Taylor Burris, Jerry Radford, and Pashoko Ryan Bauer, our producer for the evening, bringing you all the coverage of the 2021 Podium Esports Retro 500. Chad Peterson, your control car for this restart as the pace truck comes off of pit road. Got a little bit of a mix of drivers in here. Everybody restarting single file, just like they did back in the day. So Jake Ham, who scored in 28th, is the second car, and he will try and give chase to Peterson as we go back to green flag racing at Darlington.
Good jump right there for Chad Peterson as he'll rocket off into turns 1 and 2. Garrett Conrad has one lap car in front of him. That, of course, is the 85 of John Hamm we talked about. He's going to try to make quick work of him down the back straightaway as we see Peterson probably get one of the biggest leads on a restart all night long here, as Peterson will pull around Maines, and Conrad will try to find their way around the 85 of John Hamm.
Conrad up to second now, and as high as he's been running in this race, there's Josh Bonwell alongside John Theodore, who, remember, was a big piece of that incident with the restart early on in this race, but got the front end of that car fixed up and a little bit of damage on the rear end. But Theodore looks pretty sporty about a third of the way through proceedings here, and he'll try to get to the inside of Roswell Harlow, who in turn will try and get to Logan Helton's rear bumper.
Yeah, Mr. Modified is back here sitting in the 7th place position, and I was very curious on what the 88 was going to do there. And I'm very impressed with the fact he did not lose a lap, as the 56 of Josh is going to get underneath him here. He's going to make that pass cleanly and move him back one position. But it's so awesome to see what that 88 was able to do, still sitting here in the 9th place position, rebounding his way to the front. Now he still has an opportunity to win this race, as now he's looking to the inside one more time on the 56.
And again, plenty of time. I think a lot of people will forget that this is not your standard 2-hour iRacing Coke Series event. This is a race that will take us somewhere in the ballpark of 3.5, 4 hours to finish. So you've got space, you've got laps to get back to the front if you get in an incident early on, as we go back on board with Garrett Maines, who's trying to chase down Garrett Conrad. So the Garrett and Garrett show, racing for second and third.
They certainly are, as you're on board with Garrett Conrad. Maines takes a peek to the inside to the middle of turn 3 and 4. Can't really make it work as they rocket off turn number 3 and 4. Good run for Maines off quarter exit. He gets a bound to a car length between the two drivers as they come on down the front straightaway. You're on board with Garrett Maines now as they work through 1 and 2. You notice how Conrad goes straight to the top of the racetrack while Maines kind of progressively works his way up the track and then drops it down after he hits the apex in the middle of turns 1 and 2, and then drops it back down before going back up against the wall. See if he does the same thing here in turns 3 and 4. Kind of does, as we see Conrad gets right up close to the wall, doesn't hit it, is able to maintain control as they look further back. A couple of more battles happening as we see the two Garretts battle it out.
A later apex for Conrad in 3 and 4. That's the one big thing that I noticed. And it is fun, Terry, to watch these drivers attack this track in so many different ways. There are more lines, I think, than people realize that you can run at Darlington. And there's not necessarily one way that you have to drive this track in order to be fast, outside of generally being close to the fence.
Yeah, there's more than one ways to skin a cat, and these drivers have figured it out. We saw in practice guys running upwards of 100 and 150 laps around this racetrack, and that's not even including the times they put in out in the sim racing all week long. And so now we see who can get around here the best, who's going to run the Kevin Harvick line, who's going to run the Larson line, and who just wants to play the Denny Hamlin and just sit in the middle, keep the car as straight as possible, and hold it off. And right now you see Garrett Maines and Garrett Conrad. They're two different contrasts. One up top riding and rim riding, the other one sitting there riding the bottom trying to save his stuff.
Same sort of thing here a little bit further back. You've got John Theodore racing Mario Miranda for position, but the one thing I've consistently seen out of Theodore, and he's not the only one that I've seen this out of, to be fair, is that inside line coming out of 4 just doesn't have a lot of grip, and it's really hard to complete a pass on corner exit coming down the front stretch if you're not already largely clear of the other car by the time you hit the middle of 3 and 4. Speaking of contact, Brandon Zimmerman got the fence out of 2, and Cody Dutton had to check up and swerve hard to the left to make sure he didn't end up in trouble. And there goes Zimmerman into the fence again, and he'll come down, give a scare to David Grantham. Here comes Sean Butler to the inside as Zimmerman continues to slide further back in the pack.
Butler will get around Zimmerman quickly before they enter turns 1 and 2 as he'll dive it to the bottom of the racetrack. You're on board with Zimmerman sitting in that 19th position in the number 20 as they come off of turn number 2. Zimmerman gets a little bit loose. That almost allowed him to lose that position that he just made up on as we watch. But yeah, a close call for Cody Dutton along with the rest of the field as they were trying to work their way around the 20 of Zimmerman as you're on board with the 13th place car of Morinda trying to hold off John Theodore down the front stretch.
Theodore just able to slide up in front of Sammy Yaya, so he'll slide back to 14th, but try and regroup and regain some track position. He talked about how important he thought it was earlier on in our broadcast. I figure that still will ring true because he's not been able to get back up towards the top 10 after he was swept up in that incident. So in some senses, a nice recovery job for John Theodore, but also a lot of work left for him to do to get back towards the likes of Peterson and Maines and Conrath and Daniel Hendry as well. You look on board here, this is David Grantham, who is trying to get to the inside of Sammy Yaya and clear Yaya to get to P16. Not quite there yet, so he'll have to tuck back in line and then have to check up a good bit and gets a little bit sideways coming out of turn 2 as Yaya smacks the fence in front of him. And here comes Sean Butler to the party to try and make it a 3-car battle for 16.
Still a 3-car battle for the 16th position. You see a lot of these guys putting it on the ragged edge. They're hitting the lines. They're trying to get out of that wall, but the wall just wants to come out and bite you. Wants to pull you in as much as you can. As we get on board with the 71 here of Daniel, he's riding a pretty fine line around here. Been watching him for a couple laps so far. He hasn't stressed the car out. You said his car looked like it was jammed, but he was spinning just a little bit earlier, got a little tap from the rear end, and he's here. He's back in the 4th place position. He's battling for that 3rd place spot right now. And now you said comers and goers. He's showing the speed to get himself up here to contend for the Retro 500.
Henry might be the best example of drivers being able to charge from the back to the front. Remember, he was sideways in 1 and 2 and brought out one of the early yellow flags in this race. Give it 100 laps. Here he is, top 5, right behind the 2 Garretts and Chad Peterson, running for the race lead. So again, you keep fighting, you're going to have an opportunity more likely than not to show your stuff at the front. That's exactly what Hendry's done, and that's why he's running in P4. Go a little bit further back here. This is Zach Mertz, who's running in the 9th spot, but he's part of a big pack that starts with Caden Rush in 6th and runs all the way back to, shall we say, Josh Parent, I guess, in the 12th spot. So any rate, 6-7 cars in this battle trying to figure out who wants P6, who wants to try and go run down Roswell Harlow, who stretched it out by maybe a car length or 2.
Give it time indeed right there, James, as we see these drivers working their way through turns 3 and 4. Here comes Josh Bonwell with a big run on Zachary Mertez as they come off of turn 4. Can't quite make the run. Let's see if he gets a better run on the front straightaway here. But as they enter turns 1 and 2, Harlow doing a really good run here. He has had a quiet night, but stayed inside the top 10-15 as we're now on board with Vicente Salas as he is now entered into the top 20. So a good moment for him. Let's see if he can make up ground after he was up in the top 5 at the beginning of tonight's race.
I don't know if anybody got hurt more by that restart incident that gave so many different drivers damage than Vicente Salas, but there's also no doubt between what he was able to do at the beginning of this race. That is a slide job and a half that he just threw on Sammy Yaya. But if you saw him in the beginning of this race and you saw what he did in the Coke Series last week, you know, he's got speed, he's got skill, he's got a good idea of how to run this racetrack. So the ability to get back up to the front is there. The question is just how much damage is on that car and how much is the damage hindering that machine.
I think now the question is going to be how mad that 90 is. Man, he put a slide job on and he barely made it stick. He tried to video game that one out there and try to pull it up in front. Was a little bit late, but he was still able to complete the pass. 90 loses a spot to the 42 right here. Man, it's early in the race. You don't want to have any enemies, any bad blood coming out there, as I believe a pass for the P3 position has happened as Hendry finds his way back up front. He continues to climb for the early incident.
Hendry's the only one that's really in the same zip code so far as lap times go with your 2 cars ahead of him. Peterson and Maines in the 32.5s, 32.6s. Hendry just a 10th off of them at 32.7s. Everybody else in this field, somewhere in the ballpark of the 33.2s. So the front end of this field is very, very, very quick, no doubt about it. As we go back to Chris Watkins running in the 11th spot, he's towards the back end of this train that Caden Rush is leading, and we're seeing a few people go to the inside, make some moves. Here's Chad Oxendine to the inside of Logan Helton. That would be for the 7th position if Oxendine can make it work, but he doesn't quite have the run in the middle of the corner, so Oxendine will slide in behind Helton and maintain P8.
Oxendine, probably one of the strongest competitors who might have a shot to battle with the likes of Peterson and Garrett Maines later in the going, but he's got to get back up to the front of the field right now. He's currently holding on to that 8th spot, looking his way around Logan Helton. Caden Rush gets a good run off of turn 2. He'll take a peek to the inside of Logan Helton as they try to work their 3 and 4. Can't quite seem to get it. He's still right there on the quarter panel. Zachary Mertez gets the Darlington stripe as they come off of turn 4. Now side by side, Helton, Oxendine, as they work down the front straightaway here. Helton has the advantage, but lets Chad go and gain another position and sets his sight on the 27 of Caden Rush.
There were about 2 or 3 drivers that got a Darlington stripe in 3 and 4 that last time. Mertez got some. I think Josh Parent got the fence a little bit. I saw Josh Bonwell up into the outside wall. So a few more Darlington stripes to add to the fences here at the Lady in Black as you go on board with John Theodore, who's right behind Parent and Bonwell and currently rides in the 12th position.
You talk about we needed a Darlington stripe counter. I mean, we probably would have broke that counter by now, 122 laps in, and I think they've hit the wall more times than you can count. But watching these guys have an epic comeback, I mean, we're seeing Oxendine coming back after an incident. You see Hendry coming back up. Theodore's making a charge back up there. The Dutton brothers, here they are making a run. It's incredible to see what talent can do. The cream rises to the top in these races, and right now, we're not even halfway through yet, and we're seeing a lot of different players playing a little game of chess.
Lap 123 up on the board, so if this were one of the qualifying races, this would be the white flag lap. We'd be done once Chad Peterson comes across the line. However, this is the 500, not a qualifying race, so we get to basically do 3 qualifying races tonight as one race, and 367 laps, 500 miles in the books. We're going to find out who wins the Retro 500. But as Peterson comes across the line to lead lap 123, let's go through the top 20 as we are now officially a third of the way home. The 2021 Podium Esports Retro 500. Chad Peterson, your race leader, ahead of Garrett Maines, Daniel Hendry, Garrett Conrad, and Roswell Harlow complete your top 5. 6 is where you'll find Caden Rush. Logan Helton holds 7th. 8th is where you'll find Chad Oxendine. Zach Mertez sits in the 9th position, and 10th is where Josh Parent runs at this time. John Theodore currently sits in the 11th spot. 12th goes to Cody Dutton. Josh Bonwell holds 13th. 14th belongs to Sean Butler. David Grantham is in the 15th position. 16th is where you'll find Chris Watkins. Mario Miranda running in the 17th spot as it stands. Derek Fulton holds 18th. 19th is where Vicente Salas is, and Andrew Navarro completes your top 20. You'll see down at the bottom of the screen, especially when we get off the onboards, the rotating rest of the field. Everybody from 20th on back can tell you that everybody from 27th on is 1 lap down, and Richard Swavely is the latest retirement in this race. It's Swavely, Joshua Esche, Brian Scribner, Brandon Hawkin, Matt Stolnick, and Jaron Valley. That group of 6 drivers are the ones out of this race. Everybody else out on the racetrack. So you've got 31 cars still running in the Podium Esports Retro 500 after a third of the race down. Watching Roswell Harlow drop a little bit through this field, TB, as he's got Oxendine to his inside, with the yellow flag out once again. Brandon Zimmerman in trouble over in turns 1 and 2.
Big issues for Zimmerman as he's stuck on the outside wall. There goes Connolly getting around him as well before he comes around. Let's take a look at the replay here, and let's see. He's just coming down to front straightaway, entering turn 1 and 2. He's trying to get around Sammy Yayas. Yaya's going to give him the needed room, and then contact indeed up into the wall, and unfortunate for him, he's going to be stuck up there. The 09 makes a great save to get around. That's Colton Zimmerman, but I think a little bit too much beaten and banging possibly right there, and maybe just not giving enough room. Yep, right there.
Two drivers who both wanted the same space, and neither of them gave an inch, and they both end up in the fence, and the 20 ends up spun out in the middle of 1 and 2 to bring out the yellow flag. So as they regroup, leaders are down pit road, Terry, and I wonder, I gotta believe it's gonna be 2 tires again here. You would think 30 laps in?
I would think that at some point in time in this race, Chad Peterson's going to have to take 4 tires. I mean, I might be wrong. He went the whole qualifying race, and like you said, it was 124 lap is all you ran there. It's 500 tonight. He's got to take 4. I mean, if he takes 2 again, I'm going to be astonished. As it looks, the rights are up. A lot of people took 2 again, and yep, he's going to do the same thing he did last time. 2 tires for at least the top 5.
Top 5 all in shape there, waiting to see what Cody Dutton decides to do. He's going to take 2. Theodore takes 2. Butler 2. Oxendine, I believe, is the first that's going to take 4. So that's worth going to. Caden Rush actually beats him off of pit road. So actually, no. Survey says, I believe, maybe Garrett Conrad. We'll let everything cycle through and see where it stands. But we're now joined by the pilot of the Gene Machine, Dylan Connolly, back in the booth with us. And now that we've had a stretch here where it's been a little bit calmer, quieter, have you felt like the nature of this field and the temperature of this race has changed since we had our incident on the restart some 60 laps ago?
You know, I think so. Everyone kind of chilled out after that. Everyone kind of evened out. We were single file for a while. I don't know what happened on that last caution, but it seemed like a 1 or 2 car incident. But it's seemed like everybody's realized that, hey, we still got like 200 laps to go. That last run was about 50 or so laps. That's pretty close to the limit. You could probably take these tires and still maintain a decent amount of speed. Still just trying to keep it clean, dodging cars out here, just trying to stay out of the way till, probably about lap 300, then I'll start trying out some stuff. But we're following the plan.
Following the plan. I think that sounds like a pretty good strategy to me at this stage. Decon, we'll let you get back to it. Thanks for the time as always, and best of luck as you carry on your race.
Yes, sir.
Dylan Connolly up towards the front of the field, at least for now, behind the pace car. He has officially scored in the 26th position and did not come down pit road that last time, so that's why he's up towards the front of this field. I believe he will likely be in line for a wave around when we get to 1 to go and everybody gets sorted back out. It will be Garrett Maines in control of this once again. Maines, Peterson, Hendry, and John Theodore up to P4. So it looks like Terry, he managed to find that track position that he lost in the incident after all.
Yeah, it's about time he made that position up, and I'm sure he's going to go back and rewatch this and go, man, a lot of mistakes that could have been cleaned up through the entire field, and he was just lucky enough to put himself in a position right now. He's net gated 1 over his time, 130 laps. He finally gets his way in a positive light from starting P number 5 up to the 4th place position now, and I think that's going to be the guy that this race is going to have to go through at the end of the 367 laps. That 88 is going to be the guy you're going to have to pass to win it.
John Theodore's got experience. There's no question about it. A regular runner of these 1987 stock cars in official competition. He was runner-up in Division 1 points last season in iRacing. So the pedigree is there for sure. The question is whether or not the outright speed is there compared to a Maines or a Peterson or a Hendry. We'll see whether or not we'll get an answer to that here over the next run. But for now, we're gonna step back for a moment and let you hear the sights and see the sounds of the Retro 500 from iRacing's virtual Darlington Raceway. get a good look at some of the magic and tricks that our producer Ryan Bauer has up his sleeve. You saw the retro filter there as we let you see the sights and hear the sounds of the Retro 500. And this, of course, a gigantic tribute to Winston Cup Racing. A personal favorite of mine is a Winston-Salem native who grew up in the shadow of RJ Reynolds headquarters, who of course sponsored the Winston Cup Series through their Winston brand from 1971 to 2003. Some 33 years they were part of the sport and really were instrumental in bringing it to a nationwide audience. When they came in, it was a primarily southeastern, a regional affair, and now we know where NASCAR is today. It's a nationwide phenomenon, but it wasn't always that way. And the folks at Winston and the sports marketing division of RJ Reynolds really did a lot to help NASCAR grow in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. But that's also not to say that the racing wasn't too shabby either. And these cars may be some of the most iconic of the entirety of the Winston Cup era. There are a few I think that could compare. You think of some of the Superbirds from the very beginning with the big rear wings. You think of the Luminas that Dale Earnhardt won all his championships in, the Monte Carlos that Jeff Gordon came in the late 90s in and won a few titles in. But this car in particular picked by iRacing because it represented a peak of technology. It was right after 1987. In 1988, that these cars went to restrictor plates on the super speedways at Daytona and Talladega. And so these cars are about as fast as we've ever seen, and were the cars responsible for setting the speed records that you know of at Daytona and Talladega, where when Bill Elliott ran a 212 plus mile an hour qualifying lap. But it was these cars that those speeds were running. So you get a different style of racing, different kind of racing, but a very, very fun, entertaining package across the board where you really do have to get up on the wheel and haul it around this place, just like they did back in the Winston Cup era. So a tip of the hat to all the folks from T. Wayne Robinson's team and company that helped make this what this is today and give us inspiration to bring events like the Retro 500 live to your screens wherever you're watching around the world. As we watch this battle for the race lead, Garrett Maines and Chad Peterson duking it out, and Cody Dutton's just sitting in the wings waiting to see who decides to strike first.
They certainly are watching and waiting here as your top three battling for the race lead off of turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, you also have Daniel Hendra sitting there in that 4th position, watching and waiting to see these three battle it out. You're on board with Cody Dutton as they work through 3 and 4. Garrett Maines just trying to find the opportunity to hold off these two hard-charging Chevrolets behind him. Throw in Hendra, you have 4 Chevrolets, and then Sean Butler, your top 5. Bunch of Chevrolets battling it out inside the top 5, and then you have Anthony Navarro and Garrett Conrath, the first set of Fords that are inside the top 10 as they come back off of turn 2 once again. Maines doing everything that he can off of turn number 2.
Hanging on for the moment, but for how much longer? Because Chad Peterson's had some serious speed, and I think this might be an opportunity for him to really try and go after Maines. Maybe not necessarily to get the lead, Terry, but just to know what it's going to take in order to clear that 2 car. We know Maines has had some speed throughout this race. He's one of the fastest, if not maybe the fastest car in the field right now. The question is whether or not he can maintain this speed as this track changes, and as we get more rubber, as the temps go down, it will likely grip up, tighten up a little bit. So we'll see how it goes. As Hendry's just still sitting there in 4th, it's been a fantastic run for him to climb as many spots as he has. Currently the hardest charger in this field by 1 position over Mario Miranda, who started in 30th, currently runs in 15th, but the yellow flag is out. It's Carlos Ramos, I believe, that's in trouble, and heavy damage to Ramos' Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Looks like there were a few other cars involved in the incident as well.
Let's take a look at the replay right here as Carlos Ramos right there scrapes the wall in that 91, and then big hard contact. He collects TJ Bursky along with John Hamm, and the 85 Bursky, of course, one of those strong competitors early in the going. Unfortunately, severe damage to that number 13 Ford Thunderbird. As you're on board with Bursky, he tries to take it 3 wide. There's the contact. Around they go, and up in the air for 2 out of the 3 drivers. Bursky, I think, might get away with a slight contact to the inside wall, but not as bad as what we see with Ramos as well as Ham right there in the 85 and the 91.
I was about to say, Bursky made off all right. He was able to get on the brakes before he hit that inside retaining wall, so there really isn't much damage to the nose of the 13. However, we cannot say the same for Ramos and Ham, whose cars are pretty well torn up on the front end. Lots of suspension damage, lots of sheet metal damage, and extended stays on pit road, I think, for both, especially when you consider how hard they hit that inside wall. They came all the way up. Those rear tires were off the racetrack entirely when they smacked the fence. So could be a long one for Ham. For Ramos, that's going to take 2 cars off the racetrack at least for a little bit. But Terry Radford looks like the field is back down to pit road for service.
Back down pit road they go, and how long can the 2 tires stick? Chad Peterson, I don't believe he has changed those right side tires at all. He has, or left sides. He has continuously kept right side tires circling out through this machine. The same with Garrett. These guys don't want to lose the track position. They feel as if 2 tires is what's going to keep them up front in position to win this race. Yep, it's going to be 2 tires again for the 2, and Chad Peterson's about to drop the backs, and there he goes, 10.8 seconds. Well, now 12. Man, he has taken 4. First time we've seen the 37 take 4 tires this whole race, and he does it now, and he's going to drop like a rock.
A lot of the leaders decided to take 4 here. Garrett Maines was looking at it and then I think thought about it later and decided, you know what, I'm going to hold on. But Garrett Conrath stays out. He's one of five drivers that stayed out entirely and are just going to run on the 15-lap old tires. So Conrath, Helton, Caden Rush, Chad Oxendine, and David Grantham. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 still out on the racetrack, as Maines is the first car with 2 tires, and the first car with 4 tires, I believe, might be Sean Butler.
It's going to be interesting strategy to see with these 5 drivers to see how long they're able to stay up towards the front of the field. Of course, we saw that with some drivers early on, how they were able to work their way up through the field, but then as they continue on, they still kind of even out as they continue. So keep an eye on these top 5. Of course, Conrath is a strong competitor. Logan Helton has had a good run all night long as well, and then Chad Oxendine had a good run early. Keep an eye and see if they can hold off Garrett Maines and the rest of the field.
Whether or not he can on the old tires, quote unquote, or not, we'll find out in a few moments. But we're going to take a quick break and then be back with more action. You're watching coverage of the 2021 Retro 500 from iRacing's virtual Darlington Raceway on Podium Esports. When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Makoni Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Makoni Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Makoni Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MakoniSetupShop.com and learn why Makoni Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Makoni Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of the 2021 Retro 500. James Pike, Taylor Burris, Terry Radford, Evan Pasoko, and Ryan Bauer, our producer for the evening, all here to make sure you see every one of the 367 laps from Darlington Raceway. If your brand or business is interested in partnering with Podium Esports, we have space available for you. Podium Esports is a plan for every budget and can custom tailor solutions to suit your business or brand's needs best. And for more information on the wide variety of partnership possibilities, send an email to admin@podiumesports.com. Garrett Conrath in control of this race for the first time tonight as they stack up a little bit behind him and we go green flag racing. But I saw David Grantham get into the back of, I think, actually no, it was Chad Oxendine who got into the back of Caden Rush, and that stacked up everybody. And here comes Garrett Maines to the inside of Grantham to take over 5th.
I think that was another missed shift opportunity right there. Everybody wanting to play the game of chess with one another. Who's going to get on the gas the quickest? The guys that stayed out up front, very old tires. They're spinning them a little bit. This track's worn out. It has a lot of dirt, debris on it. So now you're going to see, can the 4 tires, can the 2 tires make their way up front? It's going to be interesting to see, as now there is a battle for the lead.
It is on. Garrett Conrath, Logan Helton, first and second, and Caden Rush after that wild restart. That was probably the wildest restart we've had since the one that cleaned about 7 or 8 cars. As one car goes down to the inside on the back straightaway. That was Roswell Harlow that I saw spinning just out of the corner of the screen and out of the corner of my eye, and he keeps it off the surface, and no incident in the racing line, so no yellow from iRacing will stay under the green flag, but Harlow drops from about P10 all the way to the tail end of the lead lap.
Tough break for Harlow, who's running inside the top 10 quite often, and unfortunately just loses it off of turn number 2. Those cold tires, definitely a big issue for him. He will have to rejoin the racetrack and continue on his way, but as we watch the battle for the race lead between Conrath and Logan Helton as they work their way side by side, here comes Helton to the inside. Side as they come off of turn number 4, give the lead to Helton. Conrath gives way. Conrath, though, trying to see if he can do a crossover move as they come down into turn 1, gives a little bit of a bump before they enter, and they goes now single file through turns 1 and 2.
Had the option to cross over a bump draft, big bump draft, so Helton to the front, Conrath back to second, Caden Rush continuing to draw closer to your 2 leaders. He's in P3 for the moment, and then Garrett Maines, who is the first one on fresh tires. It's 2 tires, and to the inside he goes to get around Caden Rush and take over P3, which he'll do with ease. And now Maines will set his sights on Conrath and Helton for the race lead.
It's going to be interesting to see what those 2 tires can do. A lot of people throughout the chatter, especially over the radios, are saying that the 2-tire strategy just lets you hook off the exit of the corner just a tad bit better. And you see that with the 2. The 2's able to drop from the middle, or from the top to the middle, back to the bottom, back to the top, goes right against that wall, as now he's challenging for second on P number 2.
There goes Maines to the inside again. Just look how easy this is with the way those tires are set up. It's not even 4 tires he's got, it's just the 2. But you can already tell, Taylor Burris, that even just a little bit of fresh rubber is making a huge amount of difference for Garrett Maines right now.
It certainly is right here as you watch the lap times between the 2 drivers. I mean, Garrett Maines right now 31.7 compared to Logan's 32.1. Here he comes down the back straightaway. He'll look to the inside. The 2 Chevrolets will do battle. Helton on the top side, Maines to the inside as they work their way through. As he will pull the slide job, complete the pass. New race leader once again back up front. Garrett Maines in that offer pad Chevrolet.
Garrett Maines for Elliott Sadler Esports to the point. Meanwhile, here comes Andrew Navarro for third underneath Garrett Conrath. He'll make that pass with these. And Navarro also on the fresh tires. He's the second car in line behind Maines in that regard. The next person on fresh rubber, Daniel Hendry, who's back in 7th, but is working to the inside of Chad Oxendine for a position down the backstretch.
We've seen the 71 and the 77 go at it there, as he's easily going to get past. You're going to see Daniel make that run. He was trying to take the 2-for-1 special and get right up next to that 27, but he was to no prevail. He sits back there right now in the 6th place spot, but he doesn't want to let Garrett Maines get away. He knows he's on the same tires as he is. He has to make his way to the front to challenge for this lead.
Maines has already opened it up as we see Peterson nearly worry about Mario Morinda, who caught the fence in the middle of 1 and 2 and almost for a split second looked like he was going to go sideways in the middle of the corner, but they stay pointed in the right direction for the time being as you see Hendry work underneath Caden Rush to take over the 5th position.
Interesting situation as Navarro will move up to 2nd position with the fresher tires. Logan Helton and Garrett Conrath now are stabilizing in 3rd and 4th position. Daniel Hendra trying to see if he can get to the inside of Conrath as they come off of turn number 2. Hendra will give a little bit of a bump down the back straightaway as now he has an opportunity to get to the inside of Conrath. He'll slide down into that inside lane, pull the slide job, but once more he's going to try to go to the inside of Helton. He's going to try to see if he can get the 3rd position now off turn 4, side by side with Helton. He's right there at the door as they come across the line. He may be able to complete the pass entering 1. The answer is yes, barely though, as he clears them off of turn 2.
Other thing I noticed on that camera in particular, Terry, look at the brakes on a lot of these cars up front. You don't necessarily think of Darlington as a brake-heavy racetrack, but over the course of 500 miles, you'll start to see the front rotors glow at cherry red. You see it right there with Conrath and with the 7 machine down at the bottom underneath them. Everybody's starting to get on the brakes a little bit. I wonder if you're going to see a little bit of brake fade as this race progresses.
You read my mind. I was looking at that camera angle and I saw the red glow and I thought it was maybe just the rim. The rim might have been painted just a little bit different, but no, they're carrying so much speed into these corners, and especially in turns 3 and 4 is where we're going to see a lot of the break going in, because you have to carry enough speed in there to get to going, but you don't want to carry too much because you're going in the wall. You have to be on a fine razor thin line to get around this racetrack. The two's doing it the best right now, but Andrew Navarro's catching him. Daniel's catching him. These three are the fastest three on the racetrack right now, and they're using the least amount of brake, as there was a big 3-wide battle right there in the back of the pack.
They thought about it for a moment. They really did look at it. Chad Peterson nearly went 3 wide with Garrett Conrath and Mario Miranda. This is for the 7th spot. You've also got one of the Dutton brothers back there, Cody and Sean Butler, as they do go to the inside now, and it will at least be 2 by 2 as they enter turn 3.
It's going to be 2 by 2 as they go through turn 3. Chad Peterson trying to work his way to the inside of Mario Miranda. He has a little help from Cody Dutton, who will now go to the top side. Garrett Conrath in front of him. And then with that outside momentum, Mario Miranda will stay in front of Chad Peterson as they dive it to the bottom, work their way back right against the wall as they come through turns 1 and 2. Dutton having a good run in that 10th spot. Sean Butler right there as well as they come off turn 2. Down the back straightaway, a little further up, Logan Helton getting passed by Caden Rush, as well as the 7. I believe that's one of the lap cars that's to his inside. That's Derek Fulton.
Caden Rush just cannot find anywhere to catch a breather. He's had somebody on his rear bumper since we went back racing some 16, 17 laps to go, and I wonder if he's ever going to find a spot to get into a rhythm, because Logan Helton's not giving him any breathing room whatsoever.
Yeah, nobody giving these guys any room around here. They have to make the pass go, and if you get a run, you have to make it. If you don't make that pass, you have to slow down so much, lose so much momentum, and everybody else behind you in these single file packs, they're going to make the run go. There is no, just let off. You heard what Cody Dutton said at the beginning of this race. Stay up front, lead every lap. That's where I want to be. These guys have the same mindset. But did you see back here the 9 car of Conrath? He's dropped. He's dropped off the pace, went from leading this race to now in the 9th place position, and he's falling hard.
Everybody that stayed out here for position running no higher than 4th. The first 3 cars have already climbed back with the fresh rubber to get to the front. And then Rush, Helton, Oxendine, and Conrath, as Oxendine takes it 3 wide down the front stretch, is everybody just trying to make some sort of sense of these tires and hang on as best they can as we go on board with Dylan Connolly, who rides back in the 24th position, all sort of in his own little world, his own little mindset. He talked about it earlier, how he's just trying to make use of this time to learn what he needs to do with the car to make it fast. As you see, your front 3 right there on screen, Maines, Navarro, and Hendry, 1, 2, 3. I'm looking to see where the other drivers on the old rubber are, and it's still Rush, Helton, Oxendine, Conrath, 4th through 7th, and then David Grantham stayed out. He is down all the way in 15th.
He's sitting there in that 15th position. Grantham, who had a good run during his heat qualifier run. He was able to stay inside that top 10, work his way up towards, I think, the 7th or 8th position last time around. But as he's running currently in that 15th spot, trying to run down Josh Bonwell, who is a strong competitor in a lot of podium competition as they work their way through turns 3 and 4. They're kind of in the catbird seat because that gaggle of cars right in front of them as they come down the front straightaway. That's a good opportunity for them to maybe gain a couple of positions as we watch the battling still raging on. Sean Butler moves finally into the top 10 for the first time tonight in that 8th spot. He'll set his eyes on Garrett Conrath off of turn 2.
Conrath there watching this battle. Here comes Oxendine to the inside of the lap machine of Derek Fulton. He's the first car 1 lap down in 25th, so he's fighting to make sure he can get his lap back on the next yellow. Meanwhile, you've got Conrath in this pack. You've got Butler. Here comes Chad Peterson to the inside of Butler for position. Miranda's here, as is Cody Dutton too, and that takes you all the way back to 11th. So 6 or 7 cars fighting for position.
Yeah, I feel like this might be the next caution. The 7 might be the one that's just sitting back here going, man, I hope one of you guys get under each other and just have something go wrong. But we've seen these guys go sideways all the way throughout this track. And Derek Fulton in the 25th position is doing a great job running up front with these guys. He's showing that he has the pace to run with the guys 6th on back to get in a top 5 position. All he needs is a break. He needs a lucky break to get him there, as now we're side by side. Here comes the 9 on the outside of the 77.
Good battles here. Also can update those of you in the Zach Mertz's camp for folks who want to see what he's up to and know how he's doing as they try and bounce off of each other down the back straightaway here. Mertz has ended up having packet loss issues, dropped the connection. We presume he's going to try and get back into the server, but Mertz is currently, I believe, 4 laps down from your race leaders after the internet issues he's had. First internet issue I can think of amongst the field tonight, but as I look at this group, the other thing I think of, I said Caden Rush couldn't find any sort of gap whatsoever and couldn't find any sort of breathing room. With the way that Fulton and Oxendine and Conrath have been racing each other the last 5 laps, that's exactly what Caden Rush has been able to develop, Taylor Burris, because he's got a gap of about 2 seconds back to Oxendine in P5.
He certainly has right now. It's about 1.5 seconds separating the two drivers as they work through turns 3 and 4. Coming off of turn 4, Oxendine trying to see if he can get around quickly Fulton in that number 7 as they come down the front straightaway heading turn 1. Chad Peterson hot in the tail of Garrett Conrad's Nexus Esports Ford Thunderbird as they come through turns 1 and 2. He'll try to take the higher line, then dive into the bottom off corner exit to avoid that indent off of turn 2. Meanwhile, Cody Dutton has fallen back. He's under heavy pressure from Sean Butler in his 32 Monte Carlo as they enter turn 3. Dutton sends it in there to try to make up some ground. Can't seem to get close enough to catch up to Chad Peterson off turn 4.
This is a fun group to watch, Terry, but my problem here is I cannot figure out for the life of me who amongst this pack of 7 or 8 cars is actually the fastest person of them all, and who is the one that might be able to separate themselves from this group and go after Caden Rush for 4th.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, lap times are mirroring one another, 32.7s, and then you got 32.8s all the way down to the end of this pack. None of them have the clear-cut advantage on who's going to take this. They have the lap-down car in front of them. The 7 machine is continuously pacing them around here. They come across the start-finish line to put lap 169 on this board. I'm curious to see how Coach Chad Peterson's actually going to save his tires. He's been driving it in a little harder each and every lap. Can he progressively, for the first time he's taken 4 tires, save these things to just take 2 tires maybe the rest of the way?
Everybody doing a nice job of keeping it together as we complete lap 169 of 367, coming to 170 now, and everybody still duking it out amongst each other for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. I've also noticed at the back end of this group, we're starting to see some drivers claw themselves back into the fight. John Theodore was behind this group for a long while. He's in the mix. Logan Helton is starting to claw back this group, as is David Grantham. So as they continue to race for position, they're drawing more cars back into this fight as they continue to race door to door.
Certainly are battling as they continue off of turn number 4 down the front straightaway. You're on board with Sean Butler and his number 32 Chevrolet trying to find a way around Chad Peterson. Vicente Salas has now broken into the top 10 after a long run. He's trying to get around Cody Dutton as they come off of turn 2. So it's pretty much the top 3. Then you have Caden Rush by himself. Then you go to Chad Oxendine all the way to Sean Butler. Then the battle between Cody Dutton and Vicente Salas. Salas will dive it to the inside as the rest of the field, they'll go about 2 wide in the middle of turns 3 and 4 right in front of him. Conrad holding off the driver of Chad Peterson as they work around Fulton, that lap car.
What a run for Chente. He's had a night, to say the least. Got caught up in the restart wreck around lap 60 or so, went all the way back to 33rd at one point in this race, and he was just hanging on the lead lap earlier on in this, just trying to get as much damage repaired on that car as he possibly can. But again, another testament to the same thing that we talked about, of everybody having a lot of time to rebound if you need it. He's come all the way back up into the top 10 and is looking to pick off Sean Butler, Chad Peterson, Garrett Conrad, Chad Oxendine, and try and go after Caden Rush in 4th.
You see these guys. I mean, can we give Salas maybe the trophy if he doesn't win it, just a little bit of collateral damage that he's been able to rebound up here? He's sitting in 9th, and if we showed a graph on where he was at the entire race, it would just be like the stock market would go up and down all the way through, and he continuously fights. He has grinded this entire race to put himself in this position, and I'm not too certain. He's running the exact same lap times as what our leaders are at this moment. if we get a caution, can we put him in the mix of saying you might have a chance to win this if you can just stay lucky?
I won't rule that out, honestly. I really can't rule him out of the conversation. Granted, I can't really rule too many people out of the conversation, but Salas out of Temecula, California, having a really nice run and a pretty sharp-looking car, too. Credit to Liam Brotherton, Phoenix Designs, everybody who pieced that bit together and get it all set up nicely. It's a fun take on a scheme that normally would not be so retro. If you look at the Coke Series scheme, you wouldn't see it that way, but they've done a nice job adapting it for the 1987 Ford Thunderbird that Salas is running. As you see, Chad Oxendine and Garrett Conrath running for 5th and 6th and trying to catch Caden Rush, who really has been able to separate himself and, if anything, extend that gap on the group from about 5th on back. Maines, Hendry, Navarro, all just by themselves, all running on their own, and all with about anywhere from a half second to a full second of buffer in between them. Then Rush has got plenty of space, and then Oxendine starting to pull away from Conrad. So maybe, just maybe, it's Oxendine that has the fastest car out of this group. And we're finally getting the answer to the question we asked earlier of who in this group has the most speed, period.
Certainly going to be the case right here as we watch Oxendine's lap times. He's currently the last time by ran a 32.8. That's about just a tenth slower than Garrett Maines, as they're now running into the 33-second bracket as Maines, along with Hendra and Navarro, are starting to slow it down to try to save their tires.
Continuing to work our way through the Retro 500. We're approaching the halfway point of this race. We'll see that around lap 184 as we go on board with Logan Helton. He's in 16th at the moment, and it's a little bit clearer out the front, but he's got a little bit of help coming from behind because here comes Josh Parent to his inside to take over P16 in the black and gold Chevrolet.
He's been battling back here for a couple laps now, and I still can't get over the fact that Dylan Conley's wearing all that get up. I mean, I know it's Retro 500, but man, it's hot up here with the tie on. I imagine what he's like out here grinding the wheel around this racetrack. 178 laps into this race. It's 178 laps into this race, and we've seen people hit the wall. We've seen people spinning. Incredible saves so far. This is just a game of attrition, and we're feeling it just as much as they are, but we're not having to work our arms as much unless you're like me and you just talk with your hands. But it's been an incredible race.
And good look there at Dylan Connolly and just what he's up to, trying to make sure his car maintains itself and stays in one piece. This might be the most spread out we've seen this field, and also worth noting that for some of these drivers who stayed out on that last yellow flag, they're approaching the, call it maybe 52-ish lap mark on these tires. So maybe within the next 15, 20 laps, we might start seeing some folks come in, perhaps, Taylor?
I would say so. Drivers like Chad Oxendine, Garrett Conrath, we should be seeing coming in the next 10 laps or so. But for the rest of the field, like Garrett Maines, Daniel Hendra, giving the next 10, 15 laps would be the next 15 to 20 laps would be the next best possible opportunity for those drivers to come down pit road.
You see just how tough it is. That's a great shot there from Sean Butler, who had the run on Chad Peterson, but had to check up to make sure he didn't run the 37 over because the 37 didn't get a great exit out of turn 2. And it also speaks to how narrow the racing line is here at Darlington. You've got maybe the biggest apron in all of NASCAR, but the actual line you run here is so short, it's really, really tough to find any room to pass unless somebody makes a mistake and or you get a run on them on corner exit.
Well, unless you're Salas and you just say, oh, well, I'm going to drive down there and see what it feels like. He sent that dang thing all the way down to the apron, almost got close to the line. He does it again, puts 2 tires underneath that white line, slides up in front of Garrett, and he's doing an amazing job figuring out how to save the tires. And I think that's kind of why that Chad Peterson's doing what he's doing, is he's riding the line to not put a lot of load on that right side. And he's just or the left side, he's just doing whatever he has to do to make those tires progress throughout the run. As the 55 continues to charge to the front, he's up to the 6th place position. He's looking to dig a little bit more here.
It's been a really impressive run for Salas on this green flag stint because we saw how big that pack was, Sailor, and he has patiently picked off just about everybody in it lap by lap by lap by lap and waited for his moment. And as he clears the lap machine, I believe that is one of the Duttons, Cole Dutton, yes. But he has made the charge towards the front and is knocking on the door of the top 5. Give it a moment. We'll see him come up with Chad Oxendine. But as we see Garrett Maines come across the start-finish line, we have officially hit the halfway point of the 2021 Retro 500. And that means it's time for our iRacing Midway Race Break, which is brought to you by iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport. Virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in Australian supercars, IndyCar, IMSA, NASCAR, the world of outlaws, and more. Garrett Maines is your race leader with 184 laps about to be complete as they cross the stripe. Daniel Hendry runs in the second spot in the Retro 500. Third at the moment belongs to Andrew Navarro, and Caden Rush runs in fourth. Rounding out the top 5 is Chad Oxendine. Vicente Salas holds the 6th spot. 7th is where you'll find Sean Butler. P8 belongs to Garrett Conrad. Chad Peterson runs in the 9th position. And 10th, Taylor Burris, is John Theodore. In the purple and white, Corey Bush for Congress, Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
Sitting in the 11th in the Burnt Rubber Media Chevrolet is Mario Miranda. In 12th, you'll find David Grantham in the 6 Ford. The 09 is in 13th. That's driven by Colton Zimmer. And then 14th is the 24 of Joshua Parent. 15th is the 80 of Cody Dutton, who's just now come on pit road. He's followed by the 43 of Brandon Sucks. Derek Fulton will be sitting in the 15th position now. 18th is going to go to Anthony Emery as he will move up a little bit. TJ Bursky sits 19th. Rounding out your top 20 is Josh Bonwell. Terry?
Having a little technical difficulties over here. I apologize. I'll kick it back over to James.
20th is Bonwell. 21st is where you'll find Brandon Zimmerman. Chris Watkins rides in the 22nd position. 23rd belongs to Roswell Harlow. And 24th is where you'll find Dylan Connolly. 25th is where Logan Helton runs. 26th belongs to Cole Dutton. 27th is Sammy Yaya. 28th, Jake Balmain. 29th to Zach Mertez, and Jake Ham in 30th. Everybody from 30th on down out of this race already. So that's Jake Ham, Carlos Ramos, who will finish 31st. 32nd will be Richard Swavely. 33rd, Joshua Esche. 34th to Brian Scrivener. Brandon Hawken, 35th. 36th, Matt Skelnick, and Jaron Valley, the 37th and last car in the running order. 14 cars in the lead lap, by the way, for those who were wondering. And that concludes tonight's iRacing Midway Race Break. With over 170,000 drivers on the service and over 90 laser-scan tracks and cars to choose from, iRacing is your portal to the racing world. Get on track today at iRacing.com. As we see some of the field come down for pit stops, your leaders are still anywhere in the ballpark of about 15 to 20 laps away. But when we talk about the iRacing Midway Race Break, we usually like to talk about some of the content that we know is either soon to be released or just was recently released in the sim. And we've got a build coming on Wednesday, and we've got some fun additions that are going to show up. TV, I know you're incredibly excited about the road cars. A lot of GT cars, and GT3 cars in particular, showing up in the September build.
Of course, probably the biggest one that everyone's talking about. We got a special preview it over the weekend on Saturday, but the brand new Porsche GT3 Cup car based off the 992 spec model is coming to iRacing, along with an updated Ferrari 488 GT3, the Evo Kit edition. So very exciting to see a couple of sports cars coming up through the ranks. And then, of course, for those who are fans of road racing, the Hungaroring joins the circuit of iRacing. And then, of course, we can't forget the oval side, Kike. I mean, we have one very special track. We touched on it earlier during our up-and-coming races, but Hickory coming to iRacing this build. And I think that is going to be an exciting racetrack to run on the iRacing service and a big name when it comes to the short track community.
Now, that absolutely is a huge addition for the short track community. You think of a lot of the tracks that made it into iRacing at the very beginning back in 2008, and some of the ones that came in that first wave, your South Bostons, your Southern Nationals, your Concords, your Laniers, et cetera, et cetera. You thought that Hickory might be part of that list. It's taken a little bit longer to get the deal done with Kevin Piercy and the staff at HMS, but we are finally going to see Hickory Motor Speedway show up. Fun story here, I guess we can tell during the Retro 500. Got a call from Piercy back in, I believe it was February of 19, and he called me and he said, hey, you know, some guy named Dale Jr. said he wants to get my track skinned in iRacing. Who do I need to go talk to? And I said, give me your email, Kevin. I'll send you to the right people. So flipped the word on to some of the folks at iRacing headquarters outside of Boston, and eventually got the deal done. Got Kevin IRLA to come on down with a big van and scan everything. And all of a sudden, here we are nearly 2 years later, and Hickory is finally going to be on the sim. And that's going to be a fun racetrack. For those who aren't familiar with Hickory Motor Speedway, it profiles very similarly to North Wilkesboro in a lot of ways. You have the same sort of elevation change, as we see this Battle for Love on your screen. But you have the same sort of elevation change between turns 1 and 2 and turns 3 and 4 that you have with North Wilkesboro. And that turns 1 and 2 are at the bottom of the hill, and 3 and 4 sort of sit at the top of the hill. It's a little bit more narrow than North Wilkesboro, and certainly bumpier than North Wilkesboro is, but it's going to race pretty closely to the other track, which honestly isn't all that far away in North Carolina, probably about an hour up the road if you sneak your way between I-40 and Highway 421 if you're headed towards the Boone area. That's where you'll find North Wilkesboro, and where you'll also see Hickory Motor Speedway as we get a good look at Dylan Connolly. But lots of short track racing you're going to see at Hickory. The Cars Tour runs there regularly twice a year between their spring race and then the Throwback 276. You've got weekly racing there pretty much all the way from March through November in the North-South Shootout. For the folks who are big-time short track fans, the late model, the super late model, shoot Miatas if you want to throw some street stock, mini stock type deals in there, the street stocks proper. You're going to have a lot of fun with Hickory, and it's a historic racetrack too. A place that launched the careers of a lot of people. I'd say most notably both the Jarretts, Ned and Dale, who hail from the Hickory area, and then one Dr. Jerry Punch, who would travel to Hickory Motor Speedway and began his announcing career on the tower at Hickory while attending medical school at Wake Forest University, which is about an hour up I-40 in Winston-Salem. So Hickory Motor Speedway coming on Wednesday. We're going to have a special event on Friday that we mentioned a little bit earlier on in the show. We'll tell you more about that later in the week, but stay tuned. We're going to have some coverage of Hickory. It's a track very near and dear to the hearts of a lot of people here at Podium Esports, and we're looking forward to bringing you the action on Friday night from the brand new Hickory Motor Speedway in iRacing. Caden Rush just came down pit road and took 4 fresh tires. So 4 under green. Big call there at Cherry. If you're Caden, what's your thinking behind 4 now?
I hope that everybody else does it too. You don't want to be the lone duck out there. You're going to be out there doing it all on your own. I mean, he didn't really fall too crazy. He went down to the 13th position, but that's a big drop compared to what he's been doing, and now he's going back even further. So I mean, if I was him, I would have took 2, because I know that Garrett's going to take 2, Daniel's going to take 2, Derek Fulton's going to take 2, and now he's just alone hoping for a caution that he can stay out and maybe sit up front.
Also of note here, Cole Dutton fans, your driver has pulled it behind the wall, and Cole Dutton, who was swept up in that incident with Carlos Ramos and Jake Ham, is now done for the night. So we are down 1 Dutton brother. The other, though, Cody, still running well. He's currently scored in the 7th position and has had a significant amount of speed all night long. You get a good look at his Chevy Monte Carlo right there on your screens, just ahead of Brandon Sachs in the black and orange Chevrolet Monte Carlo behind him.
Yeah, good run right here for Cody Dutton, trying to represent him, and he's in a gaggle of lap traffic, trying to catch up to Chad Peterson, who's right in front of him in that 6th position. Derek Fulton's also back on the lead lap, or at least on the same lap as these competitors in front of him. He will be passed by them, along with Brandon Sucks. Garrett Conrath trying to hunt him down as they work their way off of turn number 2 as they head down the back straightaway. Sean Butler trying to catch up to Andrew Navarro, who's right in front of him as the caution is out.
I'm not sure who, but we just saw about 2 or 3 drivers who were ready to make the turn down to pit road, try and save it at the last moment. I think the answer to the question for a second time tonight is Brandon Zimmerman is the one who goes around, and think is the reason why we are under yellow once again. We'll get a good look at the replay and some contact with both Caden Rush and Mario Miranda. Bounce off the inside of Rush, and then Miranda just had nowhere to go, so Miranda gets a little bit of nose damage. But just again, same sort of deal where I think Zimmerman was just trying to blend in and stay out of the way, but he got too much of the apron, had to run back up the racetrack, catch the car, bounced off of Caden Rush, and then not really much Miranda could have done.
Nothing you could have done right there, but they did an incredible job of minimizing the damage that they did have. But what a huge break for Andrew Navarro. He was coming down pit lane. I mean, he was committed to what he was doing. So big break for him. We knew Garrett wasn't going to come down just yet. A lot of big strategies got thrown out the window right here.
Big hit there for Miranda. I imagine he probably comes out of this incident the worst off of those three drivers. A lot of damage to the front end. I'd be a little bit concerned about the rear suspension on Caden Rush's machine as well. And Zimmerman, for the second time tonight, spins, but I think he's actually in a decent spot so far as the shape of his car is concerned.
For the most part, his car looks somewhat decent. Has some damage to the rear and maybe to the nose, but nothing quite severe as maybe for the 20 of Caden Rush, along with the other driver who was involved. That's the burnt rubber media driver, Chevrolet. And unfortunately, I think their days will be done if they can't get those cars fixed and back out on the track.
Everybody in for pit road service if you're up near the front, and Salas, Mains, Butler, Navarre, and Hendry coming in, and looks like they might be taking 4 here. And yes, indeed, can confirm that your leaders all snapping up 4 tires as we bring in John Theodore once again on the broadcast. And John, you've had, I think, an intriguing race, especially after the incident with the restart. You've had to claw your way back to the front. You've sort of gone back and forth and back and forth and back and forth up and down the leaderboard. What's it been like from behind the wheel?
Intriguing is a good way to describe it. Yeah. Just, making a couple of bonehead mistakes on my part. Got a little bit loose after getting some track position with 2 tires and didn't season them back in properly. So we're going to try to take the wave around here to get back on the lead lap. That yellow pinned us a lap back, down a lap. But I feel like the pace has been good in the 88 Corey Bush for Congress Chevy here. And, hoping to... I think we got something for him if we can get our track position back and not throw it away again.
One thing I've seen with you, especially when you go side by side with people, is that you've tried to use the inside a lot, but you've struggled to maintain momentum coming off the bottom. How tough is it to get somebody past from the inside if you don't just send it into the corner and slide up in front of them?
Yeah, I mean, Darlington really requires a lot of give and take. When you're faster than someone, especially this early in the race, you kind of expect them to give you the corner if you get to the inside of them. If they don't, it's really difficult to get the dig off of the off of turn 4. Inside works if you're on the inside coming out of 2, but trying to make a pass off 2 is often a disastrous proposition. So yeah, if guys don't give and take with you when you're quicker than them, it's very tough to make passes for sure.
So you are sitting in the 11th spot now per timing and scoring. We are now past the halfway point in this race. Do you have an idea of what your strategy is going to be for the final, call it, 160 laps or so?
Yeah, I think with the way that the tires are right now, we're going to try to make it, I think, what would it be, 2 more stops, try to get close to 60 laps out of these tires. So I got to be a little bit easier on them than I was on that last run. Part of that's just racing the race, just like they say at Darlington, you race the track, not the other drivers. So racing the other guys is a big part of why I think I burned them up and how I made some mistakes. So we're going to try to keep this thing clean, keep our head clean, and hopefully we can get a good, clean rest of this race with relatively few cautions as we go here.
We'll give you a moment to get a breather and get your head set on straight before you go back at it in green flag competition. Thanks as always for the time, John, and best of luck to you.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys up there in the booth.
I think it's interesting, Terry, that John makes the same point that we've made a few times already on tonight's broadcast, where you race the track as much as you race the other drivers around you. That to me really stood out, that he said that he wanted to race the track, or at least got the implication that he wanted to race the track a little bit more in this portion of the race because he felt like racing the other cars costs him not only tire wear, but it also forced him into mistakes he didn't want to make.
Yeah, the track's changing. The track continuously cools down. As the sun starts to set, the clouds start to come over this racetrack, and we've seen the drasticness of what the temperature has done. We started this race at about 115 degrees. It is now under 90. So as it continuously progresses, the rubber's laying down. The tires are picking up a lot of those marbles, and it just continuously keeps going. As they have here, it's 81 degrees out here. The track temp's 88. That's a huge difference of grip, and they're going to get it. It came from 109.
Big difference. Just so you know, in sim, it is September 5th, 2021, right around 5:51 local time, so about 6 p.m., which is about where they would have been when they ran the Southern 500 back in 1987. The weather here modeled after all of that. Taylor Burris, for those who've been around Podium Esports for a while, and those who are paying attention on the Twitch channel, you might recognize that emote a little bit. So before we go back green flag racing, want to bring out a little bit of Chuck the Duck trivia, perhaps?
Of course. Well, he's over there in that minnow pond, actually, probably just having a little fun. But, of course, tonight's Chuck the Duck trivia question is, since we're celebrating the 1987 Southern 500, if you can guess the name of the pole sitter, one who led the most laps, and the winner of the 1987 Southern 500, you will receive Chuck's love and adoring affection pretty much all throughout the rest of time, because you never know when we can do another Chuck the Duck trivia question all times here on Podium Esports. So see if you can get all three of those answers correct, and we will give you a major shout out here in tonight's broadcast.
Go ahead and dump them in chat if you get the opportunity, and we'll try and give you a shout out here on the broadcast. We'll see who's got the best and the strongest smarts. As we go back to green flag racing, Garrett Maines in control of this, and they are battling hard a little bit further back for third, fourth, fifth position there. But yellow flag out once again. Trouble over in turns 3 and 4. Sammy Yaya, one of the cars around, but it looks like there were a few more that went with him.
Man, tough break for Yaya. He's kind of been one of those guys that we've seen get in the fence just a little bit. As you see here, it's just a stack up. Guy in front of you kind of lets on the brake a little bit harder, has to whoa it up to miss the car in front of him. Just a game that's been happening out here, and yeah, you see it's going to look like somebody's going to check up here coming into the corner, and then it's just going to go.
Good look here from Chad Peterson, who really got lucky on that one. He had to check up. Looks like the 91 machine of Carlos Ramos was in trouble. They managed to actually come back out of the racetrack after significant repairs. I figured they'd be out of the running at this point, but they checked up, and it was the poor 23 machine who just did not have any room. Anthony Emery had nowhere to go, and it all happened so quick. He had no time to check up and got to the back of Yaya, sent him around.
Yeah, tough break for those drivers there, as a couple more get collected up also in the aftermath of that information, or that wreck right here, as they continue on. But unfortunately for Yaya and several others, as they will have more significant damage, and probably some of them coming down pit road to get that repaired.
Figure we'll probably see some pit stops momentarily for some of the folks who stayed out in particular. And we've got some of the folks that didn't come down that last time and had to get the wave around coming in for service now. So Oxendine, Theodore, TJ Bursky, Garrett Conrad, David Grantham, Derek Fulton Company, all coming in for service. We're going to go side by side for a few moments, but don't go anywhere. You're not going to miss a moment of the action under the yellow flag, because coverage of the Retro 500 continues from iRacing's virtual Darlington Raceway on Podium Esports.
This is iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in indoor series from NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, the World of Outlaws, Aussie Supercars, and more. Take on legendary circuits like Daytona, Silverstone, and the Nürburgring. Join iRacing's global online racing community and get on track today at iRacing.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Makoni Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Makoni Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Makoni Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MakoniSetupShop.com and learn why Makoni Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Makoni Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back to coverage of the 2021 Retro 500 from Podium Esports. Pace car coming off of pit road, and rather down on the pit road. Green flag going to be back out in the air. Restart coming on lap number 211 of 367 as Garrett Maines gets back on the gas pedal, and we're back to racing at Darlington. Taylor Burris.
They certainly are getting up to speed here as Garrett Maines will lead them into turn one as they rocket through there. Daniel Hindra, though, trying to make short work of him as they come off of turn two, down the back straightaway, gets a great run off turn two. There's about a car length separating the two drivers as they work through 3 and 4. He'll take a peek to the inside, trying to see if he can get some momentum built up to make ground on Garrett Maines.
Everybody trying to chase after that two machine. They've been doing that a lot, but you're starting to see some really quick drivers get back after it. How about Vicente Salas, who has been so quick and had to charge through the back of this field? He's put a ton of work into getting that car fixed up, and it was far more torn up than that earlier on in this race. But all of a sudden, here he is in P3 as the sun begins to fade and set down into the sky at Darlington, and Salas now giving chase to Maines into Hendry. As high up as he's been in the field just about all night long. Chad Peterson makes a move. He gets clear of Garrett Conrad, so Peterson continuing to charge, but Maines might have some company, I think, before too long.
Yeah, I think Salas is going to be more tired than a butcher at a slaughterhouse because he's been wheeling it. He's been flat driving that hog around this track. In the 55, he's been the guy. He's been the guy that's been consistent when it comes to lap times to the leaders. He's about a tenth off as they come around here right now, but he's also not pushing it as hard. I'm watching his miles per hour coming around here and going through the corners. He's backing it down just about 2 or 3 miles an hour more than what the top two leaders are, because he knows as the 71 gets into the wall just a tad bit that he doesn't have to push it. You have 100+ laps to go. Just race your car, race the track. Everybody else will just fall in play.
Don't sleep on Sean Butler, who's running behind Salas in the 4th position either. The man with the silver hair and the golden voice that you hear on Podium 2's broadcast, the eNASCAR Road to Pro qualifying iRacing series. Really sneaky quick. I think he's been waiting for the second part of this race where he knew it was really going to make a difference, it was going to matter, and Butler's got plenty of speed too, so he and Salas coming to mix it up with Garrett Maines and give Maines the first proper threat he's had in a while.
He certainly has, as we watch them barrel it into turns 3 and 4. Butler and Salas trying to make up ground on Hendra and Maines as they come off of turn 4. You're on board with Garrett Conrad and the Nexus Esports Ford Thunderbird as they rocket across the start-finish line. 215 laps completed. And as they work their way through turns 1 and 2, we're going to give a big shout-out right quick to Logan Detweiler, or L. Detweiler 1996, as he got all 3 correct. And of course, the winner of the race of the 1987 Southern 500 was Dale Earnhardt Sr., as well as leading the most laps. the pole sitter, Davey Allison, back then in 1987. So a couple of some of the greatest drivers in the history of NASCAR representing there as they work their way back here on the screen as we celebrate that time period here tonight with the Retro 500 as the
Yellow
caution comes
flag
out.
out on the racetrack again. Brandon Zimmerman, I think, also involved. And again, around in the corner. Zimmerman in trouble. Bounces off of Samiyaya here. We'll see it over in the corner. And Jake Balmain just had nowhere to go.
It's a tough break for him as the 20 comes back onto the racetrack. I don't know if he didn't realize that he was there and that it put him in a bad position, but the 83 had nowhere to go on this racetrack. It just puts him in a terrible predicament as his night's virtually over. But what a shot that he has right here. 20 going around, there goes the 83 in the wall, and that's a crushing blow to that 83 because that car wanted to go fast. Old Talladega Nights, old Ricky Bobby, shake and bake, baby.
Yeah, I'd say that definitely applies. Bigger question, though, Taylor Burris, is are we going to see pit stops given that most drivers were in only 10, 15 laps ago?
That's going to be the biggest question right now. Some drivers may consider to come down pit road just to maybe get 2 tire stops or maybe get the other side of the tires that they already did not do, as we now see a couple decide to do the fake out. Sean Butler along with the 71 of Daniel Hindra also deciding to stay out, while Garrett Maines, Vicente Salas, they're going to come down pit road. David Grantham's going to stay out on the racetrack along with the 27 and the 09. They're going to try to see if they can get back on the lead lap as the rest of the field will come down pit road. Some of our heavy hitters like Garrett Maines and Vicente Salas.
So, lots of folks in for service. There are 3 drivers that have stayed out. We'll tell you about them once we see how service pans out, whether or not these drivers end up getting, I would assume probably 2 tires. And that looks like the call for Garrett Maines, looks like the call for Andrew Navarro. I'd be willing to bet that's probably going to be the call for Salas as well, who is going to beat Garrett Maines off of pit road. And Salas, for the first time this evening, I think, will be the first car in the field on fresh rubber when we go back racing.
That's huge. That's huge for the 55 because he has been fast. But, man, I'm kind of curious why these boys ain't wanting to use these tires up. I know the winner gets $500. They're going to spend a good bit of that on probably some Cold Coors Light or maybe a Bud Light. But why not spend a little bit on them tires? I mean, you got all the tires in the world on pit road. You got 15 sets, and they only decided to use half of them. So they're kind of putting themselves in a box if we continuously have cautions out here and they come down pit road. But, man, that 55 is a guy to watch.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to see Vicente Salas and see what he can do on this restart. But it's Hendry, Butler, and Grantham that have stayed out on 18, 17, and 12 lap runs respectively. So not too much on those tires, but certainly older than everybody else behind them. And especially when it's only 3 cars, might be quick work here for those 3. They have their work cut out for them, I think, to stay up towards the front. As we continue under the yellow flag, we'll remind you of some of the events coming up in the world of Podium Esports over the course of the next week. Tomorrow, coverage continues of the Operation eMotorsport iRacing League from Road Atlanta. You'll see our broadcast at 8 p.m. Eastern on youtube.com/Operation Motorsport, their own YouTube channel. Then, the Richmond Raceway Rumble hosted by McConey Setup Shop comes your way at 9:30 tomorrow night and is full. Now, by the way, 40 drivers registered, thanks to those of you who have signed up during this Retro 500 broadcast, but you'll see that on the Podium 2 Twitch channel, as well as the Podium Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter pages. Our special event from Hickory Motor Speedway that we'll have more information on over the course of the week comes your way Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv/Podium Esports. And then the MSRA Premier Series heads to Richmond Raceway Saturday night, September 11th at 8 p.m. on the Podium 2 Twitch channel, as well as the Podium Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter pages. Same spots for that race and for the Otmo Benefit Race, the 4 hours at Watkins Glen International. That's Sunday afternoon, September 12th at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then the SimMax Cup Series powered by MPI rounds out the week from Auto Club Speedway, September 12th, Sunday night, 9:15 p.m. Eastern on the Podium Esports Twitch channel. James Blake, Taylor Burris, Terry Ranford, Evan Pasoko, and Ryan Bauer bringing you coverage of the 2021 Podium Esports Retro 500. This is the second edition officially of this race. First time we've done it with the 1987s. Malik Ray, your winner in 2019. Someone at the end of this night is going to join him on the list of Retro 500 champions. The question is who? Is Garrett Maines going to finish it off from beginning to end and take home the trophy after being the fastest car in the first half of this race? Or are we going to see new names pop up with over 130 laps to go? Daniel Hendry is your control car and your leader on this restart as the green flag comes back out. And we are racing at Darlington on lap 222.
Great start right there by Daniel Hendra as they come off of turn number 2. Sean Butler, though, is not there right there as Hendra scrapes the wall off the back straightaway here as they enter turn 3. Here comes David Grantham as well in that third spot with Vicente Salas and Garrett Maines closing the gap as well. Your top 5 separated by less than a second. Throw in Andrew Navarro. 6 cars under a second battling for the race lead. Here comes Butler to the inside of Hendra. Side by side, they'll go into turn 1. Butler slides it down to the inside, tries to pull the slide job, makes it stick. What a pass by Sean Butler in that 32.
That is a power move from Sean Butler, who did a brilliant job to get his Monte Carlo alongside Hendry down the front stretch and then dove it in just deep enough to complete the slide job and take away the race lead, as Vicente Salas will do the same to David Grantham, and Garrett Maines might get underneath both of them and take away 2 spots and go to P4 as Butler will lead his first laps of the night, but heavy battling just behind him for second, third, and fourth.
Salas made a bold move right there, too. Had a nose underneath that 55, but he said, I don't care. I'm going to go make it stick. Gets under the 71. It's going to pass him for P number 2. The 2's keeping him in his sights. Every time he makes a pass, checkmate. Here comes the 2. The battle's heating up. Here comes the 55. He's trying to track down the leader, and the 2 goes side by side for second.
What a battle between Salas and Garrett Maines for second as they're both trying to run down Sean Butler. And I'm not surprised. I talked to Vicente after his run of the Coach Series at Darlington, and he said he felt like that the finish should have been a little bit better than what it was, that he had top 5 pace and just caught lap cars and traffic at the wrong time on green flag pit cycles. And even though he got a top 10, he felt like it could have been more. I think he still has something to prove. I think he's racing like he's got something to prove. And now that he's back up at the front after getting caught up in the incident of the restart around lap 60, you can see how much he's fighting contact there with Garrett Maines as they bounce off of each other once again down the front stretch and nearly turn each other, come across the start-finish line.
They beat and they bang it. They realize that they are closing in towards less than 100 laps to go here. We're on lap 226. Here comes Garrett Maines, going to give a little bit of a nudge to Vicente as Vicente looks to the inside of Sean Butler down the back straightaway. Maines is going to close the gap to keep Vicente on the bottom. He will slide it in there. Major power move for Vicente as Sean Butler is under attack from Garrett Maines. Vicente goes to block Maines off of turn 4 as they go down the front straightaway here. New race leader Vicente Salas leads for the first time tonight.
All ESE, Elliott Sadler, Esports 1 and 2 at the moment as there's contact a little bit further back and one car in the fence, but it is all Vicente Salas at the front for the moment, but Garrett Maines right there on his rear bumper to the inside goes the offer pad Chevrolet Monte Carlo for the race lead in 3 and 4.
2's been the fastest car this entire portion of the race, but the 55 says, I'm here to take this win. But Mr. Where did he come from? TJ Bursky has had trouble all race long. He finds himself in 3rd, and he's breathing down the back door of the 2 as they come off of turn number 2 down the back straightaway.
Big moves there from the front 3. Don't forget TJ Bursky, who now looks to the inside of Garrett Maines to try and take away the spot on lap 228 of 367. Bursky gonna try and use Salas as a pig as Garrett Maines just about turned around the 55 machine, and that checked up both of them and allowed Bursky to go to the inside. And TJ Bursky, if he sends it deep enough in 1, might be your new race leader by the time they hit the backstretch.
Big save right there for Vicente Salas as they work side by side with TJ Bursky off of turn number 2. Who's going to be able to hold on? Here comes Garrett Maines down the back straightaway. He's going to push Salas down through the middle of the back straightaway as they enter turn 3 and 4. Bursky going to try to dive it in there to keep Salas in that area where he can put the pressure on. Maines is beside him now as they come off of turn number 4. Bursky by a nose ahead of Maines as they come down the front straightaway. Maines maintains second place.
Garrett Maines will keep the momentum, and he'll keep it wound up and go to second. Persky will back out of it and slide back to third. And we'll take a look there at the spin that nearly was for Chente, who almost went around in front of everybody in turn 4.
Man, those tires got to be screaming like a rooster in the morning. 2 gets to the back bumper of the 55. He almost wrecks it, almost took the fastest 3 cars out of this race. But tough break for TJ Bursky. He couldn't complete the pass. Top 2, 55-2. Now it's side by side down the start-finish line. Lap 230 on the board. Can the 2 take the lead?
Coach Series power, they're going to bounce off of each other, and Maines is going to move to the front with authority and shove Salas out of the way just a little bit to go back to P1. So Garrett Maines back in control of this. Bursky might have had the opportunity, didn't quite have the momentum he needed off of turn 2, but he'll sit in P3 as Maines now back out in front in his Chevy Monte Carlo.
Garrett Maines, after that hair-raising battle with Bursky and Salas, maintains the race lead once again here on lap 231. As we take a look at this, Butler, of course, trying to close the gap as well. He sits in the 6th position. Remember, he was one of the drivers who got passed by Chad Oxenden. He was one of the drivers who stayed out on the racetrack, still holding on to 6th, while Daniel Hindra sits in 11th. So those tires not really holding up to par compared to what our race leaders are doing.
And Butler's the highest running of the folks who stayed out onto the slash yellow flag, and he's 6th. And then, yeah, everybody else, Hendry in 11th, Grantham in 12th, Helton in 15th. So they're all falling back pretty quickly, as now Salas is going to lose 2nd. There goes TJ Bursky to the inside in turn 1, and Bursky now up to P2 to try and go after Garrett Maines.
Did he tear his tires up is the real question. The 13 got underneath those 2. Almost made it 3 wide right there a couple laps prior, but now he finds himself in the P2 position trying to work his way up there. Passing the fastest car is going to be the problem. Garrett Maines has been the guy to beat. The 13's been quick, but is he quick enough? Last lap by, he's a 10th faster. Here comes the 13, challenging for the lead coming out of turn 2.
Again, another nice rebound for him in the same way that we talked about Daniel Hendry and some of the other ones. Remember, Bursky was around in turn 2 and had to slam on the brakes to make sure he didn't hit the fence. And here he is some 150 laps later to the inside of Garrett Maines for the race lead. And I think Terry asked the right question as Bursky goes to the front, TB. Did Maines and Salas burn the rubber off racing each other as hard as they did?
That's going to be the biggest question, James, right here as we watch Bursky get away from Garrett Maines as they enter turns 1 and 2. These 3 drivers were battling it out all the way to the bitter end. Now the question is, of course, their tires are starting to wear down a little bit, and they just were on pit road not even a few laps ago, or about 11 laps ago for these drivers. So keep an eye on seeing what happens to TJ Bursky. Can he pull away from Garrett Maines, even though he has a little bit older tires compared to Garrett Maines? Not by much, but enough to make some small significant differences later in the run. So keep an eye on these 2 drivers and see what happens as we progress further.
How much does running hard cost you in terms of pace, and what kind of job has TJ Bursky done to save his tires as Salas and Maines were chomping at the bit going after one another? Here's an on board with Andrew Navarro, who sits in 4th. He's been a solid top 10, top 5 car all night. I feel like we haven't talked about him all that much, but it's been a really consistent ride from him. He was another one that got caught up in the restart melee around lap 60 or so, but Navarro just hanging out at this point, and Chad Oxenden right behind him. Oxenden's also had a fast car too. Those 2 have been top 5, top 10 just about the entire race, as we can tell you that Roswell Harlow has had a packet loss issue and has forcefully been disconnected from the server, so we expect him to probably try and come back in on this, but he'll lose a few laps in the process getting reconnected.
And like they taught me in the Army for the 42, out of mind, out of sight. If you're out of sight, who cares? You just run your own race. You're doing what you got to do. 42 and the 77's been right there. Andrew and Chad have just consistently found themselves in a top 10 position. They've had to battle through adversity. The 77 got caught up in an incident, but he's worked his way back up here. And as I believe, they're on the exact same strategy as the leaders are. So the only thing they can do now is just keep riding it out and hope that maybe the caution falls when they need it to, and we have to avoid maybe another incident on their ends.
We'll see how it pans out. Worth noting that Sean Butler is far and away the fastest car, the ones who stayed out. Only driver in the top 10 now, as Hendry and Grantham have fallen off, that stayed out under this last yellow flag. So nice job at tire saving for Butler to keep his Chevy Monte Carlo up near the front. You're starting to see a little group develop just behind him. There's Chad Peterson, John Theodore, as you get a good look at Salas Navarro and Oxendine running second, third, and fourth. That's a little group. And then you got Butler. And then look at this group behind. You've got Chad Peterson, John Theodore, Cody Dutton, and Garrett Conrath all there to complete the top 10. But they're all closing in on Butler, who's got the older rubber.
Yeah, it's going to be a big situation right there for Butler with that older tires. He's currently sitting on about 10 laps older tires compared to Chad Peterson and John Theodore. So we'll see what happens to him, if he's going to be able to hold on. It's going to take a little bit of time, but they're trying to make progressive ground on Sean Butler. In fact, last time by, Butler was faster than Peterson and Cody Dutton, the only driver, as well as John Theodore. So it's starting to balance out just a little bit, but the run can continue to go longer. He's going to need a caution possibly to help him out, as TJ Bursky has now pulled out to a second lead.
I really do have to believe, I think we're seeing evidence with each passing lap that if you really try and run each other hard, you'll end up paying for it on the back end of a run, because we're seeing the lap times here, and Bursky's been able to beat Maines and Salas over the last 5 or 10 laps or so by a tenth solidly each and every time they come across the stripe. So Bursky is stretching this lead. Maines is sliding back. Salas is sliding back. And I'm a little surprised that Navarro and Oxendine haven't made more of an attempt to try and get around the 55, knowing that he had that big slide in turn 4. The rubber's probably a little bit more worn on his car than it is on some of the other ones around that 55 space station getting Ford Thunderbird.
Well, he's still running consistent lap times with him. Last time by, he comes across at a 32.56. The only one that ran a lap time mirror to his that wasn't 3/100ths or 3/1000ths off would have been Chad Oxendine. So it's not like they have a huge advantage. I mean, it all comes with the fact that he flat spotted his tires coming through the corner when he got contact with Garrett. But he was able to rebound. He's right here. He's leading this pack of cars. Sean Butler doing a great job. Chad Peterson's trying to find his way back up here as he's in a battle. He's falling hard. He's dropped 5 positions.
So Peterson slides to the very back of this and now runs in the 10th spot behind. Looks like it might be John Theodore that's managed to take control of this, at least for the moment. But here comes Cody Dutton to the inside, trying to make a move in turn 1. We'll see whether or not John lets him go, but they're going to continue to race. So how about this door-to-door? Well, for the moment, and then Theodore checks up and lets Dutton by. So Dutton to 7th, Theodore back to 8th, Conrad 9th, Peterson 10th.
We watch those drivers battle it out inside the top 10 as they work their way through the middle of turns 3 and 4. Peterson trying to find his way around Conrath. John Theodore on the outside of Conrath in that number 88. As they come down the front straightaway here, he's going to be able to hold off Conrath this time around as they come down into turns 1 and 2. Cody Dutton just patiently taking his time. Looking through the field right now, he's not one of the fastest drivers on the track. That currently goes right now to Vicente Salas running in 3rd position. But he has been making progressive gains, pulling away from John Theodore and Garrett Conrath right now and setting his sights on Sean Butler ahead.
Butler is indeed the next car up the racetrack. His Conrath is going to get to the inside of Theodore. Move Conrath up to 8th, Theodore back to 9th. Chad Peterson next in line. Butler's got a gap of about 2 seconds to Cody Dutton, so work to be done if Dutton is to go get Butler, who's on 43-lap old tires. You figure he probably has about maybe 20 more laps, you'd think, before he comes down for service. Everybody else on 27-lap old tires, so at about 15 to when Butler comes in, and that's when you figure the rest of the field probably will follow.
I think Sean's he's banking on a caution to happen. We've seen him trickling on throughout this race. People, once we get about 20 laps into the run, everybody tends to break loose. They run over the edge. They get over that line that you're not supposed to cross here at Darlington. But I'm impressed with what Sean Butler's doing. He's right on the back bumper of that 77. Chad Oxendine's been fast this entire race, and yet there he finds himself in the position to capitalize, to maybe get a 3rd place run before we go to green flag pit stops or potentially under yellow.
On board here with Butler, working towards lap 250 of 367, approaching 100 laps to go in this race. Not terribly far off from that mark, and there's your picture of the race lead. You see Bursky in front, then Maines, then this pack with Salas, Navarro, Oxendine, Butler, and then 2 seconds back to the group with Dutton and Conrad and Theodore and Peterson and Daniel Hendry, and even David Grantham, I think, right on the tail end of this.
Certainly is, as we're watching Grantham right now in that 12th position, in that throwback to the Valvoline Mark Martin days, as he works his way trying to catch up to Daniel Hindra in the 11th spot ahead of him. He does. It's a diabetic alert car, which is a really good cause and a great opportunity to give awareness on that, and pretty cool idea. I love the paint scheme for that. It's really a nice throwback with a little touch of own stylish touch and awareness.
A nice nod to the famed Valvoline scheme that Mark Martin ran for Roush Racing in the early 1990s. Colors that have adorned a Ford on many occasions in the 1990s, and went to victory lane a lot of times too, including here at Darlington Raceway in this race. I believe Mark was the 1993 winner of the Southern 500, if my memory serves me correctly.
I tell you what I'm impressed with right now. You see Salas, he's still holding that position. He continuously is one of the top 3, if not top 5 fastest cars on the racetrack, but he's got a mirror full
Trouble off of turn 4.
There's caution coming at.
Trouble indeed. It was just in front of David Grantham. Not totally certain who it was. I wonder if the answer to that question was indeed Chad Peterson. And it looks like there was a little bit of fun that took place between Peterson and Daniel Hendry that we'll have to take a look at.
Looking at the replay right now, Hendra got a little bit right there to the inside of Peterson, gave a small little tap, and then around goes Peterson. Doesn't collect anybody. Everyone else does a great job of heads up, and Peterson saves the car and continues on his way. And now the caution is out as we have completed 251 laps here. Now 252 once the leader crosses the line.
So pit stops here for everybody, and I would imagine you're going to see the field come down. I don't think anybody's stopping. I think bigger question is, do we see anybody try 4 tires, Terry Radford?
Yeah, I mean, I would see somebody making the jump at 4. There's no sense in not to. I mean, you got a lot of guys back here. This is your opportunity. Sean Butler was the biggest key. He's the biggest break we got right here in 6th place. I mean, the guy didn't pit, stayed on old tires. He's still on here. I would expect for him to take 4, but I think your lead cars have to take 2.
Who's going to be the one that gambles? Who's going to be the one that takes 4 tires? Who's going to come off of pit road first? Taylor Burris, you think your crystal ball is working well enough to give us the answers?
Well, looking at it right now, it's going to be difficult. I think for some of our leaders like Garrett Maines, Vicente Salas, they may try to pull a 4 tires because of how much tires they used up during that run. But for some of these other drivers like TJ Bursk and maybe Sean Butler, they may go with a 2 tire.
Might go with a 2 tire.
That's the big word right there.
Might, yeah, that's, I was going to say, we need to emphasize that because I do think there's a very, very valid point in all.
Navarro did.
As Navarro is going to go with 2, and he's going to beat a few folks out. Looks like Bursky, I think, is taking 4. Yes, he is. So he'll fall from the race lead. Maines wins the battle off of pit road, then Navarro, then Dutton, Butler, Conrad, Hendry, and I think Bursky is the first one to take 4 tires to get out, but he'll come out all the way back at the 8th position. So that is what 2 tires does for you on pit road. First to P8. So as they come out of pit road, passing thought here. Might want to try a little bit of trivia. I'm sort of game for it, but anybody want to pump in chat the name of, to my knowledge, the only driver to win 4 Southern 500s in a row? Might not be too terribly hard, and there are some cars in this field that certainly would serve as solid clues, but we'll see if anybody in chat is up with it and knows their NASCAR history and some of the history of this very, very famous track in Darlington, South Carolina. We're not terribly far away from Florence, which itself is right on Interstate 95. You're probably about an hour and a half or so south of Raleigh, state capital, North Carolina. So let's get a good look at where we are here. We'll show it to you, and you can see it with your own eyes, and not have to lean on our words so much. But you dig down, you dig down, you dig down, and roll all the way down to racetrack world and wonderful little highways and streets and places. And this is a spot TV in a town that comes alive every single year on this weekend, because this is the biggest show in Darlington every single year by a landslide.
It certainly is. It's pretty much an exciting yearly, or now it's bi-yearly event, or every 2 years. It races twice a year now, but of course it could be changing. But the single most important race is that Southern 500. We have in years past raced here twice, but the Southern 500 on Labor Day weekend has been the greatest race when it comes to racing here at Darlington. So much history, so much heritage. I mean, I've had privileges of watching this race for many years, and then of course had even history of being my great-grandfather racing at this track in the Southern 500. So it's just a phenomenal event to see these drivers battling it out here in the virtual world, of course.
Speaking of history, we're still waiting for the correct answer to trivia question number 2. Only driver to win 4 Southern 500s in a row. It is not Dale Sr. It is not Richard Petty. It is not David Pearson, and I give great credit to our good friend Jay Kennedy at SimSpeed Esports, who threw in some fellow named Peter Brock, who did win a few times in a row, but that was on the mountain at Mount Panorama with the Bathurst 1000, not the Southern 500. So, but we do finally have the right answer that comes in, and credit to the father of our current race leader, Jason Maines, who gets the right answer with Jeff Gordon at the peak of his Rainbow Warrior powers, won this race 4 times in a row from 1995 to 1998. What a way to cap that run, too, with arguably one of the greatest seasons, if not maybe the greatest season ever in the modern era. It is incredibly impressive to think back on Jeff Gordon's 1998 and consider that he won 13 races out of the 33 points races that were run that year. Mightily impressive, probably never to be touched again. Even more so untouchable, I think, is that when you take Mark Martin's season into account in 1998, between Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon, 2 drivers won a combined 21 of 33 races that season. Almost 2/3 of the checkered flags that fell in 1998 went to either Gordon or Martin. And a shame, I suppose, for Martin, because in any other season besides Jeff Gordon's best season ever, he probably would have been a champion of the then Winston Cup Series, but just really, really bad timing. Really, really bad timing. But some great memories here. See Bill Elliott pop up in chat, too, who got one of his, I'd say his last big win in the 90s here in 94, sort of the end of the Junior Johnson era. That was a special day. Harry Gant, winner of this race in 1991, to cap off the run, or begin the Mr. September run, actually. Ward Burton and Terry Labonte closing out. Jeff Burton wrecking the car right before the rains came in 1999 to win this. Lots of tales we can tell about Darlington, but we'll worry about them later as there's trouble on the restart. Everybody going sideways again in a carbon copy of what happened back on lap 60. This time it's nearly on lap 260, and I saw TJ Bursky, one of the cars that went around. We'll take a look at the replay and see who else was involved in this incident along with Bursky's machine.
It's like the checkup started with Butler right there, and then the chaos ensues. Bursky involved, the 71 of Hindra involved. Parent almost made hard contact. Everyone just trying to get on the binders to survive this section.
Big hit there for Daniel Hendry. I don't think this time he's going to be able to get away with it because there's a lot of front-end damage on his car. Garrett Conrath was put into the fence. I saw Caden Russ just sneak through this in between Conrath and Hendry. Oxendine got a pretty good piece of, I think it was Bursky. Engine gone, I believe, on Hendry's machine as well. Just saw the puff of smoke as I watched the replays. So I would suspect that's probably the end of what had, up to this point, been a really nice run for Hendry and the Martin Sports Chevy Monte Carlo, but not to be with about 100 laps to go and change in this race. Looking to see if anybody else got caught up in this and picked up a significant amount of damage, but I think just Henry and Oxendine and Bursky were the 3 that actually got tangled up and spun around, but Hendry, without question, the worst off of that trio of drivers in this yellow flag, which comes out on lap 258, 367.
If you could just show the replay again on the back bumper of the car that was the one that kind of stuttered a little bit, because you can kind of see the back end wanting to move. Right when he got on the gas, the back end wanted to kick up, and then it kicked back down when they missed it. So it was kind of a in and out, bam, bam, thank you, ma'am, play. He gets on the gas, gets the shift, it bounces up and down, and then boom, stack up behind him, and all the way the chaos goes around. So I don't know if anybody's at fault there. It looks like the tires just wanted to get going, but the gas and everything that wanted to happen didn't want to work all as one. It just kind of went different than how it would have seemed.
Valid points there all around as we welcome you into the booth here during coverage of the Podium Esports Retro 500 for 2021. James Plank, Taylor Burris, Terry Ranford, Evan Pasoko, Ryan Bauer, our producer for the evening, bringing you all these shots from iRacing's virtual Darlington Raceway as Garrett Maines, your leader in this race, as he's been for a good chunk of the evening. But here we are. We've made it back to the cameras, and we're just sort of hanging out and having lots of fun as we get set to see if anybody's going to come down under this yellow flag. But given how close we were to pit stops, I think the bigger question to ask here is, are we at a stage where you're going to try and maybe split this and maybe go 50-50 and try and get one more stop out of this race? Or are you going to try and set yourself up where you're going to either run all 60, 65 and then come in with 40 to go, or maybe option 3, Terry, where you come in maybe 40 laps into this run and try and run the final 60 to 65 clear to the end? What's the strategy call if you're atop the box?
If I'm Garrett Maines right now, he's been the guy holding on. I'm going to continue on with just stay out, run as many laps as you can, come in, take your 2 tires, go about your day. If I'm Andrew Navarro, Salas, Fulton, or Helton, I'm doing something different. We've already seen Caden Rush take 4 tires under the green flag pit stop cycle, and here he has in 9th. So at the end of this run, can the game play off for Caden Rush? He took the 4, now he's 1 set lower than the rest. Garrett Maines is going to have to take 2. He's been on that strategy, but it's going to be curious to see which one behind them wants to take 4, because track position has been key all race long.
And or whether or not somebody decides to try and do that under the green flag or under the caution flag, Taylor. That's another wrinkle in this equation that we have to consider.
It certainly is. I mean, you got to throw the factor in. Cautions breed cautions. And with us approaching the 100 laps to go left in this race, drivers' intensity are going to continue to build up. They know they're not much further away from possibly winning the Retro 500, etching their name in Podium Series history, and seeing if they have what it takes to win here at the Lady and Beck. We got our best suits on. Do the drivers out there have their best behaviors and best suits on to finish out tonight's race?
So they have their A game, I suppose, if we're to be technical about it. We'll find out here because we're starting to work our way towards the end of this, closing in on 100 laps to go in this Retro 500. Garrett Maines, your control car for the restart. Whether or not they stack up again or not, we'll find out. Maines will get the opportunity to lead us back to green flag racing, and we'll go back to action at the track too tough to say, the virtual Darlington Raceway. Barney, the flag man, is on it. We are back to green flag racing, and another car down to the inside, but I don't think we're going to see a yellow flag, 1 spinner, but off the racing line, so they'll fan out into 1 and 2.
It's a tough break for the 7 right there, Derek Fulton. He was doing a great job sitting up there in the top 10. But the problem with that restart is everybody wanted to go before the leader wanted to go. Everybody's up on the edge of their seat. We're closing into 100 laps to go in this. They can see the paycheck. They can see the prize money. The neon at the bar is starting to light up. Who's going to go take it? The 2 wants it bad, but here comes Cody Dutton. He's challenging for P number 2.
Dutton indeed all over the rear bumper of Andrew Navarro to try and take away the 2nd position. Looking to the inside, coming out of 2. He might just have the run. Coming down the back straightaway, he's going to peek to the inside, and he'll try and send it off into 3 to make the spot his and make the pass happen.
He'll send it in as they work in the middle of turns turns 3 and 4, and Navarro holds on. Here comes Dutton. He gets loose off of turn 4, able to save it, but loses a ton of time on Navarro. Sean Butler now going to try to reel him back in as they work through 1 and 2.
So loose was Navarro there in the back of this field, and goodness, it was really, or rather, take the back, not Navarro, Dutton was loose there on the inside, getting names and places mixed up as we work our way through 500 miles of action. Here's John Theodore, who is a little bit further back, just in the 7th spot, trying to work his way around Caden Rush and Vicente Salas, who run in 6th and 5th. But as I was saying, Dutton just could not hold the inside. That's not the first time we've seen that tonight, Terry, where a driver tries to get a run on the bottom, but there's just not enough banking to support mashing the gas on corner exit, and they have to back out of the run before they spin themselves out.
Yeah, that's not going to be the last time we see it either. But here's the key. The key is at the end of this race, somebody's going to do it. Somebody's going to go down and go, I don't care if I get loose. It's checkers or wreckers time. It's time to cash the big paycheck. Dutton's coming back. He wants another helping of the P2 position. He sees Andrew Navarro holding it. He sees the fastest guy in front of him in Garrett Maines. Now it's time to put the pedal to the metal, turn that thing as hard as you can, and hopefully you get 4 sticker tires on it. It's the 42 and the 2 both get the wall there.
I was about to say, Garrett Maines just got the fence pretty good in the middle of 1 and 2. I wonder how much that's going to affect his car. Navarro got a piece of it as well. Here comes Dutton to the inside to try and complete the slide job and make the pass for a second, and he nearly had it, does have it. I think Navarro might have given it to him just a little bit, but Cody Dutton now into second, and here comes Sean Butler hot on the heels of Dutton's pass to try and get around Navarro and get third.
He's going to try as they come down through the middle of turns 1 and 2. Right up against the wall, they'll go. Diving to the bottom of the racetrack off corner exit. Here comes Butler with a little bit of momentum on his side. He's going to try and take a peek onto the inside, maybe in turns 3 and 4. Decides to follow suit and stay up on him, but here comes Cody Dutton to the back bumper of Garrett Maines.
Dutton now chasing after Garrett Maines. Has he saved his car? Has he saved his tires? Has he saved his equipment to make a charge here as we start working our way towards the end of this race? Inside of 100 laps to go. Back on board with Theodore, who is still in 7th and still trying to find his way around that TobyChristie.com machine of Caden Rush.
Caden Rush has been one of the most underrated drivers this entire race. This 500 miles is catching up with all of us. The 27 has been the guy to go outside the strategy box. 4 tires on green flag pit stops, 2 tires under the caution flag. He's been all over the place, and now he's right behind Salas, who, in my opinion, has been the sleeper pick that most of us didn't look at and go, that could be the guy that could win this race. So these 3 battling, if the cards play out right with the 100 or under 100 laps to go now, this could be perfect.
It could very well be well set up for a Dutton, for a Butler, for a Salas, for a Rush. It goes back to what at this point is almost a cliche saying as we get on board with Colton Zimmer, who currently rides in 10th, that it doesn't really matter how many laps you lead in the beginning of this race, because what matters is that you lead the last lap at the end of this race, Taylor.
It certainly is. It doesn't matter if you lead the most laps, you lead the first lap. As long as you are there when that checkered flag falls and you're the first one across the line, that's the most important thing. Everything else doesn't really matter at this point. You can say, hey, I led the most laps at the Retro 500, but nobody really remembers who led the most laps at the last Retro 500 we ever did. So, unfortunate for them, but we do remember the winners.
There's a great battle between Christian Peterson, Seth DeMerchant, and Malik Ray 2 years ago. We're going to see an entirely different cast of drivers try and fight for the win tonight. None of the top 5, I think, from 2 years ago back in this race for the second go-round of the Retro 500. But look at this, Cody Dutton, ever so slightly beginning to reel in Garrett Maines. We'll look at lap times as they come across the stripe. And as they complete lap 271, it was a 31.990 to a 31.965. So Dutton faster by 3/100ths of a second that last time by.
Great lap by Dutton, and also great lap by Garrett. These two are putting down identical lap times, but I think it's going to be more important to look at which one of these drivers is able to save the tires more throughout this run. You see Dutton kind of being a little bit more on the patient side, sitting in the middle, riding the bottom, just letting the car do the work. Then you look more at Garrett. He's playing kind of defense right here. He's wanting to ride that high line, kind of arc it to the bottom, swing it back to the top of the wall, and get that good run all the way down. That's going to scrub. It'll give you speed, but it's going to scrub those tires. Very impressed with what the 80's doing, but I'm also very, very equally impressed with what Garrett Maines is doing. A flawless show so far by him.
Remember that Cody Dutton won the first qualifying race, so he's already found victory lane in some form of the Retro 500, but can he win when it matters the most? That is the biggest question of all, as it's Maines, Dutton, Navarro, Butler, Salas are top 5, and they really have spread out. You have to go all the way back to Russ, Theodore, and Helton to find a good battle with drivers on top of one another. Here comes Theodore to the inside. He'll try and drive it down deep to get the run on Caden Rush. John Theodore kept it off of Rush, but got himself loose in the process and is going to lose the spot to Logan Helton.
Talk about a save right there for John Theodore. I don't know if we can get a replay of that, but that was a hold on to your hats kind of moment, and he was able to hold on indeed. Here's the replay of what happened as they enter turn 1 and 2. He had the good run. He'll take a peek to the inside of Caden Rush, and then right about there, he starts to lose it, the car a little bit on the rear end. Around he goes, almost gains control of the car and is able to keep on going straight and narrow, but does lose that spot to Logan Helton.
Back to a theme we've talked about already in this show. It's so tough to carry momentum on the inside. I thought for a moment Theodore might be able to just dive it down, that he had arched so high in the middle of the corner that he might be able to carry enough momentum on exit down on the bottom and just sort of run down the hill to get even with Rush, but he didn't have enough momentum to get alongside Rush the way he needed to, had to check up. And now here he is some 3 laps later, and he's about maybe 10 car lengths back of where he was just a few laps ago.
And he only lost 1 spot there, so 1 spot being lost on this slide that he had there was very impressive. But coming up here to the second place position, Andrew Navarro, he's on the back bumper of Cody Dutton, and he brought the luckiest guy in Darlington right now, Sean Butler, back into the fray.
Butler indeed in the mix here as Dutton, Navarro, and Butler all in the mix. Maines now has a gap of about 0.8 of a second, so he's beginning to stretch it out on these 3 who continue to fight for second. And look at Chente Salas coming back into the mix. He's right there behind these 3. If they start racing door to door, we're going to see something. Here comes Navarro to the inside, looking for an opportunity underneath Cody Dutton.
He's going to try to take a look to the inside as he can't quite make it stick. Dutton will hold on to the line as they come down the front straightaway here and work their way over to turns 1 and 2. Here comes Sean Butler as well. 3 cars battling for second spot. You're on board with Sean Butler as they work their way through turns 1 and 2. Navarro try to take a peek off of turn 2 to get the momentum on his side. Butler watches on. Here comes Navarro to the inside.
Dutton didn't get a great run off of 2, and I think he's going to give the spot to Navarro, at least for the moment, who's going to try and slide up in front of Dutton, but Dutton maintains the horsepower way up top, and he will keep that 42 underneath them. They'll be wheel to wheel down the front straightaway. So what does Navarro do on corner entry here?
He continues to stay side by side with him. This time he sails it in there deep. 80 goes for the crossover. They're going to be side by side again. 80 goes to the bottom. 42 to the outside. Here comes Sean Butler in the 32.
Butler down to the inside as Dutton had to check up a little bit. He was stuck underneath Navarro and couldn't get the run off of 2 that he wanted. So now here comes Butler, who's going to try and do the same thing and get it up high. But again, didn't drive it in deep enough, didn't carry the momentum the way he needed to. It is just finally going to clear Cody Dutton and go to P3 on lap 280 of 367. So Salas now there too. He's going to get underneath Dutton. I wonder if the rubber is beginning to fade on Dutton's machine, which is now on the 28th lap of this current stint.
Ooh, Cody Dutton gave a little bit of a love tap right there to Vicente Salas off of turn number 2 as you're on board with them as they work through 3 and 4. A little bit of words said to each other as they continue to do battle here. This is going to be exciting as they rocket off turn number 4.
Should be good. How good is Chente's car? How good is Navarro's car? How good is Butler's car? And can they run down Garrett Maines, who's legged it out to 1.2 seconds? He's picked up nearly a half second amongst that whole fracas for second, third, fourth, and fifth.
I think they're going to need a miracle, a Hail Mary of sorts to get up there and past that too. He's been on rails this entire evening. Garrett's been able to get out there, stretch the lead out anytime he wants. He's been the wild card so far in this whole race. I had no clue. He wasn't even on my radar coming in for a pick. I was going to say that Chad Peterson was the guy to look for, but he's mired back in the 10th place position. These guys have been putting it all on the line right here, and it's been incredible to see what they're going to do with 86 laps remaining on this racetrack.
A little bit further back, here's another look at Cody Dutton, who is following from second back to fifth over the course of this green flag run. The question now is whether or not he can hang on to the rear bumper of Vicente Salas as Salas continues to just stretch this ever so slightly. And if he can't, then he'll fall back into this next pack, which has got a whole bunch of folks that we've seen tonight. Logan Helton, John Theodore, Brandon Sox, Chad Peterson, Chad Oxendine, all in this mix right around P10, fighting for position. Does Dutton stay with the top 5, or does he fall off, or do we get a yellow flag to change everything, as I think Carlos Ramos has found himself in trouble once again?
Yeah, he's down on pit road right now, but it looks like he just loses it off at turn number 2. As you'll take a look at the replay here. Here he comes in the middle of turn 1 and 2, and then just off of turn 2, he'll get a little bit loose and then just barrel it into the inside wall. Unfortunate for him. It's safe to say, though, his night is done. Engine is smoking, and he is going to have to probably pull it behind the wall. Unfortunate. He has made it, though, this far. We have to give him credit to making it this far with 84 laps to go. He's made it farther than a lot of drivers who started off today's race.
Heavy damage, lots of repairs needed. I question whether or not he'll be able to get back out on the racetrack before this is over. That's an easy 30 minutes, I think, just with that shot there. As Garrett Maines will bring this field down pit road, and Terry Radford, this could be it for these drivers, potentially, if we go green the rest of the way.
If we go green the rest of the way, absolutely, this is it. This is the last pit stop you're going to do. But given the race trends, I'd hate to be the Larry McReynolds and all this, but we haven't seen an 84-lap run go on here. So in the back of the mind of these drivers is, well, if you take 2 here, you could take 4 later. Or if you could take 4 here, take 2 later. They think there's going to be a caution coming up. And I don't want to put words in their mouth, but the trends do speak for themselves. We have continuously seen incidents happen further on in the back of the pack. No doubt in my mind, 2 tires is going to be the way to go here again. These guys are just too smart out here riding these right sides.
So Maines is going to win the battle off of pit road. Just about everybody on 2 tires here. I don't see too many folks outside of Vicente Salas, who's going to take 4. So that, I think, probably worth noting. Oxendine, Salas, Rush, trying to see anybody else. Bursky, I think. So some of the folks who are going to start from 11th on back, which is where Salas is scored currently, going to be on 4. Could leave us with some interesting dynamics to play with here as we get set to hit the stretch run in the Retro 500. We'll be back with more coverage from iRacing's virtual Darlington Raceway on Podium Esports just after this. When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Makoni Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Makoni Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Makoni Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MakoniSetupShop.com and learn why Makoni Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Makoni Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
This is iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport, virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in endorsed series from NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, the World of Outlaws, Aussie Supercars, and more. Take on legendary circuits like Daytona, Silverstone, and the Nürburgring. Join iRacing's global online racing community and get on track today at iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of the Retro 500. James Pike, Taylor Burris, Terry Radford, Evan Pasoko, Ryan Bauer bringing you the final 80 laps for the virtual Darlington Raceway in Darlington, South Carolina. Taylor Burris, talking to us over the break, you said you have a trivia question with a musical reference?
Well, of course. We got to have a musical reference. So what we're going to be looking for this trivia question is the longest running number one song in 1987 on the Billboard's 100. So if you can find out which songs lasted the longest, that would be your winner. We'll make sure to give you a shout out on tonight's broadcast. Logan Detler, I got one earlier. Let's see if someone else can be up here and join us.
That's actually a pretty good question. Gotta give you lots of credit for that one, as Garrett Maines will lead us back to Green Flag Racing once again, and we are off and away at Darlington. Good restart for most of the field. Can Sean Butler get after Maines now that he's in second? Great pit stop for Butler's machine, and now he will try and give chase to the Offer Pad Chevrolet.
Yeah, that 32 of Sean Butler comes off pit road. P number 2, great advantage right here as Andrew Navarro is behind him. Cody Dutton's going to sit in the 4th place position, but they have their eyes set on that leader. Here comes Cody Dutton for 3rd, and Sean Butler is going to make an attempt down there, but no, here comes the 80. He's going to go side by side for 2nd, coming off of 4.
Look at Cody Dutton make the move to the bottom. Got underneath Sean Butler, going to force the issue, I bet, going into turn 1 and probably slide up in front of the 32 to make this happen with relative ease. He goes to 2nd. Navarro can't give chase. A little contact further back as inside of Andrew Navarro goes Logan Helton as Navarro goes sideways, and Navarro spins down the back straightaway. Andrew Navarro into the wall, and no yellow flag. He's in trouble, and off the racetrack goes the man who had been up in the top 5 just about the entirety of the second half of the race. And Andrew Navarro after contact with Logan Helton and the fence, maybe more the fence than Helton, down into the fence and on the brakes. But again, everybody going for it here at Darlington. Now that it's crunch time, you see trouble strike quickly.
The chaos. Yeah, this is chaotic. John Theodore, unfortunately, rolling backwards after that contact, and a lot of our heavy hitters that were battling it out for the race win possibly here collected in this as they worked their way down into turn 3, slowing up, and then more chaos. 4 wide. There goes Joshua Parent, Chris Peterson, and more involved. Even also the 77 of Chad Oxenine involved in that one as well.
That's a lot of fast race cars who had been in the top 5, top 10 just about all night. That's going to change things a lot. They were all just going for the same spot. 4 wide at Darlington does not work. And usually when people try it, unfortunately, this is the result that we get, Terry.
Yeah, it looks like a junkyard. It's your local square, but wasn't expecting to see everybody get in that incident. You'd already seen the car go down there and have an incident, and then the 24 just goes. Everybody wanted that position. 24 tried to clear himself up. Yeah, well, that wasn't the right move to make. There we go. Everybody's in the wall together, and perfect shot of the Darlington, South Carolina wall, though.
Good shot. We're going to get another shot here from John Theodore, see what happened, and now I'll go with the 19 machine of Chris Watkins, who just loud. Yeah, that's That's a shot into Derek Fulton is what that is. But then again, everybody's spinning across the racetrack. If you're not all the way down on the apron, where are you going to go?
Right in the side of somebody else, apparently. It just sent it right on in there. Man, try to make it fit, but tough break for a lot of these guys. I mean, Theodore had such a great run to come back up to the top. Oxidon had it as well. They were all able to come up there. I think Theodore's going to be able to come back on this racetrack, but the 77, he took some pretty hard shots out there.
Yeah, big shot there for Chad Oxendine. You see just how torn up that car is. Sheet metal twisted everywhere. Might be a bit before we see him back out on the racetrack. And some drivers also involved in this. Josh Parents trying to get his car fixed up too. Brandon Zimmerman in for a stop. And then how about we see if we can get a word with our in-race reporter, Dylan Connolly, who is just sort of hanging around there and waiting. And Dylan, now that we've made it towards the back end of this race, you've been waiting. Is it go time now, I figure?
Well, there aren't very many cars left, so I figured it is. That big wreck took out a lot of cars. I was trapped one lap down for so long. I was hoping to, if it went a certain amount of laps, I was going to be fine. Then I'd have to hope for a yellow back-to-back after that. But finally back on schedule, finally back on the lead lap. So I'm aiming for top 10. Just got an ELL penalty apparently. That's fun news. But we still got a clean car. That was the plan, is to get to around lap 300, 315 with at least all four wheels pointing the same direction and not losing any power. So the plan's coming together.
Plans coming together. Now that you're here, how hard are you going to press, or do you feel like you're going to wait a little bit with the inclination that you might see a few more incidents before we go back green?
I don't think we're done wrecking just yet, so I'm gonna be conservative right now. But if I'm fast or something, I'm gonna try to get by. Probably around 20 to go is when I'll really say, okay, forget this. I'm gonna go race somebody. But I don't want to get too aggressive and then suddenly end up out of the race.
You've got time, you've got space. We'll see how it pans out for you, Decon. Best of luck to you, and we'll keep an eye on what the Gene Machine does.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There's Dylan Connolly. Let's see if we can get a word with the other in-race reporter we've had this evening who was involved in that incident. John Theodore now with us in the booth as he tries to get his car fixed up. And John, well, you were headed straight, and then all of a sudden you weren't. What did you see? What did you feel from behind the wheel on that one?
So we got all crossed up in all kinds of ways there, and I didn't really see anything. I heard someone say he's coming back up off the apron, and then I just kind of braced for impact. I figured I was going to get hit, and it did.
So we go back to green flag racing. How torn up's the car? Or we'll see. Yep. John, how torn up's the race car?
We had a minute 15. I think the engine's fine. Most of the damage on the left side. I think we're going to be all right.
10-4, we'll let you get back to it as Cody Dutton continues to chase after the lead to the inside. He goes on Garrett Maines as Sean Butler's right there. Can Dutton pull the slide job off and get up in front of Garrett Maines? Yes, he can, but here comes Maines to counter back on the bottom.
Working down the front straightaway here, he will hold off Garrett Maines this time as they dive it into turns one. Cody Dutton throws the block to the inside. Maines tries to follow. Sean Butler all over the back bumper of Maines. Here comes also Logan Helton. He'll look to the inside off of turn number 2 as you're on board with Helton. Down the back straightaway they'll go. 4 Chevrolets lined up. Then you have the Fords of Conrad and Salas and Bursky trying to hunt them down as they come through 3 and 4.
Amongst the top 4 or 5, rather, you've got 2 drivers who have been to victory lane of big-time races here on Podium. Maines, of course, with his championships, and then Logan Helton won the season opener for the MSRA Premier Series back in February, the Canterbury RV 500 from Daytona. But Dutton and Butler and Conrath have not won a big race here yet. Does that change this evening as we look at TJ Bursky, who's done a nice job of climbing back up through the field, now up to 7th, looking for 6th underneath Butler?
He's done an incredible job today. Him and Salas have been the two hardest workers, and they're sitting 5th and 6th right now. They have been caught up in the craziest things possible. Check up on the restart, wrecking in a corner, just the craziest stuff that you could see. And Bursky continues to come. But Cody Dutton taking this lead was huge for multiple reasons. With him taking this lead and miring the two back, we haven't seen the two being able to make any passes so far on that bottom without maybe using the chrome horn just a little bit or having the tires fall off. 80 just took it. This could be the move for the race win right here if we can stay green.
If. Emphasis on the if. You make a great point there, Terry Radford. And lo and behold, all right, we can't script the commentator's curse better than that. We really can't. No sooner do we finish our point than we get another yellow flag. This time for Sammy Yaya, who I think bounced off the fence, might have bounced off the Gene machine, actually. A little contact there, but Yaya around up in the wall. You'll see the contact there with Dylan Connolly, and the 90 goes around, bounces it up into the fence, and gets on the brakes, but stops in the middle of the racetrack, and we are under yellow once again.
I can see our social media expert, Eric Messer, just typing away after that comment that you two just made here.
I cannot time this. Also can update you all that Sammy Yaya has been parked by race control for his involvement in multiple yellow flags over the course of this race. We'll now get under the yellow, and just when you thought you might get the opportunity to have a race where you maybe get a few green flag runs at the end of this, here we are inside of 70 laps to go. And I just get the feeling, Terry, that we're probably going to be under yellows for a good chunk of the rest of this race, that it may end up being a case where we're going to have sprint races until the end.
Well, I keep on pointing it out there. I mean, if you put me out here on the track, $500 on the line, that's a lot of Bud Light you can get out there and get. I mean, my personal favorite, that's race tickets. You could find yourself sitting at the Darlington Raceway next season for the first one of the season. It's steering wheel or checkered flags, in my opinion, and I think the 2 and the 80 are going to be the top 2 at this moment. That's going to have to be the people to beat.
You'll have to watch for them. You'll have to pay attention to them. Cody Dutton and Garrett Baines have commanded all kinds of attention and respect for the runs they've had so far, Taylor. But again, we've got folks that have been quick, that might not necessarily have been leading a lot tonight. You think of Salas, you think of Butler, you think of Theodore, you think of Bursky. Folks who have the opportunity to make the charge late and maybe shake this up by showing up at the right time after having bided their time throughout the vast majority of the Retro 500.
Throw a dart on the wall and see where it lands. That could be your winner for tonight's Retro 500. We've seen everything happen pretty much with your race leaders battling it out here tonight. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be entertaining for everyone watching here. So please stay on this show for the rest of the race. It's not going to be something you would want to miss.
Also, TB, for your music question, what's our correct answer? Did we get it in chat at some point?
We did. So we got a couple of people who actually try to get it. So we'll give a quick shout out to the one who got it the quickest, who already has not received a shout out. That's Top Esports. John Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer in 1987, went 4 weekends straight in order to do it. But of course, the 1980s, I had to say, the best musical era when it comes to rock and roll and all things good with music and everything. So you can't go wrong with that. You can't forget your songs like Michael Jackson with Bad, and of course, the Bangles. I saw a couple of people mentioning that Walk Like an Egyptian. You were close, but they went from 1986 into 1987 for a few weeks straight. So couldn't count that one.
Now, in fairness to the people who did say that, I think I saw Jay Kennedy pop in with that one amongst a few others, but Walk Like an Egyptian was the #1 song on the year-end Hot 100 list. So that does count for something. We I think, need to give them a little bit of credit. But let's get back to Dylan Connolly, see what he's up to. Dylan, just your perspective from that incident there with Sammy and what happened from behind the wheel.
We were side by side, and then he kind of moved down and pinched me. Not bad. I still had plenty of room, but it looked like we just got together, met in the middle, and he hit the wall. So I think we're all still good. So I'm at 7th. Look at this. I can't believe it. You know, this Veer's pays right here.
I have to believe this was all part of the plan, right? To wait, and then you start charging up towards the end of this race, and here you are, top 10. You got a shot. You said you wanted a top 10. You're right where you want to be.
Well, I can see the 2 Coke drivers up there, so I must be doing something right. I can see the pace car now. That's the first time I've seen it all race. So I'm very happy with where I'm at right now, but it's still kind of in give more than take mode right now because we still got a little over 60 laps to go. So I'm just trying to play it safe and just have a chance and just hang around until about 20 to go, and then we'll reevaluate from there.
Think you finish off this run and get what you need, that maybe there's a pair of jeans or an Alpha Prime shirt or maybe a new screenplay from Tommy Joe himself. In fact, I know he's written a few of them.
I was just going to aim to see if he'd let me drive the Xfinity car next year one race, but I might have to go win a couple more races than this to do that.
We'll see how it goes. We'll let you get back to it as Dylan Connolly will restart in 7th as we get set to go green flag racing on lap 304 of 367. Going to be 64 laps to go as Dutton hits the gas pedal, and we're back to green flag racing, and he got a good jump, Terry Bradford, on Garrett Maines, making 3-4 car lengths by the time they get to turn 1.
He got a massive jump right there, but the jump that he wanted wasn't the jump that he got, because all over the back bumper of the 2 was Salas, and I think that's kind of why he got that jump, is the 55 was on his back bumper so close that it made it hard for him to shift into 3rd gear, it looked. And now here goes Cody Dutton. He's going to walk away with this lead by a half a second. We're closing in 63 laps remaining, or 64 laps remaining on this racetrack. It's crunch time now.
Off we go. There goes Dutton. There goes Maines. There goes Salas. No trouble for Garrett Conrad a little bit further back as everybody goes down to the inside to avoid the 9 car that was all up on the fence. And a big smack there in 1 and 2 for the Nexus Esports drive for lots of people going to the apron to avoid him. But it looked like everybody managed to clear him and get around.
He just got super loose going into turns 1 and 2 and then decided to do a little bit of wall riding right there. Unfortunately, couldn't make it stick, and a major damage to that number 9.
Big time damage. He just got loose. Yeah, just lost it in the center of the corner and managed to bounce off the wall and back on the wall and back off the wall and on the wall again over and over before he finally caught it. Now is scored in the 15th position, but with a good end of damage to the right side of his Ford Thunderbird as Dutton's clear of Garrett Maines by about half a second already. You've got that 2 up there by themselves. Then Salas, Butler, Emery, 3, 4, 5. And then you go back to 6 and Caden Rush yet again leading the line here of everybody in the back half of the top 10, which stretches all the way to Colton Zimmer, who runs 10th.
I'm still just curious right here with Caden Rush. He's been the tale of 2 tapes, and you know, I'm not much into the be patient until it's time to go. But if I'm Caden Rush, it's time to go. You know, patient time is over. You got 61 laps remaining. It's go time. You took 4 tires. You were the strategy. You were the first one to play it. Well, it's time for you to turn the Jets on. Get up there and try to win this race. You see TJ Bursky, he's taking whatever line they give him. He'll touch the wall if he's got to get back to the front and put it to work. He passes Logan Helton right there for I believe that's the 7th place position on the racetrack. Doing a great job out here.
Yeah, Bursky's had speed, had pace. I have a hunch he may need another yellow or 2 to get back to the front and have a shot for the leaders. But if there's anybody in the back half of the top 10 that's had pace to get out in front and lead this thing, Bursky, I think, is the most likely candidate. He's the only one that's led a significant amount of laps amongst this group from 6th to 10th. So we'll keep an eye on Bursky, whether or not he can find a way underneath Rush and get to the top 5. But as he continues to work, it's still spread out at the front. But maybe intriguingly, something we should note here, that gap between Butler and Rush is coming down too. So as we come back to green flag racing and tires get back up to 10th, I think Rush is starting to figure this out, starting to find more pace.
He certainly is, Pike, and right now he's running some very competitive lap times. Actually, the fastest last time by with a 31.52 along with TJ Bursky with a 31.54. So these are going to be the two drivers to keep an eye on as they progress through the rest of the run. They're right now on the back bumper of Sean Butler, along with Anthony Emery and Vicente Salas as they work down the front straightaway heading into turn one. Cody Dutton does have some lap traffic in front of him. I believe that's going to be one of the drivers that we just saw, the 43 of Brandon Sox, who's about to go a lap down. So we'll keep an eye and see how that will affect Cody when he catches up to him.
Going to start watching from third on back because Caden Rush has caught Sean Butler, and that could be a battle. You've got Bursky, who's there too, and then Anthony Emery, who was caught up in the restart wreck on lap 60, the first of the two stack-ups we've had tonight, and had a tremendous amount of damage on his car, had to come down multiple times to get it repaired, and yet here he is in the mix as we approach 50 laps to go. He's found his way back to the front when he needs to be there.
That's the only time and place you need to do it. Lap 1 doesn't pay the money. Lap 367 does. And I think Caden Rush was listening to the broadcast when I said, it's time to go. You can't sit back here and just ride in 6th place and think that it's just going to fall in your lap. The leaders are leaving. You're not going to catch them if you don't get up there and make the charge at it. He gets around Butler right here. Here comes TJ Bursky to get around him as well. They're the fastest two on the racetrack. Instantly after we set it, they start picking the pace up by over 0.3 of a second. They're faster right now, or they were. Now they're still a tenth faster than everybody. So clear through your traffic as quick as you can and then make a run for it. But good on Anthony Emery right here in that 23 Ford Thunderbird to be sitting at the right place, right time in the 4th place spot.
They all did a nice job of getting Sean Butler from the inside, too. That was the impressive thing to me about that move, is that they all got underneath Butler and made the pass. Here goes Salas with a block on Anthony Emery to try and maintain third. And does that allow Caden Rush to go to the outside of Emery and get the spot? Yes, it does. Then Salas bounces off the fence, and Rush has got to check up a little bit. They're going to bounce off each other. Rush gets sent into the wall, and there goes Emery down to the apron. And somehow, some way, they did not wreck. And TJ Bursky takes advantage of all of it to clear all 3 of the cars that were in front of him. And now Bursky's up to 4th, trying to chase Salas for 3rd.
Let's take a look at that replay right there, James. You're on board with Caden Rush. There you see Salas throw the block right there on Emery. They'll dive it into turn 1 and 2. There you see Rush on the top side. Emery will make contact with him right about there, as you see the issue that happened with Salas scraping the wall. More contact happens, sends Rush up the wall, and Bursky's like, I'm going to get out of here as best as I can. Pick up a 2-for-1 for him as he'll move up to the 4th position.
How good is TJ Bursky, and how good is Garrett Maines? Because Maines has started to run down Cody Dutton. I wonder. We're going to watch lap times here very closely, see where they sit amongst the top 5 in particular. How about a 32.2 to a 32.0 to a 32.1 to a 31.9? So TJ Bursky, 4th on the racetrack, but fastest car on the racetrack last time by as Garrett Maines ramps the pressure up and dials it up on Cody Dutton to the inside. He goes for the race lead on lap 316.
He's making a great move right now. Here comes the 2. He's side by side with the 80, and right on behind him, the side by side, TJ Bursky moves into the 3rd place position. I think the 2 knows that he has to go. He is realizing that the fastest guy on this racetrack's that 13, and nothing's going to stop him. He's found grip. He has found speed and grip at the very top of this racetrack, and it's not going to stop the 13 from doing it. So the longer you let the 80 hold you up, knowing that Garrett's faster, is the quicker TJ Bursky's going to get you. But you also have to manage your tires, knowing if we don't get another yellow, please no commentator curse, that's the battle for the win. The 13 could come up here and just take your 500 away.
All right, just wanted to pause for a moment to make sure that you cleared the bar that I set a few laps ago when Sammy Yagyo went around. But no yellow yet. But again, Bursky, the fastest man on the racetrack by a 10th that last time by. So yes, I think you're dead on with that assessment. That means probably, I wouldn't be surprised if he starts throwing bumpers on Dutton here, because it's just going to become a bigger, colorful rainbow blur, lap on lap on lap, if he doesn't get around the 80, because Bursky is coming. They come across the stripe, and again, it's another 2/10 that Bursky is able to pick up, and not only on the race leaders, but stretch out on everybody else behind him. Bursky has speed and is closing, and if Maines can't get the pass done soon, Taylor, give it maybe about 10 laps, Bursky's going to be there for the race lead.
He certainly is, and he has made up tremendous grounds. The 32-1 compared to the 32-2 and 3 of Cody Dutton and Garrett Maines as they come off of turn 4. Let's take a look at the lap times this time around as they cross the line here, completing lap 3:19. 32 3s, 32 4s, and Persky a 32-2. So he has picked up another 10th on his competitors. If he keeps this up, give it another 4 or 5 laps, or 10 laps like you pointed out, he will be right on top of these two.
13 if we're doing math properly. It's 1.3 seconds between Bursky and Dutton, and he's getting about a 10th a lap over lap consistently. So he's got time. Question is whether or not we're going to see this all play out under a green flag or whether or not we're going to get a yellow flag somewhere in this. They come across the stripe again. Bursky this time yet again faster by a 10th. That gap is closing down. He's almost halfway between Maines and Caden Rush in 4th. And also worth noting, good battles here for 5th, 6th, and 7th, just behind this group. Don't want to roll that group out just yet. But we're watching Bursky with bated breath because Bursky has the opportunity to provide a real threat to Maines and to Dutton should he be able to get up there and still have some rubber left to fight for the race lead.
And I think right now we're looking at the 55 of Solace. A 5th place finish if he finishes here. If the race was to end right this moment and you're the 55 right now, you're going, whew, thank goodness it's over. The fight's done. You did such a great job. You've been right here. But looking up here at Bursky, he continuously...
Oh, there goes Bursky in the fence. Bursky just got the... I think that's Bursky. Yes, it was. Bursky just got the wall in the middle of 3 and 4. What's that do to his lap time? Let's find out. They come across the stripe. 32-4, 32-4, 32-3. Even with the wall tap, he's still faster.
He's flying. He is flying around this racetrack. It's getting cold. It's cold. He's ready to go. Those tires are heating up, but the track's cooling down. Boy, put that 13 up there. His heart rate must be beating out of his chest right now. He can see $500.
Well, yeah, just wild. And a good point there. The track has cooled down significantly. We started, I believe, at 103 degrees or so. We're down to 86 degrees Fahrenheit and 79 degrees Fahrenheit. Air temp winds headed to the southeast at 9 miles an hour, humidity of 56%. In sim, the current time is about 7:15 local time at Darlington on Sunday, September 5th, 2021. So entering the twilight as this race works its way towards the end. And Bursky finally in the same bracket as Dutton and Maines that last time by. So maybe he burnt the tires down trying to run these two down. And it was a 32-6 to a 32-3 last time by. So Bursky gave up 3/10. Does he have more left in the tank, or did he give everything trying to run these two down?
Gonna be tough. Going to be tough to tell as he lost those 3/10. He was at 1.2 at one point. Now he's at 1.4 seconds as we get closer and closer to that 367 laps. Cody Dutton still trying to hold off a hard-charging Garrett Maines as they rocket down the front straightaway. Diving it into turn 1, they have the 77 of Chad Oxidine right in front of him. Put him the first car lap down here as he will be now 15 cars left on the lead lap. Brandon Sox still trying to stay ahead of your race leaders.
Bursky beginning to fade now. He gave him another 2/10 that last lap by as they clear the lap machine of Chad Oxendine, and it could maybe be burnt tires on Bursky's machine. We'll take a look here as they come across the stripe and see if that's the case. 32-4, 32-4, 32-6 again. Yeah, another 2/10. So I think Bursky tried, burn it up. Now he's paying the consequences, and instead of a battle for the race lead, we may need to worry about the battle for P3 because Caden Rush is beginning to reel TJ Bursky in. Yeah,
Caden Rush, like I said, he's been one of the faster guys on the racetrack as well. He's competitive with the leaders, 32-4s to 32-4s up there. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw something happen that we didn't curse and say bring out. Could happen and see these guys on 4 tires, all 4 of them battle it out for the win. I know our hearts would be pounding. I'm sure theirs would be pounding too. But the 2 and the 80, they've been the 2 solid cars right now. And I said a while ago when the 80 got past Garrett, that could be the pass for the win. I stand by that. It's hard for him to get past Cody Dutton right now, and I don't think nothing but a lap car is going to stop him.
Well, if you think a lap car is going to stop Cody Dutton, let's ask the question, where's the first lap car? And the answer, right there in front of your screen, you see the orange and black Chevy Monte Carlo that belongs to Brandon Sox. He's the first lap car ahead of your race leaders. After that, it's a clear straightaway all the way to Chris Watkins, who then would be next in line. So just the one lap car, but can Garrett Maines take advantage of this one Chevy Monte Carlo and maybe use him to get the lead away from Cody Dutton? They'll catch him in a few laps, and we'll have to see.
We certainly will have to as they dive it into turn one. Maines takes a look to the inside, hits below that white line, goes up the track a little bit to follow Cody Dutton as they come off of turn number 2. They are edging ever so closer to the 43 of Brandon Sox. One car stopped down below the apron. Toe continues on his way as they continue down into turns 3 and 4. Both of them running almost identical lap times for the past several laps. Just shows the competitiveness between these two drivers.
Will be very competitive as you look off the rear deck lid of Brandon Sox. You see how much closer these two are to potentially putting Sox a lap down, and for Sox to potentially play a factor in the way this battle for the lead shapes up. Dutton and Maines have been nose to tail, I think, almost for about the past 20 laps or so, and they have not come unglued in any way, shape, form. This might be the one thing that shakes it all up, as we can also confirm that Josh Parent has pulled it behind the wall, and Parent, after getting caught up in that wreck over in turn 3 some 35, 40 laps ago, he is done in tonight's race and will likely finish somewhere in the ballpark 22nd, 23rd. Looking through the field as we wait for the lap traffic to come on board. Actually, let's hang tight here because they've caught the lap traffic. They are right there on Sox, who's going to go up top. Oh, that nearly got hairy, but they're going to go clear of the 43, ride the top line. There goes Maines. He's right there, the rear bumper of Dutton. Does he have the opportunity to set something up on corner exit? I don't think so. Dutton got a good run off of the corner, and it should be enough to at least keep Maines from being able to dive it in on the inside. So they are clear yet again, but as it stands, it's still Dutton, Maines, and now no lap traffic in the way for the better part of a straightaway. But maybe a battle here as Dutton got loose in turn 2. There goes Maines to the inside. Terry Radford, battle for the lead is on in 3.
Side by side, turns 3 coming off the exit 4 down the front straightaway. Here comes the 2. He's underneath the 80 for the lead. He's not going to clear him off for that corner. They come off the 4. Now they're going into turns at 1 and 2. 80 is still going to be riding the bottom. 2's going to get a great run. He dives it in, coming off the exit of 2. Taylor, what are they doing, man?
I don't know. I'm still surprised at how much battling they're still doing. We haven't even got to 30 laps to go yet as they rocket down the back straightaway, heading into turn 3 and 4. Maines to the inside of Dutton, side by side for the race lead as they come off of turn number 4. Dutton gets a little bit loose right there. That's going to allow Maines to make some groove. Tight contact as they come down through the corner off of turn 4. Here they come back into turn 1, still side by side. Maines sends it in, power slide up to the top of the racetrack. New race leader, Garrett Maines.
Garrett Maines for Elliott Sadler Esports, back to the point on lap 335 of 367. 33 laps to go at Darlington, and we'll see whether or not Maines has held some speed as here comes Dutton down to pit road. Dutton is going to come in for service, and Dutton is going to try and split this and run with the fresh tires and potentially beat out Maines. This could work if it goes green, but Cody Dutton says, I don't have the pace to go toe-to-toe with Garrett Maines, so I'm going to try and beat him on strategy, and he comes in for what could be his last stop of the night.
I think the interesting point there is, did he speed? He came down with a ton of power. Was that an opportunity that maybe he just threw his race out with a mistake? Garrett's going to be in the catbird seat, but now since we're starting the green flag pit stop run, who gets it done better? As Dylan Conley, he's in the picture now. He's going to move down off the racetrack and off the racing surface to let the leaders go by. But it's all about now who gets on pit road the best. And here he comes. 2 tires, 11.5 off of pit road.
2 tires, no speeding penalty. That's a solid stop for Cody Dutton. And if this goes green, this will play right into his hands as we've got a great battle here for P2 now. This is Salas, Rush, Butler, and Navarro fighting for 2nd through 5th.
Great Great battle right here as they work their way off of turn number 4. Down the front straightaway they'll go. So far, no other leaders have yet to come down pit road at this time, but give it pretty much soon. We'll see some more work their way down. Here comes Butler to the inside of Rush. He's going to stay side by side with him. Can't complete the pass. Navarro scrapes the wall a little bit. Pick up another Darlington stripe as they come off of turn 2.
Navarro, remember, spun down to the inside by himself. He's still a lap down, currently scored in the 14th spot, so he's not racing for position like he was earlier, but the other 3 in this group are. And Salas is trying to keep them all at bay. Meanwhile, no one else has chosen to follow Cody Dutton into pit road. So this is maybe the strategy call of the night from Dutton. If this goes green the rest of the way, it is advantage to the red and black Chevy Monte Carlo that you see on your screen. If we get any sort of yellow whatsoever, especially now, he'll be trapped in the middle of the field, and everybody else will come down pit road and will likely be curtains on his opportunity to win the Retro 500, barring the unexpected. So Dutton needs this to go green, but if it does, he has a chance, Terry.
He has a big chance if this goes all the way to the end and we cycle through these green flag pit stops. I'm very curious to see when these guys come in pit. You see the top 3, they're all right on top of one another, separated by about 0.8 of a second all the way through. But if we are able to go all the way through this distance, he's gapping them. I mean, Cody Dutton is laying down some burners right now. He might have burnt his stuff up before we get through this. So hopefully he has a big enough lead if it goes through, because he ain't gonna have nothing going on.
You know who else came in right before Cody Dutton and is right there in front of Dutton on your screen? We'll see it as they come through the corner. But this guy right here, TJ Bursky, came in 2 laps before Dutton did and is ahead of Dutton by 1.9 seconds. So watch out, TJ Bursky, if he can survive and not get caught up in the mess that's right in front of him. Bursky might be in decent shape all of a sudden.
He certainly might be, as we keep an eye on Bursky right now. He's currently sitting just around, if I'm waiting for my timing and scoring to update, P13, and he's closing in on Anthony Navarro, as well as working his way to get around the lap traffic of Sean Butler, or actually the lead lap car of Sean Butler. Sets his sight on Navarro as they continue on. Bursky still making some great headway as he comes across the line, setting some of the faster lap times.
Bursky here going to have to find a way through Caden Rush and Anthony Navarro, or Andrew Navarro rather, as he's just trapped there on the outside. Also note, just saw the engine go on Chris Watkins' machine, and I think he likely is done for the night, so he might be out of contention. Here comes Bursky to the inside of Caden Rush. This is not for position. This is to get Bursky closer to being back on the lead lap rather. But again, if this goes green and everybody else in the top 5 has to pit, which they likely will in the next 10 laps or so, this is a big call from Bursky. And here comes Cody Dutton to the inside of all of these drivers to try and get some track position as well.
I think the biggest key right now that had just happened was the 13 getting held up in that traffic, along with the 80. The 80 had it a bit easier than the 13 did, so that's going to play a huge role in who's going to win this race. You saw the 13 get 2-3 wide at some point in times in this racetrack, and he had to go into a different zone to move himself up to get past those guys. And now the 80 didn't have to do that. So that's less wear off the tires for one car, more wear on the other. We'll see how that plays out with 24 laps to go.
For what it's worth, Bursky and Dutton are scored 11th and 12th at the moment as we approach 20 laps to go here at Darlington. When and or if are we going to see these drivers at the front come down pit road? That's the biggest question of all.
Well, I think first thing we need to keep an eye on is Garrett Maines and Vicente Salas, along with Sean Butler. They have been out there on the track for 60 laps. Drivers like Caden Rush, along with David Grantham, as well as Logan Helton, Derek Fulton, they've been out on there for 44 laps, while John Theodore and Anthony Emery around 50 laps. So we should be expecting them to come down any moment now.
This could be very intriguing here because there's also the possibility, Terry, that Garrett Maines and Vicente Salas and everybody, they just stay out and run on old tires and hope that the tires don't blow on these things and try and stretch the fuel. Fuel, I think you probably could find a way to do it if you really wanted to, but tire wear is so key and such a big part of the way you race these 87s. Nobody really thinks about it unless you're in a situation like this where you're racing to the end.
Well, if I want to throw another wrinkle into this one right here, Caden Rush in this 27 came down pit road on lap 300. It's feasible he could have went 60, say he can go 67 laps right here. This could throw a huge wrench into the plan.
Trouble. Back straightaway.
Back straightaway trouble. Yep, Brandon Zimmerman around. Yellow flag is out, and this race has been completely turned on its head. It kills the strategy for Bursky and Dutton. It is the break that Baines and everybody else needed. And of note, Dutton will be trapped a lap down. I think Bursky will get the free pass, but the yellow that those two did not need to see all in front of our faces, and they were all, I feel bad for Brandon Zimmerman because he was just trying to not be in the way and get out of everybody's way, and as they fan left and right eventually, I think Caden Rush was the first one to get into him, but yellow flag out with 20 laps to go. Leaders get the chance to pit, and the folks that we've seen at the very front of this field for a good chunk of this race are going to get the chance to duke it out for the win in the Retro 500.
Now I feel bad because I feel like I jinxed my man in the 27. I didn't want to jinx you, brother.
Down pit road, Taylor Burris. This should be the last stop, you would think, for these drivers.
This should be the last stop indeed. I don't see anyone coming down pit road unless we get a smaller, short stint of burst of runs here between now and the checkered flag. Let's say about 10, 20 laps continue on, but track position is key. I mean, looking at the field right now, there is only going to be 11 cars on the lead lap, and then, of course, counting a couple who decide to stay out, so possibly just shy of 15 cars on the lead laps.
Garrett Means takes 2 tires. Everybody else going to follow suit. Salas is going to come off of pit road second. Who's going to be third? How about David Grantham with a solid stop, 11 seconds to beat out Caden Rush. Anthony Emery out of his box. Logan Helton comes out of his stall. I think John Theodore is going to take 4 tires here at the very end, and he's going to want the fresh rubber over the track position, so he's going to get beat out by Derek Fulton, who jumps to 9th. Theodore back to 10th, and I think Butler getting his car fixed up a little bit as well.
Man, this has just got interesting. Now what can Salas do? He's been the most consistent guy out here. I mean, he's driven through more, he's had to pass more cars, and he's had to drive this racetrack harder than any other driver out here. We've seen him take the lead, and we saw him do it with an aggressive move between Cody and the 2 of Garrett. Well, now he has to go past him on his own. Can he make the bottom work? Will he use the high side? Hey, 18 laps to go, it'll be 17, we take it. Well, maybe we'll see a little bit of that Thunderbird go into the back of that Chevy.
Gonna have to figure out who's gonna get the wave around too, as we remind you that tonight's broadcast of the Retro 500 is brought to you by our friends at McConey Setup Shop, your home for iRacing setups and the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports. From legends to kept cars, they have you covered with dirt setups available for late models, modifieds, and wing sprint cars as well. At McConey Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories. And their newest book, How I Drive, featuring a forward by Anthony Alfredo, is now available. Come learn from the pros how to be the best driver you can be, and visit McConeySetupShop.com for more information. Events coming up in the world of Podium Esports beyond the Retro 500 look like this tomorrow night. Opmo goes to Road Atlanta on their YouTube channel at 8 p.m. Eastern, and then the Richmond Raceway Rumble, hosted by McConey Setup Shop, comes your way on the Podium 2 Twitch channel, as well as the Podium Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter pages at 9:30. Friday night, a special event that we'll have more details about midweek from the Hickory Motor Speedway, which will release when the bill drops on Wednesday. We'll be there at 9 p.m. Friday night, September 10th on the Podium Esports Twitch channel. Busy weekend with the MSRA Premier Series going to Richmond on Podium 2, and then the Podium Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch channel. Same place that you're going to see the Operation Motorsport 4 hours at Watkins Glen. That's Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We close out the week with the SimMax Cup Series powered by MPI from Auto Club Speedway. It'll be on the Podium Esports Twitch channel Sunday, September 12th at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Lights are off on the pace car. It's going to be very intense. Maines, Salas, Grantham, Rush, Emery, Helton, Zimmer, Fulton, Theodore, everybody here that didn't come down pit road got saved, as we're going to get an extended yellow flag, so a little bit more opportunity here to work. But now we're going to see some aggression, I think, Taylor Burris. Now we're going to see some people really start making some moves.
Take it as going to be the most electrifying 10 laps that we're going to have here to go when we get back green flag racing. It's going to be exciting. Tempers are already flaring. Drivers are already tired. The emotions are running high. Drivers are wanting to see that they have that chance to win that $500 here at the end of the night. And one driver's going to be able to survive it. The rest are not going to be able to be so lucky and unfortunate about that.
And the other thing worth noting here is that we are running under old school rules. So if we get a yellow flag here, could be curtains on the race if it comes at the wrong time.
We've seen it all night, man, and I think this cautions breed cautions, and he just said it. These are going to be the most intense laps you're going to see out here. What can Salas do? What's the sixth going to do? We haven't seen David up front all race, and here he sits in third place behind arguably the fastest car of the race. Garrett's been the man, but now you have an opportunity. Can you put the bumper to him? And if you put it at the right time, is he going to get back and get you? I feel like he's right. It's 300 and something laps in. Somebody's been ticked off tonight.
There is an Olivia Newton-John song that I think would apply here. I'll just leave it at that, as we'll get set to bring the restart coming your way on that 353 of 367. And yes, I expect sheet metal and sparks to fly as the lights come on at Darlington and we get set to crown a champion of the Retro 500. We're back underway. It was not a good restart for David Grantham. Caden Rush immediately read it and goes to his inside, entering turn one.
Chaos is about to ensue as they work their way through the middle of turns 1 and 2 as they come down the back straightaway here, or actually off of turn 4. It's a beautiful sunset coming through as they work down the back straightaway, affecting the driver's vision with that sunset coming through. And as they work their way through turns 3 and 4, Garrett Maines, Vicente Salas pulling away as Caden Rush now, he wants a fight of the action. He's going to try to fight his way up to the top 2.
There was big muscle there between Anthony Emery and Logan Helton. Helton just got a hit check down to the inside and just about saved it, and then just about lost it, and then put David Grantham in the fence, and he's going to bobble all around the racetrack and finally lose it and spin off onto the apron, and that spin down to the inside keeps us from taking another yellow flag. Big move there from Helton, but he'll lose the track position, but will stay green flag racing as Maines and Salas are gone to the tune of about maybe 7/8 tenths of a second over the rest of this field.
Yeah, you talk Olivia Newton-John song. Salas is singing "You're the One That I Want" from the great movie Grease. He sees the two. Salas has been fast. He just ran his fastest lap of the race at a 30.7. He's the fastest on the racetrack. Here comes Salas. He wants the win into the sunset. He wants to ride off in the sunset with that 500 tonight.
The top 3 drivers, not just Salas, all just ran their fastest laps of the race. Top 4 actually too, because Anthony Emery just threw down his fastest lap a lap ago. So everybody beginning to bring their best at the very end of this. And if you're Elliott Sadler, Taylor Burris, you are loving this because it's 2 of your drivers and 2 of your drivers that are running in the Coke Series this year that at the end of this race are pacing this field, and they are about to battle one another and maybe Caden Rush for the victory of the Retro 500.
Hey, it's the final countdown. These drivers are going to be battling to the bitter end here as they work their way off of turn 4, heading down across the start-finish line. 10 laps to go this time around when they come back, and it's going to be exciting. Vicente Salas is trying to put the pressure on his teammate Garrett Maines as they work off of turn 2. Caden Rush, he's in the catbird seat. If anything of these two get together and have any more fighting going on, he is there to capitalize on their mistakes.
Who blinks first? That's the biggest question, Terry Radford, because they're starting to even out on pace, and I saw Salas had to check the wheel up a little bit. He lost maybe a tenth or 2 and maybe 3 or 4 car lengths in the process just exiting turn 4.
Well, who's going to be singing Sweet Victory and who's going to the Heartbreak Hotel? It's going to come down between the 2 and the 55. They continuously battle. Here he comes. Can he get him? They have been running identical lap times each and every lap so far, as there looks like to be issues in the back. 3 wide at one time. The 6 gets freight trained. There goes the 32, Sean Butler, making his way back up here in P number 6.
Butler in a good fight. You've got the 7 machine of Derek Fulton there too. As we go on board with Salas, he's going to try and run down Garrett Maines and catch him once again, as Maines is in control of this here with 10 laps, now 9 laps to go in the Retro 500. Lap times are pretty even. Salas was off by a 10th from Maines the last time by as they come across the stripe. We'll see where the lap times sit. Maines, though, still in control of this with 8 laps to go. He'll come across the start-finish line. Salas will come across the start-finish line. 31.5 to a 31.6 as they go into turn 1, Taylor Burris.
As they enter into turns 1 and 2, working their way through, Maines is able to pull a little bit of a gap over Vicente Salas. Caden Rush still trying to close the gap. 1.4 separates him as they rocket through the middle of the front back straightaway.
Garrett Maines still sitting here. He holds this lead half a second, gets it over Salas. He's trying to make his way up here. Salas is finding every bit of the racetrack he can use, but to no prevail. 7 laps to go, they cross the line.
7 now. Still, it's another 2/10 that Maines knocked off. He's getting away from Salas.
Here they come as they work their way through 1 and 2. Caden Rush scrapes the wall a little bit, tries the wall right to get some more momentum. Not going to work this time as they come down the back straightaway once again.
Coming down the back straightaway into turn number 3 and 4, Garrett sees the start-finish line. He knows that he's only 6 laps away when they cross the line, but Salas is making a race of it. He closes it down to 0.4 of a second as they cross the stripe. 6 remaining at Darlington.
Coming here they go, TB into 1.
Here they come. Don't forget about Anthony Emery. He's closing that gap on the back bumper of Caden Rush. He's been making some significant gains on him as they come off of turn 2.
Down the back straightaway once again. 27's trying to make the run, but he can't get it there.
Not quite yet. Where is the run coming? Does Salas have anything left for Garrett Maines? They come across the line. 5 fingers out for the flag man. He was within the same 10th this time, but he's still got some ground to make up.
This is the time Vicente needs to try to find a different groove to get around Garrett Maines. He's trying to close it up a little bit more, but as they come off of turn number 2, there's still the gap of less than half a second.
Half a second separates the fastest 2 cars so far in this section of the race. 2's going to keep the preferred line. 55's going to wash up the track a little bit. It's still like anybody's ball game.
Everybody coming out of 4. They've stretched out these front 4 by a good bit, but Maines in control out in front by 0.6 of a second with 4 laps to go.
4 laps to go. That means we're getting closer and closer to the end. Here they come off of turn number 2. It's going to be still about 6/7 of a second between the top 2.
Garrett can smell the payday. He knows it's coming. He is stretching that lead. Almost a second gap between him and Salas.
Still, it's Garrett Maines, but at this point, it's Maines probably versus the racetrack now. Salas is going to have the best laps of his life to run down his teammate. 3 laps to go in the Retro 500 for Garrett Maines.
3 laps to go, diving it down into turn 1. He'll then wash up to the top side of the racetrack right against that white and red wall with a little bit of black from some previous Bristol or Darlington stripes. But as they rocket off turn 2, it's still Maines ahead.
No issues for Garrett Maines. He still holds this lead. Nothing's going to touch him. Elliott Sadler must be smiling so far coming off of 4.
All Garrett Maines. 2 laps to go. No battles virtually anywhere in the top 5. This is a coronation set of laps for Maines if he can keep the cars pointed straight.
Big issue right quick for Sean Butler as he's trying to catch up to Colton Zimmer for that 5th position as they work their way off of turn number 2. Garrett Maines still pulling away from Vicente Salas.
Garrett Maines still pulling away. Got a whole second gap in between them. He sees the white flag. James, this is it. It's the money lap, baby.
1 more lap to go as they come across the stripe. White flag of the Retro 500, and Garrett Maines is 1 lap away from one of the biggest wins of his sim racing career.
Here he comes for the final time through 1 and 2. Hits his mark as he goes right against the wall. Off of turn 2, he will continue to pull away from Vicente Salas.
Last time on the back straightaway for Garrett Maines. He's done this for a lot of laps this evening. He leads Garrett Maines into turn 3 and 4 for the final time.
Keeps it off the wall, keeps it straight, and the fastest driver in the field is going to come away $500 richer as the winningest man in the history of Podium Esports does it again on the big stage. Garrett Maines comes across the stripe and wins the 2021 Podium Esports Retro 500. And the man out of Powhatan, Virginia gets it done for Elliott Sadler Esports in his Chevrolet Monte Carlo as ESE goes 1-2 with Vicente Salas finishing runner-up.
What a fight here as they continue to complete their cool-down lap, but Garrett Maines continues his trend here at Podium Esports to be the winningest driver as he drifts it down through the back straightaway, entering turn 3 and 4 to celebrate here. But you've never seen a 1987 car drift like that before, Pike.
About to see some impressive donuts as we bring you the Martin Sports winning moment of tonight's race, brought to you by Martin Sports, founded by Scott Martin almost 10 years ago in the frozen tundra of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Martin Sports drives the best custom apparel for your needs. Whether you need shirts for your office, jerseys for a local sports team, or specifically designed apparel for your sim racing group, Martin Sports has you covered. With shirts and other team wear, they also offer gloves specifically crafted for sim racing that are lightweight, breathable, and complete with padded leather palms. If you want to learn more, find them online at martinsports906.com or visit their Facebook page at facebook.com/Martin Sports. Garrett Maines burns it down on the front straightaway. We will take a quick break and be back with the post-race show as Podium Esports coverage of the Retro 500 continues from the virtual Darlington Raceway. When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Makoni Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Makoni Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Makoni Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MakoniSetupShop.com and learn why Makoni Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Makoni Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back to the post-race show. The Podium Esports Retro 500 for the virtual Darlington Raceway, where Garrett Maines is victorious in his UltraPad Chevrolet Monte Carlo for Elliott Sadler Esports. He takes the 2-car to victory lane in his first special event win here at Podium Esports to go with all the league titles he's got. He's now got one of the big races that you want to keep your eyes on year in, year out. Maines is your winner over Vicente Salas. It's a 1-2 for Elliott Sadler Esports, and have to believe the team owner out of Emporia, Virginia, is going to be a happy man coming tonight. Caden Rush comes home in the third spot. Fourth is where you'll find Anthony Emery. Colton Zimmer finished in the fifth position. Sixth went to Sean Butler. Derek Fulton, nice rebound for the 7 car to come home P7. He had a tough go of it in the middle of this race, but never quit, fought back, got the spot. Cody Dutton got trapped a lap down when he did not need the yellow flag with about 30 laps to go and finishes in the 8th spot. John Theodore up and down 9th, but comes home inside the top 10 in 9th. And DJ Bursky was part of that group with Dutton that tried to take advantage of green flag racing, and he comes home P10, Taylor.
Logan Helton will come home in the 11th spot, followed by David Grantham in 12th position. Andrew Navarro will be the last car on the lead lap in 13th. And then Brandon Sucks comes home 14th, first car 1 lap down. Dylan Connolly, our in-race reporter, will come home in the 15th spot, followed by Garrett Conrad in 16th. 17th goes to Chad Oxidine, followed by Jake Balmain in 18th. Zachary Mertes comes home 19th. Chris Watkins rounds out your top 20.
Rounded up in the 21st position is Joshua Parent. 22nd, Jake Ham. 23rd, Sammy Yaha. Chad Peterson had a great night all night. Got caught up in an incident, comes in 24th. 25th, Daniel Hendry. Roswell Harlow, 26th. Carlos Ramos, 27th. Josh Bonwell in your 28th spot. Mario Moretta in 29th. And Cole Dutton is going to be in the 30th spot.
Final 7 cars in tonight's race. Richard Swavely was 31st. 32nd went to Joshua Esche. Brian Scrivener was 33rd, and Brandon Hawken finished in 34th. Matt Stolnuck was 35th this evening. 36th went to Jaron Valley, and Brandon Zimmerman completes the 37-car field in this race. There is your full field rundown. Time to bring in a happy, a victorious, a man who knows this booth about as well as any driver in iRacing does. But Garrett, this has to be a little bit different because it is a Podium Esports special event. And for all that you have won here at Podium, a big-time special event was one of the few things you hadn't checked off your list yet. So take us through, especially the last restart of the race and the run, and how you had to stretch it out over your teammate, Vicente Salas.
I did not want to see that caution. I could feel that I was going to make it on tires. I was still able to clock off some fast laps. And then when it came out, I was like, that is not what I needed. I knew Vicente was going to be the challenge. And I got to give it to Michael Jeans. He made the right calls there throughout the entire race, kept us on the right strategy through and through. We were there at the end, and I had the pace. I was very surprised. I actually didn't think I would be able to put, a gap between the two of us, but I just stayed in my lane and ran my pace, kept the tires on it, and it paid off in the last 10 laps there at the final stint of the race. So I'm shocked. This was not a race I thought I would be, talking to you in after, but here we are.
You're here, and back to the first point I made when you came on, a special event now with Podium. One of the biggest races you can win on the Podium Esports calendar. You've got it. After everything you've done before, what does this win mean to you, and where does it sit amongst your accomplishments in your sim racing career?
Yeah, this is definitely one of the top ones. Like you said, I haven't been able to check that box. I've been relatively close, but I mean, a lot of them have been Daytona, or we did the Southern 500 back when it was ARCA cars. I guess that was, prior to the 87s being around. And I remember I was in the top 5, but I was not, having the race like I did tonight. And I got really nervous there when I did hit the wall. I don't know if that was on broadcast, but caught the fence with 100 to go. And it was one of those deals where it's I was saving so hard that it ended up throwing off my points, and I smacked the wall, and I'm like, if that is my race, I was I just threw it away. But I got really fortunate there. It was a lot of damage, but I was still able to hold a really solid pace and check that box. Been waiting to do it for a few years now.
I think this also has to come as a confidence boost just with the general sim racing calendar that you've had a lot of bad luck in the Coke series where speed's been there, but things just haven't gone your way. So to be able to get this and get the confidence boost where you take one of the hardest combos in iRacing and claim the throne and the trophy on all of it, I got to help boost you and get you a good launch pad for a run to finish top 20 in points in Coke and make sure you're locked in for next season, no?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Coke hasn't treated me the best with luck. We've had a winning car or an opportunity to win numerous times and just had it ripped away from us in some of the most unfair circumstances, whether it be, just being in the wrong place, wrong time, or just, not having it play out our way. It's been rough. So to be able to get this one tonight, to be able to outrun Vicente there at the end, that was something for me. I know this is one of his really good tracks. This is a track I've struggled to run with him in the past. So I knew it was going to be a challenge there on that last run, and just really happy I was able to seal the deal.
And now I suppose in the scheme of special events, now that you've got this one, only one big title that remains, and that would be the Podium 500. So I guess in the sense of Podium special events, you got that earmarked in February 22 already as one you really, really want, no?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been close-ish. Just haven't had the luck. I've had the provisional for years too, because I ran the championships, and just haven't had it play out. I mean, it's Daytona, it's luck to an extent, but definitely cool to. I guess this is a provisional again. Am I wrong? Do I have one now?
We'll have to discuss it, but I wouldn't be surprised. Put it that way.
We'll see what the rule book says.
But in any case, Garrett, you are now not only a Retro 500 champion, but you're also $500 richer. So that's not bad either, no?
No, not at all. Not at all. Definitely, I'll happily walk home with $500 in my pocket. Not disappointed with that at all. Really cool that you guys put this on. It was a long race, but it was a lot of fun. Really quality racing with Cody and Chad up there for a long time. That was a lot of fun with them. They're the guys that I used to race street stocks with, like dirt street stocks, taught me how to get up on the cushion. So to come out here and have to get up on the wall was pretty cool. It's probably been 2 years since I raced with them, so it's a throwback for sure, but definitely cool to get back out there with them.
Cool to race, cool to watch, cool to win. Garrett Maines, you are a Retro 500 champion. Take it to the bank and take it back home into the Commonwealth of Virginia and enjoy it. Thanks so much for the time and enjoy this one. Congratulations.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And also, got to give a shout out to Offer Pad. It seems like Darlington's a good track for them. Just going to say it now.
Yeah.
But also, got to give a thanks to Smithfield, Linux, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Digital Hub, everybody at Elliott Sadler Esports for all their support through the Coke Series. Shout out to Andrew Navarro and Daniel Hendry there in that race. That was a lot of fun racing with them as well. But I'll take it. It was a good night. Thank you, guys.
Garrett Maines, Retro 500 champion for 2021. He finally gets that special event that he had been looking for at Podium Esports for a long, long while. His teammate comes home in second place, and I think after the way the Coke Series race went for him last week, he'll be very happy to get a finish that's a little bit more reflective of the run he had. Vicente Salas is with Taylor Burris.
Here with Vicente Salas coming home P2. Vicente, you put on one amazing fight to the finish. Tell us how the race was for you overall, and are you tired now?
I wouldn't say I'm tired. The only thing I'm tired of is just getting raced like crap. On the restarts, we're getting stacked up down the front straightaways and wrecking down the front straightaway, and I just don't think that was necessary. Besides that, this car is an absolute blast to drive. The long run, you got to save your tires, run the right line, know where to be, and overall, I think it was a really fun event, and I'll definitely be at the next one.
Certainly is. And of course, to explain to the fans the camaraderie that you and Garrett maintain. You're both teammates to a degree with Elliott Sadler Esports. What was it like racing with your teammate to battle it out for this win?
It was really cool racing him for the win. It was definitely an uphill battle though, because of the stacked restarts at the beginning. We got taken out and had about 3.5 minutes, almost 4 minutes of damage. So getting that all repaired over the course of 200-ish laps and getting back up there was a challenge, but I'd say it was a solid time.
Of course, congratulations on your podium finish here, finishing in second place, Vicente.
Yep, thank you guys. Have a good one.
That's Vicente Salas coming home in second place, as we now turn over to Terry Radford, who's with Caden Rush.
Well, Caden Rush, man, you had such a great run to the finish. I thought there for a second you were one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, that you were going to be able to make the headway back up to the top. But I wouldn't be remiss if I asked you, what was going through your head 4 tires under a green flag pit stop?
I just think we just needed we needed less fuel in the car. I filled it up all the way. I think I needed to be about 15, 16 gallons there if I wanted to be able to compete up with those two. Just long race all night, really up and down. Went from wrecking with a lap card and then being a lap down, got the lap back, and then just I had to fight and get the track position because it was just so key tonight. It was really, really hard to gain ground on people unless you were able to get that track position.
And between you and Salas, you guys passed a ton of cars tonight. Kind of walk through how you were able to just get through the field in such a tough passing racetrack to work your way to this third place finish.
Well, it really just all boils down to keeping the front tires on the race car. If you can't keep your front tires on, you're just not going to be able to do anything. You're gonna push, and then you're just going to ultimately get loose at the end of the run, and you're just going to blow right front. So just backing up the corners, minimizing input, just doing everything you can to keep the front tires on the race car is really what's going to help you carry speed over the run, and just that's what I aim to do every time. There was more than about a 20-lap run is just try and back up the corners, minimize inputs, minimize throttle, and just make sure I kept the fronts on it.
Any shout outs for you this evening? Shout out to your sponsors.
Well, I just want to thank you to TobyChristie.com. I am not getting paid for this paint scheme. We ran this paint scheme originally in the California Clash, which, if any of you remember, was a Podium Esports event. And I just want to shout them out. And we finally got a good finish with this car. We had run so many races with it, and we just had so much bad luck. Just Firecracker, we got wrecked. This year's Firecracker, we got wrecked again. Just so much bad luck, and then we finally tonight we put off a good finish with this car. So I just want to say a big thank you to Toby Christie.
A heck of a finish tonight, and man, we'll see you next time around.
See you, Terry.
Caden Rush comes home P3. Fourth man we need to talk to is one of our in-race reporters and a good friend of ours at Podium Esports, John Theodore. Now joins us in the booth. And John, just from where you were, up, down, how'd it finish for you? And take us through your last, call it 100 laps or so.
Yeah, man, that was a real up and down day. It was a workout too. These cars are pretty tough to drive, so that was pretty exhausting. More mistakes than I would like to make. That put us in a hole track position wise, and put us in a position where we got caught up in some other stuff. But at the end of the day, great race. The Corey Busch Congress 1987 Monte Carlo was driving great. The Rebel Pilots pit crew did a great job fixing her up and repairing all the damage that I did to her. And we had a great door banging battle with the 13 TJ Bursky there at the end. He gave me a shot, I gave him one back, swapping places back. It was good. Top 10 at the end of a race like that honestly feels pretty good.
I think lots of people watching don't realize how instrumental you were in the development of this event, because for those who watch your Twitch channel, they'll know this, but for those who don't, the 87s are your car above all cars in the sim. This is the car you run the most, and this is the kind of challenge that you wanted to help set up. So just tell the folks about how you helped to develop this race and your role in just organizing and arranging the format for the Retro 500.
Yeah, I mean, a Southern 500 race was sort of something I wanted to do, ever since I started racing on iRacing. So, growing up as an NASCAR fan as a kid, watching it, Darlington's the toughest track. The Southern 500 was always the hardest race, most physically demanding, and just kind of the pinnacle of stock car racing, in my opinion. So as soon as the 87 cars came out, if you remember, I came over to you guys. I'm like, guys, we got to do a Southern 500, a 500-mile race with these cars at Darlington in the heat of the day, which unfortunately we got cloudy weather for this one today. But everything else, it was just like it was such a throwback. The whole race, guys racing hard, guys getting chippy with each other on the mic and stuff like that through the race, and getting frustrated and getting all hot and bothered just because that it was the heat of competition. And it was very old school. I hope it looked good on TV. From where I was sitting, that felt very much like what an old school NASCAR race would be like to participate in. So yeah, it was very cool to actually pull this thing off, and I hope that we continue to pull this thing, keep doing this, and make this a tradition for years to come.
Which is to say that after waiting nearly a year and a half for it, there was the issue last year that kept folks from being able to put this up on the wall in 1 and 2, and now we come here, everything's all fixed up. So to finally get here and to run this, did it live up to the dream and the expectations you had?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wish I would have gotten that car up a little bit higher finish at the end, but that was a tough field of drivers. Everyone was just driving. My car was sideways, and I'm watching everyone else. We're all putting it absolutely on the line, right up by the wall. These things were sliding all over the place out there. It was just great. It was super fun, and had a great time. Don't want to do another one of these tomorrow for sure, but by the time this thing comes around next year, I'm going to be ready to do it again.
Well, John, thanks the whole evening for being one of our in-race reporters. Thanks for all the work that you've done over the past few months to help piece this together. And congratulations on your P9. I figured there's probably some good beverage waiting in the wings somewhere in your household. It's a run that's solid and worth celebrating.
Sure thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. I'm hungry after that deal. That was a workout. Thank you guys. Appreciate everything you guys do in the booth for us here at Podium. Everyone, and also big shout out to William Hale and Race Control. Did an excellent job managing a lot of temperamental drivers all night long. And shout out to Corey Bush. It always feels good to run this car. Always proud to have her name on a virtual race car that I'm running. She's doing great work in DC, and just couldn't be more proud of her.
John, thanks for the time. There's John Theodore, who comes from P9 of the Retro 500. One more driver to talk to. Our other in-race reporter, Dylan Connolly, is with Taylor Burris.
Here with Dylan Connolly. Dylan, first and foremost, do we got to change that suit out?
It's a little damp, but it'll manage. It can be thrown in the washer. I think we're good though.
Well, talk about your race then. I mean, you had a really good finish. You come home 15th. I mean, you started towards the back half of the field, so look at that, biggest mover of the night.
What could I say? I don't know where I started, like 39th. I knew it was starting in the last row or somewhere near there. The plan didn't fully come together that I kept talking about. I wanted to finish on the lead lap, but I also wanted a top 15, so I guess I'm overjoyed about it. I kept knocking the wall down, but I knew if I could just hang around toward the end, I'd be able to just win the battle of attrition and just get some spots that way, but also pass a bunch of cars under green. I just tried to be, I knew I was going to be a little off the pace because I didn't have as much practice as I would have liked to, but I just wanted to not cause an accident pretty much when I was getting past, and a lot of give the whole night, and it ended up a lot of guys were respecting me toward the end, just not trying to get by because I knew I'd let them by. But it was a great event. I'm really wore out. Not probably, I am wore out, but it was a lot of fun.
Well, we look forward to that, and anything you would like to say about this event, and what's your thoughts of this entire race week?
Race week was fun. I loved it. Shout out to Race Control. William Hale and them did a great job controlling the race tonight. Probably best race control I've ever had in a race of this stature. Shout out Garrett for winning the race. Want to shout out Boss Man Tommy Joe Martin's Diamond Gusset Jeans, and I want to make sure I have this right. Alpha Prime Racing. They just changed the name last week. Excited about their future. Pretty much, I think that covers everybody. Got all the sponsors covered. Want to shout out Jeff McConey, the other sponsor I have. McConey Setup Shop built this great setup tonight. Super happy, excited about this effort. It's always good to see where you stack up, because there were some, a couple Coke drivers in there, a couple of guys that are probably going to end up in the Pro Series in there tonight. Was real happy with the result tonight.
Congratulations. That is Dylan Connolly, our in-race reporter, comes home 15th tonight, James, and he put on one good show tonight.
Did indeed put on a good show tonight, and lots of fun if you're just living life up and loving it. And Dylan Connolly, I think, definitely was doing all of that and then some. But, gents, A big-time race tonight. Terry Radford, I'll start with you for your thoughts here on what you expected, what you saw, what you appreciated, and what you take away from this Retro 500.
I just appreciate the magnitude that came with this race. Everybody took it as a crown jewel, in which it is, and everybody treated it as such. There was no overly aggressive people. Everybody had their own space. They kept to themselves. And yeah, we saw some caution flags, but it's Darlington. It's not the track too tough to tame for no reason. You're gonna have issues. I mean, we all got to look all fancy. We put a nice little suit on. It felt really nice just to feel good, call a race like you would be calling like a Ned Jarrett or a Benny Parsons or one of those great guys, Bob Jenkins. So it was awesome to be here. I mean, a big event in my opinion. It just saw the most people come out and watch one of these races, which was just awesome. The fans were happy. We were happy up in the booth doing it. And I mean, a little hot for comfort. I'm sure Dylan Conley was a lot hotter than we were up here trying to do this work, but great show altogether. And I can't wait until y'all call me back for the next one.
Taylor Burris, a lot of really good racing tonight. End of the day, I think it's all it comes down to.
It certainly is. I've had the time of my life with this broadcast here tonight. I mean, it was great, full of action, full of excitement. It's always a pleasure to throw it back and show respect and heritage to the past when it comes to the sport that we all know and love, which is NASCAR racing here at Darlington. And it's always great to see so many people coming out to get involved, to get in watching this race, to come and race this race. I mean, we can't thank everyone enough for all the support to come out and watch, compete, and have a great time as we celebrate the Southern 500. I mean, that's basically what we're here for, is celebrating the history of such a crown jewel event.
You know, I think about this event, and I think about how it was originally built when it was first announced a few months ago, that this was a tribute to the Winston Cup era of stock car racing and everything about that era that made the competition back then as good as I think it's ever been in stock car racing. I know personally as a kid, there are countless times where I have rewatched and pined for the kind of racing that we saw back in the 80s and the 90s, where you had comers, you had goers, you had drivers make gains, you had drivers fall back, you had drivers pushing themselves on some of the best racetracks in the country with cars that weren't necessarily the easiest to drive. That, to me, has always been the beauty of the Winston Cup era, and I think tonight we saw that in full display. This is not an easy track, as John said, to get around. These are not easy cars to drive. You had people that had speed early that didn't find it late. You had folks that were struggling to find speed in the middle of the race and came on at the end late. You had folks that were down in 30th running in the top 10. You had folks in the top 10 that ended up finishing in 30th. Everybody was everywhere. And the lack of knowledge of who was going to be up at the front until the very end, and the fact that we didn't really have the story written, to me, made this so much fun to be a part of, and always a huge honor to honor everything that RJ Reynolds and Winston did for this era, and with great cars too. They're tons of fun to run in the sim, and end of the day, a very worthy winner in Garrett Maines, who conquers yet another challenge here on Podium Esports, but this time arguably the toughest driver's test that we have to offer in any calendar year on Podium Esports. But here's the thing, it's not the only special event that you see here on Podium Esports, nor is the Retro 500 the biggest event that you see on Podium Esports. That honor goes to the Podium 500, the great virtual race, which, yes, if you weren't paying attention at the end of the broadcast in February, we will reiterate here, is coming back. Mark your calendars, February 4th through 6th, 2022. Qualifying day on Friday night for time trials, the qualifying races, 8 heat races, 2 last chance qualifiers, and 2 duels coming your way on the 5th before we go for 200 laps, 500 miles on February 6th, 2022. That's the next major special event that we have on Podium Esports. And if you want to see what it was like over the past year and get a sense of what you're going to see in 2022, not a shocker here that the format won't change all that much next year. Hit the link, go visit the website, and get yourself prepared. The only change, which, you know, might be obvious that we can talk about now, is that it will be run with the next gen Ford Mustang Toyota Camry, and Chevrolet Camaro. That will be a first in Podium 500 history, and that will be something you will not want to miss. This year, over 350 drivers signed up. Casey Kerwin came away $1,000 richer at the end of it. I figure it will probably be the same, if not even bigger, in 2022. We look forward to bringing you the fourth edition of the great virtual race coming up in February. And TB, I know you've been part of that broadcast. You've worked it. You know how big that is. That's about as big as special events come in iRacing. And I have to believe that if I'm getting excited just talking about it, that you have to be equally as jacked up.
Oh, I am. First and foremost, it's at my home track, Daytona International Speedway. Second of all, take this week that we're going to be racing, and just alone the qualifying day, take it as you would see the Chili Bowl in the real world over in Oklahoma. Full of excitement, full of pressure. You don't know who's going to make it, and who knows, you may even see a couple of surprise special guests work their way up through the rankings and come out on top and being in the big show. There may be some big names who may not even have a chance to make it past the first round of qualifying, maybe not even make it past the heat races. So be prepared to see who comes out on top. It is a test of chest, pretty much, at over 200 miles an hour. So be prepared to come and tune in, come and compete. It's going to be exciting. And of course, $1,000 on the line. So someone's going to come home $1,000 richer.
At minimum $1,000 richer. That much we definitely can say. Terry Radford, that qualifying day on Saturday in particular is probably the biggest day in sim racing outright, I would say. 350 drivers competing on the same day. How nuts is that?
That's pretty nuts. I mean, you said the date was February 6th. That's my birthday. Hopefully I'm getting to call that race on the Big 27. But the day before, everybody coming out qualifying, you don't know if you're going to be in that race. So, man, I watched it last year, and I said I want to be on that stage one day. I want to be calling one of these races, one of these big Crown Jewel events, and it was such an honor to be here tonight. To be calling a race at a track that I was just at last night, right at the start-finish line, seeing Denny Hamlin win and getting to see the same paint scheme go to victory lane tonight. It was just so special because Darlington is so special.
Darlington, special and unique all unto itself. I think that much we can all agree with. And Garrett Maines comes out on top as the Retro 500 champion for 2021. We'll see whether or not he can go down to Daytona next February and go snatch a Podium 500 and really complete the checklist of Podium esports events you can win. But we'll leave that for February. Right now, let's focus on what's coming up over the course of the next week here in the world of Podium Esports. Our coverage continues with the Operation eMotorsport iRacing League from Road Atlanta coming your way on the Opmode YouTube channel tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern, then 9:30. Come to twitch.tv/Podium2 or the Podium Facebook or the Podium YouTube or the Podium Twitter for the Richmond Raceway Rumble hosted by Makoni Setup Shop. We've got 40 plus drivers already registered for that. That should be a ton of fun. A special event coming your way on Friday night from the newly released Hickory Motor Speedway. We'll have coverage of that at 9 p.m. on the Podium Esports Twitch channel. More information to come midweek about that, so stay tuned to Podium Esports on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter for more info there. The MSOI Premier Series heads to Richmond Raceway this Saturday, September 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern. You can see that on the Podium 2 Twitch channel or Podium's Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter pages. Same places you can see the 4 Hours of the Glen, a benefit race for Operation Motorsport, which will be on Sunday, September 12th at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then we cap the week off with the SimMax Cup Series powered by MPI for the Virtual Auto Club Speedway. That broadcast starts at 9:15 p.m. Eastern on Sunday night on twitch.tv/Podium Esports. A laundry list of people to thank for making this event possible. We start with our folks in race control, William Hale and company, making sure that things all went right all night long. Evan Pasoko, not only for his work tonight, but his work in the qualifying races, along with the Dylan Connellys and the Terry Radfords and the Taylor Burrises and the Gary Sextons, everybody that was a part of the broadcast, the qualifying races that helped set the field for this event. For our team here at Podium Esports, John Theodore, Gary Sexton, Cisco Scaramuzza, who helped make things happen behind the scenes. John in particular for helping put this event together and being the architect of the Retro 500. Our camera builder, Dougie Beard, our producer, Ryan Bauer, social media guru, Eric Messer, our team in the booth, Brandon Davis on Race Control as well, our team in the booth, Taylor Burris and Terry Radford, and most importantly, you all the fans watching wherever you might be tuning into the Retro 500 on whatever device you might be using to watch this event. It is folks like you all that give us the great pleasure to put on events like this for the iRacing community that end up being so special, and a wonderful pleasure to be part of it once again. For all of us at Podium Esports, I am James Pike, the voice of Podium Esports. Thank you for joining us on this trip back in time on this throwback Monday night, and congratulations to Powhatan, Virginia's Garrett Maines, the 2021 Podium Esports Retro 500 champion.